Good morning and welcome inside Torrey Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois. Today it's day number 4 of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We've got 9 games for you today, and this morning we start things off with game 18 of 35 as the Metamora Redbirds take on the Joliet West Tigers. Thanks for joining us today on ClutchSportsIL.com. Alongside Gavin Russell, it's Larry Larson in with you. And Gavin, we've got 2 very good teams who have gone 0-2 so far, looking for redemption.
Absolutely. You know, Ethan Kizer been off to a slow start. Colton Kaler, our studio host at the moment, he informed us that Ethan Kizer not in the starting lineup to start things out. So obviously a slow start for him, but he's a big-time player. He'll make big-time plays. And Metamora is a deep team. They should look to rebound. As for Joliet, they've got a lot of talented players too. Jeremiah Fears definitely stands out to me. But, again, a lot of great basketball today on Clutch Sports.
Another headline for Metamora, one of their senior starters, Zach Schroeder, is homesick. He's not here today in Washington to make the short trip down. Metamora battling through some adversity today. As for Joliet West, you mentioned Jeremiah Fears. The freshman has lit it up in his first 2 varsity games. Doing a really good job for head coach Jeremy Krieger. I talked to him last week. He told me that this Jeremiah Fears kid can fill up the bucket to the lengths of Trey Young and Steph Curry, a high school equivalent of those two, and we've seen that so far, and there he is.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, watching Jeremiah Fears play his first 2 games, just kind of getting to make some observations on him. He's really fearless with the basketball. You know, he doesn't really play a timid game. That's why he's in the starting lineup. He's not afraid to take that big shot, make that move to the basket. So when you've got a freshman like that, that's absolutely really encouraging, and he's got a long way to go in his high school career, but a lot of promise so far from him.
Joliet West fell to Vashon in their first game of the tournament, and then lost to Tinley Park later that day on Wednesday. And Metamora fell to St. John Bosco in their last game. So these 2 0-2 teams matching up. Battle of Illinois squad starting us off today, and a day that we'll see teams from all across the country taking the floor. Teams from Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Missouri, Wisconsin. Just a handful of teams from across the country coming to Central Illinois for one of the best season starting events you'll find across the country. Metamora is ready to go. Joliet West putting the finishing touches on their huddle. Gavin, how about some keys to the game for both sides, starting with the Redbirds?
Well, absolutely. They got to get out to a fast start. You know, Metamora, they haven't really been able to establish a big lead. As for Joliet West, you got to be able to finish. You know, they've been in some tight battles. They got to be able to kind of jump out throughout the game and kind of hold that lead, be able to kind of finish off the game. So both teams just got to play their game, not try to do anything too fancy. Just go out there and play hard, fast basketball.
Joliet West, a very young squad compared to Metamora's experience. Tyson Swanson getting ready to do the tip-off against Cortez Lewis. And it's won by the Birds, and we're underway on day 4 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Devin Dunn getting the starting nod, hands off to Drew Tucker. Redbirds working it around the arc to Tyson Swanson. Back to Dunn. Finds the open man. Head fake by Swanson, swatted away by Lewis. Here come the Tigers. Jaden Martin slows it down. Martin, the dribble drive, spins, can't finish. Rebound loose into the hands of Drew Tucker, and it's a jump ball.
Yeah, they certainly are not changing their game plan. Both teams want to come out and attack early on, both trying to take it to the rim early. We've just seen really good defense so far to start this game.
Jeremiah Fears, the 5'10 freshman, was going to trigger it in. Now he swaps out with Justice McNair, the 6'1 sophomore. Into the backcourt and finds Skylar Crudup, senior leader for this squad. Fears at the controls. Takes it right to the rack for 2.
Absolutely fearless. He comes in and just plays his game. You know, he doesn't really want the other team to dictate what he does. He just comes in and does his thing really well.
Joliet West on the board first. Jake Nealon to Drew Tucker. Metamora not hesitant to make the extra passes. Devin Dunn was trying to feed the posts. Could not get it into the hands of Devin Dunn, but a foul. And here comes Ethan Kizer, a long-haired star. Offers from Bradley, ISU, a handful of mid-majors across the Midwest. Also picked up an offer from UIC recently. Off to a very slow start to the season, was ready for the lob. Instead, it's lobbed into the backcourt. Kizer, the drive and kick. 3-ball from Mason.
Nice look there. I mean, Kizer making a nice pass. He could have tried to take it to the rack, but making that extra pass, being unselfish, those will start to fall eventually.
Kizer scored just 6 points in the last game against St. John Bosco. Crewed up in trouble. Here's Fears. McNair has had a few big games. Physical play inside. Can't finish in the paint. Ethan Kizer walks it up. Skip pass ahead. Nifty pass there. Nothing to show for it. Tucker drives. Can't shake and bake. Kicks it back out. Devin Dunn, dish down low. Swanson back out. Tyler Mason resets. Good energy in the gym early.
Good ball movement here by the Redbirds, and just really good defense on the other side.
And a block by McNair. 3-ball missed by Tucker. Rebound into the hands of the Tigers at last. They're in transition. Jaden Martin slows it down. Fears calling for the basketball. Instead, Martin pulls up and drains it.
Nice shot there. He just kind of stepped into it, but going to that last sequence for Metamora, they're moving the ball really well. I think that's what Danny Greaves is going to like from his team, but boy, the defense has just been stout so far for the Tigers.
Head fake, pass into the corner. Dunn tries the tray, it's off. Last few games, the last 2 games, first 2 games of the tournament for Joliet West have been slow starts. Not today, as Martin can't knock down the baseline J. And Tucker slows it down. Redbirds playing with a slow pace early, patient with the passes, but not much to show for it. In fact, nothing to show for it quite yet, as Kizer is fouled.
Yeah, foul there, and we've seen it from a few teams in the tournament. Struggled from the free throw line. Obviously, he's not going to get shots right here, but getting the free throw line might be important for the Redbirds, especially if they're not shooting the ball particularly well. You want to take those free points when you can get them.
Tyler Mason around a screen from Kizer. Kizer wide open, passes up the 3, wanted to hammer it home, too far from the bucket.
Slow start is not taking away Ethan Kizer's aggressiveness. He'll seems to pick it up at some point.
Fears, drives, fade away, comes up short. Offensive board to Cortez Lewis, and he lost the handle. Birds in transition. The off-balance try from Tucker was a little bit off, just could not get the shot up. And we will take a timeout here. Last timeout, under 4 minutes to go in the opening quarter of action. Gavin, early takeaways for Metamora, a real slow start for the Birds.
Well, they're playing a slower pace of game. They've passed the ball really well. I don't think that it's a matter of, being selfish with the basketball, taking poor shots. They've gotten good looks, just haven't been able to find the back of the net so far, and, they're scoreless up to this point. But a lot of credit. My, big takeaway for Joliet West is they played really well on the defensive side of the thing, defense side of the ball. They know if they can come out and make a big presence on defense, that's really going to translate to the other side, and so far they've got a 5-0 lead.
They're definitely giving the Redbirds their challenges. There's Jeremiah Fears, Jaden Martin as well. Fears, the younger brother of 5-star recruit Jeremy Fears, played at Joliet West his freshman year, transferred to La Lumiere in Indiana because of COVID. Can you imagine if those two were on this team? Goodness gracious.
Well, that would be dangerous.
West head coach Jeremy Krieger told me he expects Jeremy to come back for next season. So maybe we will see the Fears brothers playing ball together here in Illinois.
Yeah, that would be tremendous, especially if they came back here to the TOC next year. They would definitely be a force to be reckoned with.
Perhaps one of the biggest reasons that they're in this tournament, and the Fears brothers. Jaden Martin, shifty on the dribble, blocked from behind. Kizer brings in the board. Tyson Swanson, the Redbirds' leading scorer of the first 2 games. Kizer takes a 3 short. Defensive board to Aaron Brown, checked into the game.
Just a cold shooting start for Metamora. Once again, the looks have been good. They've had their opportunities, just got to find the back of the net and wind down here in the first quarter. They will need to get that going soon.
Luke DeFrance, hounds Fears. McNair comes up short. Kizer kicks. Tucker now to Swanson. Slices inside. Can't finish through contact. Board tipped around and out of bounds.
We'll see if maybe Danny Greaves tries to tap into the bench a little bit more. Somebody that caught my eye was Solomon Schwartz. Hasn't played yet this year. He's a player that played quite a bit actually last year for the Redbirds. Haven't seen him all, so we'll see if maybe they try to tap into the bench to spark a little something.
It's a great point. McNair inside the paint. Hook shot falls. 7-0 Tigers.
Yeah, if you're Joliet, I mean, not the best of offensive starts. Is got a bench warning, it looks like, to the Metamora side of things. But if you're Joliet, you know, you don't have to be thrilled necessarily with your offensive performance so far, but your defense, you got to be absolutely thrilled with. 7-0 is pretty good right now, and a pretty good defensive battle we've seen so far.
There you saw head coach Danny Greaves for the Redbirds. Always has his teams ready to go. Gavin, you mentioned the low scoring as DeFrance pops the 3 off left. Offensive board to Tucker. How about another 3 from Swanson this time? Redbirds still scoreless. A 7-0 game in the opening quarters. This is not exactly uncustomary for a game with a Mid-Illini Conference team.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's tough. Pop a 3 right there, no good. But, you know, it's a tough start. We know they've kind of come out cold early on, but they're definitely going to need to pick it up as Joliet West can come out and run with it if they get too big of a lead.
Bank not open this early on Black Friday for Tyler Mason. Jaden Martin, lob down low to a wide open Brown. Second chance effort, no.
Got to think maybe too the long days and the games are maybe getting to, especially Metamora so far, and it's an early game. So see if they pick it up. Kizer
fouled. Great chance for the Birds to get on the board. Minute and change left in the opening quarter of action.
All things considered, you know, I think I've seen that a couple of times. They're trying to, I think, just get to the line, just to kind of put those points on the board and get in there and just say, okay, now we know we can put the ball in the hoop. So see if Kizer can knock down a couple right here.
First free throw is up and good. Metamora finally on the scoreboard. Ethan Kizer, a name that many know around Central Illinois, but also a name that many recognize around the nation. Kizer was a bit of a viral sensation back when he was in 8th grade, won the dunk contest at Chris Paul's summer camp. So his highlights were all over the internet. He checks out after going 2 for 2 at the stripe.
Yeah, he's got some hops, that's for sure. We've seen him get aggressive. He wants to throw down a dunk if he gets the opportunity. Hasn't gotten it yet, but he's always going to look for a big-time play.
Justice McNair, the wing, inside. Runner, got it.
Great ball control right there. You know, nice little crossover, good control in the lane, and just came up with a little floater there on the left side. Nice play there as they keep them up 7.
Ball popping around for the Birds. DeFrance. Inside and the kick. Devin Dunn thought about the 3. Wants the lane instead. Off balance, falls short. Can Joliet West hit double figures before the quarter's end?
Looks like Jeremy Krieger, the head coach for Joliet West, told him to slow it down just a little bit, try to save a little time here.
McNair too strong. Board goes to the Birds. They could have the last shot. Danny Greaves calls the play from the sideline. Luke DeFrance couldn't get to the basketball. He's got it now. Left wing Tyson Swanson, deep three, got it.
Much needed for the Redbirds, as they're gonna finish off the quarter with some good momentum there. So a little bit of a momentum swing, but Joliet West still firmly in control. Much closer game than I thought it was gonna be at the end of the quarter.
We'll take this opportunity to remind you of our great sponsors all week long at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com today. Also, Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 TOC. And the KB Strong Foundation, leading the battle against glioblastoma. All the proceeds from the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC go towards the KB Strong Foundation. Cause you'll hear a lot about today here on the broadcast. And if you're here inside Torrey Gym, Redbirds finished the first quarter with a 3. Trying to get something going. Backdoor cut. Pass out of the hand of Tucker, swatted away.
We've seen good passing so far from the Redbirds, but haven't seen a whole lot of good cutting action, trying to get the open shot. They're moving the ball. They just need to find those open shots.
Tucker gets it back after triggering it in. A little trouble in the post. Finishes through contact.
Kizer was ready for the putback there, but get it on the first try. Gets the Redbirds on the board quickly as they try to ignite the offense some more.
Sheldon Gayton inside, down low to Brown, and the harm.
Big response right there. Again, the Redbirds trying to ignite something out of the break on the quarter as they had the 3 to end things out. They get the quick 2, but big 3-point play opportunity. Keep that lead up for Joliet West.
Foul against Swanson. Brown can't finish the 3-point play. Kizer just joining us. 0-2 teams doing battle here. Defensive dominated early on. Drew Tucker up top to Luke DeFrance. Pulls the 3 from deep, short. McNair called for the charge.
Joliet West likes to push the pace. If you've just kind of joined us, you'll see that a lot from the Tigers. They're going to get out and run. They love those fast breaks, love those quick opportunities, maybe even kick it out for a 3, but they love to be able to score quick, and just gets the best of them right there on the foul.
That's one thing West head coach Jeremy Krieger talked to me about. He said, we want to push the pace, but there are going to be times early in the season that we probably play too fast. Generally, that's how it goes early in the season. Drew Tucker, open, Kizer, got it. His first points, his first field goal after 2 free throws.
Nice job there. He had 6 in the last game. He's already got 5, so maybe a bit of a turning point for Ethan Kizer.
Redbirds sure hope so. Skyler crewed up. The dribble drive, floater. It was a tough look, couldn't get it to go. Redbirds pushing the pace now. Tucker chases it down. 3 from the top of the arc, halfway down and out for Dunn. Shelton Gayton. Baseline J for Brown is off. Offensive board in and out of the hands. Drew Tucker, unselfish play. Kizer inside, off the window and in. Redbirds with our first lead of the day.
Joliet West is going to need to take back some of that momentum because Ethan Kizer has absolutely stolen it here in the second quarter.
High-low pass, blocked from behind. Redbirds are rolling now. Tyson Swanson, open to France. Perhaps a heat check there. Board tipped away. Hustle alongside the sideline, chased down by Devin Dunn, who slows it down.
Yeah, that's one of those cases, maybe just playing a little bit too fast. Try to get on a quick, fast break and turn it over.
Dunn, drive and kick. DeFrance does the same. Open three for Swanson. Rather Tucker, nothing but nylon.
Felt like only a matter of time before Metamora started to feel that groove, and to think that they didn't even score a single point up until the maybe 2-minute mark or so of the first quarter. Pretty impressive the Redbirds have been able to turn it around.
Jeremiah Fears has 2 points early. He's fouled before the shot.
Yeah, we'll see some more from Jeremiah Fears. We called his name a little bit early, but haven't heard a lot from Jeremiah Fears, and we know he is a very fearless player. He likes to take it to the rim a lot, obviously. He'll do some three-point shooting as well, but again, maybe need things to turn it around here for Joliet West. They've gotten a slow start to the second quarter. Redbirds taking some big momentum halfway through.
First free throw up and down for Fears. Foul was on the shot. Mistakenly said it was before the shot. Officials called the continuation. Fears has shown us that he really turns it on in the second half of games, especially in the Tigers' first game of the season. Was in single digits in the opening half and eventually finished with 18 points.
Yeah, that's big. If you're able to turn it on, you know, you don't let the long game get the best of you. That's important, especially early on in your career. He's really a special player.
There's Solomon Schwartz. Tyson Swanson back outside. Jake Nealon finished a little contact. Redbirds were looking for a block call. Danny Greaves not happy.
Solomon Schwartz, you know, we haven't seen him all this year up until now, and he's a master on the football field, trying to take those skills here to the basketball court as well. Saw him a lot the last couple of years for the Redbirds, so maybe a little bit of a different look. Keep that offense rolling as it's kind of gotten hot lately.
Jaden Martin off. Board back out for Cortez Lewis. Fears can shoot from here. Double teamed. Lost the handle. Still got it to Lewis. And a whistle. It's going the other way. An offensive foul against West.
Almost looks like Jeremiah Fears lost the handle, and he just got a technical foul, it looks like. So I believe Jeremiah Fears just got a technical foul, so.
He did. A little confusion here. Gavin, I didn't see what happened, did you?
Yeah, I did. I was watching the play. You know, Jeremiah did not particularly agree with that call. It didn't look like he was too upset to the official, maybe just kind of discussing what happened, and the official obviously took exception to something that he said and teed him up pretty quickly, so maybe setting the tone there, not looking to hear anything from the players today.
Haven't seen many technical fouls this tournament. Kizer goes 1 for 2 on the Tex. Redbirds with a 3-point lead after a slow start. Redbirds just hit 1 field goal in the opening quarter. They've bounced back nicely. Drew Tucker walks it up. Jake Nealon scanning the floor. Gets it to Tucker. Nealon around the arc to Tyler Mason. Mason got the 3.
They've done a nice job of finding open guys, that ball movement, and just a matter of time before those shots started dropping, and they're dropping now for the Redbirds.
Great find inside on the backdoor cut. The finish from Gayton.
Nice.
Rather, Jeremiah Roberts.
Good response there. It's going to be a game of, who can keep that momentum, and you don't want the Redbirds to get too far out in front. Just got to keep it close for Joliet West and maybe find your groove some point later in this game.
They've proved to be a second half team, although they are 0-2. Mason, Kizer in trouble, and he lost it. Cortez Lewis picked his pocket. Jeremiah Roberts pushes ahead, open on the perimeter. So is Skylar Crudup.
It's a game of swings and momentum, and man, it's gone back and forth to start this one. It was all Joliet West early, then Metamora for a good portion, and the last couple sequences the Tigers are responding, so good one so far in Washington.
Drew Tucker gets it to Solomon Schwartz. Open three for Mason. Couldn't make it two in a row. And Roberts is fouled by Mason.
Observation, from the Tigers, they're really challenging Ethan Kizer out on that three-point line, but Kaiser's actually used that to the benefit. He's getting it inside a lot, so maybe they see if they play a little more conservative on the perimeter on Ethan Kizer.
Masked timeout. Both sides talking it over here. Good contest to start the day. Game 1 of number 9, game 18 of 35. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Metamora located nearby. Washington, of course. Just about a 12-minute drive or so. Great rivals, Metamora and Washington. So, quick trip for Birds fans. They even brought the cheerleaders.
Yeah, nice crowd on hand, too, for Metamora. It's an earlier game, Black Friday, as I mentioned. Some people might want to be out shopping, but we've got a nice crowd on hand for the Redbirds and the Tigers, and a lot of excitement all week around the TOC, something that's definitely not changing today.
Well, CSM has one heck of a Black Friday deal for you. Free basketball all day long. No purchase necessary right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Lots of great hoops coming up for you today. Some highlights, 445, Hansel Emanuel battles Winston-Salem Christian. That'll be a good one. And then 9:15, the nightcap, Yorkville Christian and St. Rita, the game that everybody's talking about. Back underway. Jeremiah Roberts at the controls. Jeremiah Fears on the bench. A steal from Tucker. Weaves in and out of traffic to slow it down. Tucker, the mid-range J. No good. Sloppy play out of the timeout. Tyson Swanson, a slow start. Led the Redbirds in scoring in the opening 2 games of the tournament for Metamora. Kizer surveys his options, has an open Tucker, drives inside through contact off. Roberts, Jaden Martin, the drive and dish. Good skill from Cortez Lewis to keep the dribble. Nothing to show for it.
Tough shot, good defense from Ethan Kizer.
Deep 3 from Dunn, misses left. Lid on the bucket these last few minutes.
Yeah, it's been some tough shots. We've just seen a little bit of sloppy play, and not necessarily even the defense. It's just been kind of missed passes and whatnot. See, they just try to control a little bit here in the quarter.
Crudup, rhythm 3, off. Forward to Drew Tucker. No shot clock here in Illinois in case you're watching from out of state. Metamora can hold for the final shot of the quarter if they please. And that may not be the case. Ball loose. Tyson Swanson comes out with it. Kizer, great find. Drew Tucker open. McNair the board. Ahead to Crudup. Finishes with Kizer behind him.
Really nice job from Crudup. They had no interest in holding the ball for the last shot. They just wanted to get out and score or take the lead. 10 seconds left to go.
Drew Tucker up top to Swanson. 1 second. through double coverage. He got it. The Redbirds head to the half thanks to a buzzer beater from Tyson Swanson with a 1-point lead.
So far, this has the makings of a really good game, and again, we're just getting started on Clutch Sports Media. Might not expect these teams to come out and play as well as they have so far. Slow start for both teams offensively, but got to give a lot of credit to the defenses. They've been absolutely great so far to start this game, so really well played. Maybe some adjustments to make, but we're in store for a good second half.
A defense-dominated first half. Metamora starting slow, but finishing hot. Good second half coming up. We want to remind you of our great sponsors this week here in Washington before we go to Country Financial Tournament Central. Starting with the city of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Off Drink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Call your local Country Financial agent. Talk to them about the things that are important to you and how they can help you protect them. CountryFinancial.com. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC. And the KB Strong Foundation leading the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about former head coach Kevin Brown in Washington, visit the web address on your screen or visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. That noise you hear, some microphones coming up in Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler in the studio. He's going to break down the first half action for you. Colton, take it away.
Welcome into the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're here at halftime of the first game of the day between Metamora and Joliet. West Metamora with a shot at the buzzer from Tyson Swanson. They lead 21-20. It's cold outside this morning. It's a little cold in the gym based on the shooting performances we've seen from both teams. They picked it up in the second quarter, but Metamora leads 21-20. The story of the morning, Metamora is without Zach Schroeder. We were told it was due to an illness, so we hope the best there for Zach, but Metamora will be a little short-handed today in this first game between Joliet. Story coming in, looking at Ethan Kizer of Metamora. He's been quiet so far in the first two games. Tyson Swanson's really been the story of Metamora, going 25 and 21 points in his first two games. Swanson a little quiet this morning, got a shot at the buzzer there to give the Redbirds a lead. Has already posted his season high with 8 points in the first half. Kizer scored 6 points in the first game and 5 points the other night against St. John Bosco. So good first half for Ethan Kizer to get him going. He was not in the starting lineup this morning, but came off the bench and has 8 points for the Redbirds. Look for him to be a player to go to for Metamora in the second half. For Joliet West, Jeremiah Fears is the talk of this team. He's dazzled everyone through the first two games. In the first game loss to St. Louis Vashon and then to Tinley Park on Wednesday night. Jeremiah Fears is in foul trouble a little bit, picked up a foul late in the second quarter and picked up a technical right after, so that had him done for the rest of the second quarter. Look for Fears to be a point of emphasis for the Tigers going into the second half. It's a busy day for us here at Clutch Sports. I believe 9 games today, most noted by 4:45 game Hansel Emanuel of Light Academy. They had a great performance and a great show out the other night against Rayburn Gap from Georgia. We will have that game for you here at 4:45, and then the marquee matchup of the night tonight at 9:15. Jaden Shute and the Yorkville Christian team will come in here, and they will take on St. Rita from Chicago, the Illinois boys coming in there. So that'll be it for us on the nightcap at 9:15. More on the first half here. Metamora, they're struggling to find their way a little bit. The very, very cold first half shooting performance. Tyler Mason is hitting 2 threes, so he's got 6 points half. A big first half for Metamora slowly finding their way through this first half, and they're trying to guide themselves through this first part of the tournament. 2 tough first games for them here in the first half, or in the first part of this tournament, rather. And they're looking to get on the board today at their first win, but if Metamora happens to go 1-3 or 0-4 in the start of this tournament, they will still be all right. It's a little bit different of a look for them here to start this year. Normally they're in Ottawa, but they get a much better tournament here this year at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Both teams in this matchup come in 0-2. Metamora with losses to Springfield Lanphier and St. John Bosco, and then Joliet West lost to St. Louis Vashon, and they lost to Tinley Park. Tinley Park plays later today as well. Springfield Landfair is a very good team that Metamora lost to. Metamora came out very strong in the first and third quarters, but couldn't quite finish it in the second and fourth quarters. Springfield Landfair actually went on to beat St. John Bosco. Bosco looked a lot better against Metamora in the afternoon game than they did in the morning game against Springfield Landfair. Around the tournament, the talk is definitely around Hansel Emanuel, the one-arm player there from Life Academy. They had a very good support the other night. A lot of impressive players on that team. They come in from Florida, and it's really the talk of the tournament. He will play at 4:45 today, and then obviously tonight the nightcap between Yorkville Christian, Jaden Shute, the Duke commit. He will be in here, and they will play Chicago St. Rita. They'll be taking on Merez Johnson and the Illinois commit and the other Illinois recruit that they're looking at. It's going to be a busy day here for us. You'll be talking with me for most of the halftime and in-between games. Right now, Metamora leads 21-20 in our first game of the day. The Redbirds come in at 0-2 along with Joliet West at 0-2, the Tigers in this one. Very tightly contested game. It'll be close down the stretch. Look for Metamora to push the envelope a little bit with Kizer here in the second half. And look for Jeremiah Fears. He's really been the talk of this tournament for the Joliet Tigers. And once they get Fears' brothers back, they will be a force to be reckoned with up in the Joliet area, just down the road from Joliet Academy. Washington, they play as well tonight, and they got a win the other night over Kankakee. Kankakee is without their 4 best players, though, because they are playing in a state championship football game tomorrow. They're in, I believe, 6A. They have everything, their state championship tomorrow. Good state championships today. Joliet Catholic Academy plays Sacred Heart Griffin tonight, so that'll be a good game in 4A for the state championships. Still here with me here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're going to send it back up to the boys here in the studio. We'll send it back up to Larry and Gavin.
Thanks, Cole.
Nope, you're staying here with me. Not quite yet. Sending you back up. Am I good?
Well, a little bit of a false start, I suppose. Colton doing a great job breaking down the first half between Metamora and Joliet West for us. Metamora with a 1-point lead. Gavin, keys to the second half. We'll start with the Redbirds.
Well, if you're Metamora, you cannot get off to a slow start like you did in the first half. They didn't even score a single point really until the 2.5 minute mark or so. So you cannot really afford to do that again. Joliet West could make you pay. We know they're a second half team, and again, speaking of Joliet West, they need to really continue that second half trend. They need to get off to a fast start. They need to be able to finish strong as well. So both teams, some things to work on. Both great, well-coached teams, and they will certainly come out strong in the second half.
Redbirds headed to the locker room with a buzzer beater from Tyson Swanson. A pure shot. Got him a 1-point halftime lead. And Gavin, one player that we always talk about with Metamora, is Ethan Kizer. Bounced back a little bit after a slow start in the first 2 games. Had a pretty nice first half.
Yeah, 8 points for Ethan Kizer, and you got to like what he's doing. He's playing aggressive. He's playing well on both ends of the floor. couple of shots that just didn't go his way. And we got to mention, too, Zach Schroeder not here today at home sick. So the Redbirds are missing one of their better players today, but they're still playing a pretty solid game, up 1 as we head to half number 2.
Always got to battle through a little bit of adversity, whether that's early in the season, later in the season, or all season long. Today that hits the Redbirds a little bit. They mixed it up to start the game. Did not start Ethan Kizer. Joliet West trotted out their same starting lineup. One thing to watch, Jeremiah Fears, of course, the star freshman. That last name will get you some looks for sure. The brother of Jeremy Fears Jr., a 5-star recruit, no longer at Joliet West, at least for now. Jeremy Krieger getting a little animated in the huddle.
Yeah, got to fire the team up, rally the troops a little bit, and come out for a good second half. We know both these teams are really excited to be here, and you're always hungry for that first W, especially when you drop your first couple, especially in close fashion like these teams have. So it's going to be a well-fought second half. Both these teams hungry and looking for the win.
Both these teams a tight 0-2. They've played 2 pretty good games. Trying to get win number 1. Redbirds start with it. Drew Tucker across the timeline. Devin Dunn up top to Tyson Swanson. Dunn thought about the 3, feeds Kizer in the post. Kizer dishes. Tucker didn't want the 3, now he does. It's off.
Nice little fake pass there. Almost got it to go, but again, the Redbirds are going to need to nail some of those shots. They can't afford the slow start.
Fears kicks back out to Jaden Martin. Martin jump stop. Can't get the touch.
Strong rebound right there. That's key as well. Don't allow those second chance points.
Kizer dishes again. Drew Tucker. Back to Kizer. He'll take the 3 from the top of the arc. Too strong. Rebound nearly jarred out of the hands of Martin, but he recovers. Fears lobs ahead to Skylar Crudup. Lewis in the post. McNair, the tray. Got it.
Cortez Lewis has been so important on these last couple of sequences for the Tigers. Doing a great job on Ethan Kizer. He's challenging him on the 3-point line, but not allowing him to get inside, and a steal right there.
Jaden Martin, the steal and score.
The defense coming up big once again. Martin and Lewis for the Tigers have been big early on.
Slow start to the second half for the Birds. Tucker, 24 on 24. Tucker inside to the rack, a strong finish.
The hesitation has been really, really good from Drew Tucker. Had one where he faked the pass over, nearly drilled a 3. Right there, a little hesitation, and got the left-handed layup.
Justice McNair inside to Cortez Lewis. Against Kizer, the hook shot, not enough. Rebound out off of Kizer.
Neither of these teams have incredible size. I mean, we know Ethan Kizer's a big guy. Drew King, Cortez Lewis got some good size, but both these teams use their athleticism to their advantage a lot.
McNair, the 3, nothing but nylon.
And in addition to that athleticism, they can also drill some 3s. They can hit from the outside, hit deep in the mid-range. We've seen that plenty from both teams, especially recently, Joliet West.
Tyler Mason across the timeline. Shifty dribbling, finds the open Swanson down low. He's got 7. Fears, the quick response, right to the bucket, off balance. What a finish.
That's what Jeremiah Fears can do. Takes it right to the rack, gets in there, no fear. I've mentioned it before, he is fearless.
Tucker, the response. Timeout taken by Metamora.
Nice timeout there from Danny Greaves. It's, getting away from Metamora just a little bit. They've responded 6 points to start out the quarter, but Joliet West has really made their presence known. not even 4 minutes into the third quarter, Jeremiah Fears doing some good work for the Tigers.
Danny Greaves inside the Metamora huddle. There's Jeremy Krieger's Joliet West huddle. And I gotta say, Gavin, a note on Metamora head coach Danny Greaves. I always enjoy talking to him. He's a guy that's full of energy. He cracks me up a little bit. He reminds me of Ed Ogeron, head coach at LSU for football, of course. Not on the basketball court, but a guy that's always cracking jokes, always having a good time, smile on his face, win or lose. Great coach that has led Metamora to a lot of success.
Yeah, he's a veteran coach. You know, he knows how to handle adversity for his team, and you know, he wants to keep it positive, wants his, his guys to keep it in the right frame of mind. So far, he's done a pretty good job despite a slow start, and the Redbirds are still within 3.
Fears, an off-balance pass to Justice McNair as the Tigers try to grow their lead. McNair lost the handle, back out to Crudup. Martin directing traffic, clears out, goes to work. Aaron Brown inside, the finger roll, almost got it. Crudup, the offensive board. Skylar Crudup, the senior leader for this West squad, was the starting quarterback for Joliet West as well. Dishes down low to Aaron Brown, and he couldn't hang up.
The ball's been slipping around there for Joliet West a little bit. We've seen them lose some basketballs, maybe trying to use their handles a little bit, but ball a little slippery to start things out. Got to limit those turnovers where you can.
Tyler Mason fouled. That one goes on Jaden Martin, his second. Neither team in great foul trouble. And that leads us to a masked timeout. Feature in Illinois basketball last year as well as this year. Inside the Redbirds huddle there. And Gavin, they've had a lot of players step up today. We mentioned that Ethan Kizer did not start, but I've really been impressed with number 24 in black, Drew Tucker.
Oh, no, that's for sure the case. You know, the Redbirds have had several players step up throughout this tournament. Obviously, Schroeder played a really good first game. Zach Schroeder, again, not here today for the Redbirds, but Tyson Swanson had a huge first game for the Redbirds in their close loss to start things out. Obviously, Ethan Kizer turning it up today, but again, Drew Tucker has been the most impressive guy out there, currently leading the Redbirds with 9 points. And both teams really balanced scoring. Obviously, a couple maybe standing out for both teams, but the balance has been there for both sides. And again, defense, the big story of this game so far. Lots of players making big plays on the defensive side of the ball.
Joliet West out of the huddle there. Tyler Mason inbounds to Drew Tucker. Tucker sporting the headband with a little bit of flow. A few guys on Metamora like those headbands, including Kizer. He's got the most hair of anybody. Got to keep it under control. Head fake into the paint. Can't finish. Takes a hard fall.
The idea is there from Kizer, just couldn't get the fall.
Great defense. Kizer all alone. Clear for takeoff and one.
That's what we know and love from Ethan Kizer. High flyer in the paint, especially on those fast breaks. If you've seen him on social media, he can really throw down some dunks, and even with a little bit of contact there, gets the and one to go.
That's what we've been waiting for. Kizer, really his first exclamation point of the tournament. Can't finish the and one. Redbirds still trail by 1.
For a guy like Kizer, who's so used to making those big highlight plays, maybe getting a couple of those in this game gets him a little confidence.
Skylar Crudup slows it down for West. These possessions always key to maybe settle down the crowd. Step back for Martin is off. Brown, the offensive board, resets. McNair around Brown. And he dragged his pivot foot.
Tough turnover there, but I'm looking at Aaron Brown, and that's a big matchup there with Ethan Kizer. We've obviously seen Cortez Lewis take on Ethan Kizer, and I thought Cortez Lewis did a fantastic job guarding Ethan Kizer, also playing against him on the offensive side. See if Aaron Brown can keep that same confidence and give going.
Tyson Swanson feeds Kizer, double teamed, gets out of it. Redbirds find the open man. They do it again. Swanson in and out.
Drew Tucker took it inside.
Fears wide open. Off, tip in, no. Rebound tipped nearly out of the sideline. Good job by McNair to keep it in. Jumper from Brown off. It'll stay here. Dunn couldn't get a handle.
On that last possession, didn't mean to cut you off there, Larry, but Drew Tucker took it inside, maybe made a bit of an extra pass there. I thought he was going to go up on the baseline right there. Maybe a little too unselfish. Maybe we see a little more aggressiveness from Drew Tucker.
McNair will trigger it in. Here's Cortez Lewis. Jaden Martin holds. Shifty on the dribble, mid-range. He's fouled almost. Got the bonus free throw.
That looked like a pure isolation play there for Jaden Martin. They like that matchup apparently. I think Devin Dunn was guarding him. Maybe a little bit of a size advantage, but he'll get two nevertheless.
Jaden Martin up to 6 points. Fears checks out. Shelton Gayton comes in. Freshman for senior. Martin's second off. Kizer having his best game of this early season with 10 points. Drew Tucker, same can be said for him. Tyler Mason hands off to Devin Dunn, or rather Swanson. Here's Devin Dunn. Inside, loses his man from 14. Too strong. Good battle on the boards for Mason, and he was held.
What a rebound right there from Tyler Mason. Just only a sophomore, but 6 feet. Came in, nice athleticism. Again, neither team not incredibly big. The size factor doesn't come in for both teams too often, but the athleticism, the jumping ability, all really good for both teams. And Cortez Lewis is going to get a breather, it looks like, for the Tigers.
Emmanuel Darkwa checks in. First time we've called his name today. Kizer, bounce pass inside, poked away. Crewed up in transition. To the left wing, slows it down. West has played with more of a slowed pace in this third quarter. Jeremiah Roberts, the drive and the kick. Crewed up, wide open, downtown, no one around.
Crewed up has played really well today for the Tigers. He's got 8 points. Doesn't seem all that big necessarily, but he's having one of his best games to start out the young season.
Tucker, drive on the baseline. Luke DeFrance is open. Rebound goes to Darkwa.
What it's looking like is, the Tigers slowing things down here, maybe taking a page out of the Redbirds playbook. They know they can make those open shots when they get them most of the time, so maybe just looking for those open shots rather than moving too fast and turning the ball over.
Jeremiah Roberts, face guarded by Tyler Mason. Great defense by Mason. 5 seconds and a timeout taken by Jeremy Krieger.
Might as well take a timeout right there if you're trying to take some extra momentum with the 5-point lead already. Maybe take a little bit more into the fourth frame. Got 4 seconds to work with. Definitely plenty of time to get off a quality shot.
Look at Jeremy Krieger demonstrating visually in the huddle. Gotta love it. Metamora's huddle a little less animated.
If you're Metamora, 4 seconds. you just don't want to lose your man. You know, you don't want to give up something way too easy. It'd be really disappointing because you'd been playing an excellent defensive possession right before the timeout. So go out, get your man, everybody get on the same page. And if you're Metamora, want to get that big stop to stop things. If you're Joliet West, you want to add to that momentum.
Jeremiah Fears not on the floor here. Gayton triggers it in. Jeremiah Roberts with 2 was looking for Gayton, and that's the end of the third quarter. Joliet West on top of Metamora, 34-29. An intense fourth quarter of action coming up, but first a word from our sponsors. Starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also, Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and the KB Strong Foundation, visit the web address on your screen a moment ago or visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Justice McNair gets the fourth quarter underway into Jeremiah Roberts. Both these teams looking for win number 1 on the season. They're 0-2 here at the TOC. Roberts, the drive and score.
Excellent body control right there. That's a tough shot. Hand in his face. Solid defense from DeFrance, but a better shot.
Biggest lead of the second half for Joliet West. Tyson Swanson in trouble. Has Kizer back to Swanson. The tray off. Jump ball.
Maybe a point of emphasis for the Redbirds is crashing the boards, especially the offensive boards. We've seen a couple of really nice plays. Tyler Mason, Jake Nealon getting on the last one, creating extra opportunities for the Redbirds, especially important right now.
Inbounded to Tyler Mason, the sophomore. Drew Tucker had Kizer, and he was fouled. Was looking for Jake Nealon. Kizer was behind him open. That foul is going to go against Emmanuel Darkwa, his first personal. Team's 4th. Lob inside to Kizer. Lost the basketball, loose at half court, and it's tipped out of bounds.
Yeah, the end of the third quarter, Joliet West slowed the pace down offensively, but they are still swarming on defense and making life difficult for the Redbirds.
Drew Tucker, the drive. Kicks out of the zone defense. Swanson, the teardropper, off. Roberts walks it up. Physical D from Tyler Mason. Roberts gets by it, and he's fouled on the shot.
A lot of three-point shooting from the Tigers, but lately it's been getting in the paint has been the goal for them, it looks like. This time they get to go to the line for 2. Not a lot of fouls in this game. Looks like only 6 combined fouls. 2 on Metamora, 4 on Joliet. So pretty good discipline from both teams in the second half.
It's the type of game you like to see. We've had a handful of games in this tournament where it's been a foul fest. Roberts off the mark.
Since there hasn't been a lot of free throw shooting today, not a lot of fouls, we haven't really talked about the free throws too much, but a lot of missed free throws in this tournament. Not sure what the deal is with that. Maybe the backdrop or something is throwing them off, but got to make those free throws when you get the opportunity.
First game jitters, perhaps. Roberts rattles it home. He goes 1 for 2. He's got 5 points.
Right here in this next minute or so, this is a big turning point for the Redbirds because they got to keep themselves within striking distance and nearly turning it over there.
Timeout taken by Danny Greaves, 32nd timeout. Drew Tucker, you mentioned it, dribbled the ball off his foot. I think Danny Greaves can tell his team needs a bucket here. You don't want to go down by double digits entering the closing stages of the contest.
Well, they played so well in that second quarter. They came into the second half with 21 points, and they've only scored 8 since then. The Tigers have scored 17, so they're getting pretty overmatched at the moment. But once again, there's a lot of time left. I mean, 6:35 on the clock. It's just a big turning point here. Again, the next 30 seconds to a minute. You don't want to get this one too far out of reach. If you're Joliet West, you want to do the exact opposite. You want to put this one as far away as possible and try to put this game away early.
Drew Tucker across the timeline, fouled by Gayton.
Redbirds nearing the bonus, so that could be big the late stages of this game too if they can start using that aggressiveness against Joliet West. Maybe get to the free throw line, nail down some free points.
Tyler Mason loses the handle. Here comes McNair. The finger roll blocked by Kizer, but the bucket counts. Goaltending.
You can see Kizer saying no right on your screen. He is not pleased with that call. It was close. I can't say 100% for sure from our angle. It was a tough call to make, but either way, a heck of a try by Ethan Kizer.
And a steal by Crudup. Got up near the rim to put it in. Joliet West takes a commanding lead.
Yeah, going the opposite way for the Redbirds. Joliet West feeling it right now. They got to finish strong here, though. Still enough time for the Redbirds to call back.
Swanson. Mason. Inside Swanson. Finishes through contact. Second chance effort, you bet.
If you're just tuning in, we've seen way more second chance efforts from the Redbirds in this second half. Haven't gotten a lot of the second chance points to go, but that's a big bucket right there.
Justice McNair fade away. Board for Tucker. He pushes in transition. Tucker right to the rack. Not enough English.
Those are ones you certainly want to finish, and looks like Cortez Lewis, Jeremiah Fears getting ready to check back in, so definitely looks like Jeremy Krieger wants to put this one away sooner than later.
Joliet West turns it over. Shelton Gayton heads to the bench. Tyler Mason will inbound. Evan Dunn. Kizer, hesitation, drive and kick. Dunn drives. Kizer inside underneath the basket, had the pass tipped away. Fears picks it up. And nearly a turnover, bounced into the hands of Martin as it sails out of the sideline. Stays with the Tigers, trying to burgeon their lead past 10. They've led by as much as 12.
10 feels like a pretty solid lead, but we know Ethan Kaiser's a good player.
Fears and one.
10's pretty good, but 12 and potentially 13 is better. Jeremiah Fears showing off those skills in the paint once again.
Fears now with 8 points and 3 fouls. Solomon Schwartz across. Schwartz rolls around the double screen. Kizer rolls off of it, takes the deep 3. Rebound to Joliet West and a foul. Jaden Martin in transition was fouled. And that'll be a masked timeout. Under 4 minutes to play. Get that under 4 break. Joliet West tied for its biggest lead of the day. In case you're just joining us, Metamora got out to a slow start in the first quarter. Only had 1 field goal in the first quarter. Bounced back, had the halftime lead. Joliet West has commanded much of the second half, though. Led by 12 points from Justice McNair, the 6'1 sophomore, #1 in white.
Yeah, a lot of deep scoring. I think the bench played really well for Joliet West, even not necessarily even on the scoring side of things, but defensively really well. And the Redbirds have not really been able to string anything together in the second half. Only 10 points for them as they entered the break with 21. So Joliet West is doing just about everything right at the moment. Really playing well defensively. They have all game, and offense showing up in a little bit of spurts, but certainly still looking impressive. The Redbirds just need to try to get a little confidence back, and if they can't get the win here, try to take some confidence going forward, as they've had a little bit of a tough start to their season.
Redbirds need something real quick. Ball inbounded to McNair, lobbed back to Fears, and he lost it. Tucker to Dunn, lost it, kicked around. Here's McNair. Floater short out of the hand of Martin. Redbirds need a bucket. And a two-handed finish from Tucker gives them that bucket.
He's been one of their best players today. Drew Tucker, the junior, need him to step up late.
Cortez Lewis lost the handle. Crude up top to Fears. West is going to be in no hurry. Fears playing keep away. The runner through contact, cleans up his own mess. Kizer's down on the inside, and the finish and an injury timeout. Finish from Jaden Martin there, gets him to 8 points. Looks like Kizer's all right.
Looked like a lot of contact there. I'm surprised that there wasn't a call either one way or another, whether it's a block or a charge, but it seemed like too much contact to have no call. But officials said play on, and ended up in a bucket for Joliet West.
Drew Tucker. Now Mason. Devin Dunn. Now Kizer. Off the bounce to Swanson. Kizer rhythm 3, in and out. Redbirds needed that one. They trail by 12 still. Under 2.5 to play. Fears shakes his man, making Devin Dunn dance. Fears in isolation. Drive and kick, crude up. McNair. Fouled.
Tough go of it for the Redbirds in the second half. I mean, there's a lot of positives you can take away from Metamora in all 3 of these games. They'll need a late jump here if they want to try and get back into this, but Joliet West has looked really impressive on the defensive end of the floor. They like to push the pace.
Aiden Martin into the corner for Cortez Lewis, and he draws the whistle. Foul against Swanson, his second. Team 6th. Two minutes on the dot. Redbirds need one heck of a comeback if they're going to pick up their first victory of the season. Joliet West in the catbird seat, also looking for win number 1.
They're in a good position to do that right now, and you know, they've got a pretty good lead, 12 points. But free throws are important, and you know, especially for freshmen learning to close things out in late game situations is certainly a good thing. See if Jeremiah Fears can nail him here.
Gets the first. Fears with the chance to get to double figures. He can't. Kizer the board. Redbirds need to go. Swanson to Dunn. Back to Swanson. 3 ball. Got it. Timeout, Metamora.
The door is still a little bit open there for Metamora. They got their foot in the door. They just need to get in there and cut into that lead just a little bit more. Good timeout there from the Redbirds.
Ad break here. The TOC on CSM, brought to you by the City of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Raising awareness in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Kevin Brown's story, visit the web address on your screen or kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Joliet West leads by 10. Desperation time for Metamora. Trying not to fall to 0-3. West looks like they're in a good spot to move to 1-2. Crude up to inbound, into Fears. Gets out of the corner, still in some trouble. Weaves in and out of traffic. Lobs ahead to the open Martin in the finish.
Jeremiah Fears just blew around Ethan Kizer. He is incredibly athletic and gets the steal.
Picks his pocket, can't keep the handle, but he's fouled.
Man, what a steal there. Just I'm talking about how athletic he is. Comes up with another big play, and double figures now for Jeremiah Fears. It's really hard to believe he's only a freshman.
Chance to get to double figures. Don't want to jinx him now. He's got 9. And this free throw would put him in double figures for all 3 games of the tournament so far, and it does.
No broadcaster jinx here.
Personally, I don't believe in it. I just don't.
No, I don't either. Further proof it doesn't exist.
I joke about it plenty, though. Fears goes 2 for 2. Full timeout. Joliet West up by 2 touchdowns on Black Friday. What an impressive second half from Joliet West after a closely contested first half, Gavin. Defense dominated, and the Tigers' offense has really done a nice job in the second half, really taking the lid off the bucket a little bit. Jeremiah Fears, 11 points. Justice McNair with 12. Also 10 from Skylar Crudup. Already mentioned Fears. Ball boy and ball girl. Ball boys and ball girls for every game this tournament, all 35 of them. They're getting their work in.
Got a chance in the Country Financial Tournament Central to talk about that a little bit yesterday. A unique experience for some of the kids in the community. Ball boy, ball girl for each team, so they get to spend a week with some high school basketball players and enjoy the TOC in a unique way.
22 teams here in Washington for this event. Between the Shootout Series, Washington Invitational, and National Classic. This game part of the Washington Invitational. Off-ball foul against Joliet West. Metamora not in the bonus yet. Second foul against Emmanuel Darkwa. Drew Tucker scans the floor. Tyson Swanson off the catch. Rebound. Back out. Drew Tucker cashes in. Redbirds hanging around, under a minute to go now. Crewed up, the lob, and no finish from Jaden Martin. Battling for the putback. Rebound volleyballed around into the hands of Devin Dunn. Lobs across. Drew Tucker, another three, short. Kizer, the putback. And one. Rather a timeout. A lot of contact. Kizer doing a great job there, sailing in. He's got 12 points.
The ball is falling in the bucket now for Metamora, maybe a little bit too late. 39 seconds would certainly be a heck of a comeback if they can do it, but you love to fight if you're Danny Greaves. I mean, you can't knock that. You know, they've been in close games. They're shorthanded today. Obviously, Ethan Kizer's still finding himself a little bit. So, all things considered, they've played a pretty good game. Joliet West has just looked really impressive today. No doubt their best game they've played all year.
Metamora without Zach Schroeder, home sick today. Senior starter for this Redbird squad. Returner from last year. Joliet West, a great second half performance. They lead by 9. 39 seconds to go. Not impossible for Metamora to perhaps claw back, but it would be a tall order. The first game of 9 today here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Day 4. Coming up next, St. John Bosco taking on Tinley Park, California versus Illinois. Pass picked off by Kizer. Into the corner. Swanson stepped on the baseline. That's costly.
Right idea once again, just the turnovers and opportune time. And it's a nice try by Ethan Kizer on the steal there, though.
Fears draws a foul. Gavin, if Metamora was able to score on that last possession, then maybe we're talking about a different dynamic. Now Metamora resorting to fouling. Fears to the stripe. 1-and-1 bonus. First one up and down.
Metamora certainly had the opportunities today. They aren't necessarily without those chances, but Joliet West has done a nice job not allowing them to get too much.
Ball tipped away. Tyler Mason lobs it in for Tucker, and he is fouled hard. Justice McNair denied him the basket, but doles out the harm. So Tucker will go to the stripe for 2. Need these. Gets the first. Solomon Schwartz checks in. Second free throw off. Crewed up the board. Fighting with Kizer. Kizer fouled him. Devin Dunn stays in. Looks like Schwartz does not check in. Schwartz went into the scorer's table. Looked like he was going to head in. Now back to the bench. Crewed up to the stripe.
Probably a defensive matchup there for Solomon Schwartz. So the Redbirds obviously hope to go back on offense here.
Second one falls. Shooter's touch from Crewed up and a full timeout taken by Jeremy Krieger. Again, up next we'll have St. John Bosco and Tinley Park. That should be a fun matchup. St. John Bosco at 1-1, defeating Metamora after falling to Springfield Lanphier to open their tournament.
St. John Bosco is an incredibly talented team. I've been fortunate enough to talk with both their head coach and one of their best players, Christian Estrada, in the Country Financial Tournament Central in previous days here at the TOC. You know, the travel obviously having a little bit of an effect. You know, they got in at midnight before their first game, so definitely a quick turnaround for them, but dropped their first game, came back, played well in their second game. They're 1-1, and you know, they take on a tough Tinley Park team. We've seen them a couple of times here at the TOC so far, so great basketball today on Black Friday. Can't ask for much better matchups than we're seeing so far.
Yes, indeed. Full slate of games coming up for you today on CSM. All for free. No paywall here. Save your money for Black Friday shopping. Under 20 seconds to go. 10-point lead for Joliet West. Drew Tucker. Tucker still with it. Coast to coast for two. Clock still running. Into Fears. Dribbling in and out of traffic. Almost lost the handle. Gets it to McNair. And that will do it. Joliet West picks up win number 1 of 2021-22 with a 52-44 win over the Metamora Redbirds.
Good game from both teams. I mean, slow start for Metamora. Maybe if you take that out of the equation, you know, they're in it a little bit more, but a defensive battle, 52-44, doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. Metamora a little bit shorthanded today. Ethan Kizer just starting to find himself, so both teams will go on to do great things this year, and, you know, as we say that, we got another team entering their bench, and we've got another good one coming up next.
Both these squads back in action tomorrow. Joliet West led by 12 points from Justice McNair, 12 points from Jeremiah Fears, and 11 points from Skylar Cruda. As balanced as they come. 8-point victory for Joliet West as they will pack up their stuff, and they'll be back in action tomorrow right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. We'll take this pause to remind you of our great sponsors. The TOC on CSM, brought to you by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all the Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. And by Country Financial. Your neighbors, call them up. Get together and chat and talk to your Country Financial representative about the things that are important to you and how they can help you protect them. And by Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, the KB Strong Foundation, fighting to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Learn more about Kevin Brown's story on the web address on your screen or on kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We're going to toss it down to the studio. Gavin Russell and Colton Kaler are standing by. Good hustle from Gavin to get down there. Colton, take it away.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler here along with Gavin Russell. Gavin just had the color of the first game of the day between Joliet West and Metamora, a 52-44 final. Joliet West is the winner. Gavin, a back-and-forth game, but a complete performance from Joliet West gets the job done in Game 1.
That's so true, Colton. You know, Joliet West, both those teams coming in 0-2, so they're hungry for the W. Unfortunately, you know, some adversity comes at the wrong time for Metamora. Ethan Kizer, slow start to the tournament, so maybe he doesn't have all of his confidence there. Zach Schroeder out for this game, at home 6, so kind of a blow to Metamora, but Metamora will be just fine. And as for Joliet West, though, they played a really physical, tough defensive game. They like to move the pace a lot, and I think they caught Metamora off guard. They were nailing a lot of their shots, too, so they took the open looks when they got them, came out with a really solid, hard-fought W, and they'll both take the floor again tomorrow.
Complete performance from Joliet West on the Tigers side. I said it was a quiet first half from Fears. And I said at halftime, look for him to turn it on, and he did. They had 4 players in double figures by the end of this game. McNair had a complete performance, in my opinion. He was by far a standout player today for them.
That's so true. McNair, Jeremiah Fears, they're 2 of their biggest players. I thought Crude Up played really well. He didn't necessarily have overall one of the best performances, but he had 2 or 3 open looks from three-point range and certainly nailed them. From there, those added a big boost to their team. Player that, maybe not getting a whole lot of attention for the scoring side of things, but Cortez Lewis played a really tough game on defense. He had the nearly impossible task of guarding Ethan Kizer, and he did an excellent job today. I mean, he wasn't allowing Ethan to get those open looks from 3, wasn't allowing him to get those looks inside, so really kind of bottled up Ethan Kizer when he was on the floor, and Cortez Lewis a big part going forward for a pretty young Joliet West team.
I thought the defense side for Joliet West was phenomenal. I mean, they didn't allow a lot of open looks, and I think when Metamora did get open looks, they just weren't able to connect. And I think that's a big story of the game is just Metamora shot the ball pretty poorly. But a lot of it was due to the defensive, the great defense there from Joliet West.
Well, I look at the ball movement. The ball movement was really good for Metamora. I mean, they weren't exactly pushing the pace because they're not that type of team. Danny Greaves likes to play a controlled game. They like to get their sets on offense, get out and do their thing. I'm sure you know that very well. You've seen them for many seasons. So they like to do their thing. They move the ball really well. Unselfish basketball. I liked Ethan Kizer, how he's not been the best scoring the basketball himself, but he was distributing really, really well. They got the open looks, just couldn't nail them down today. I mean, just a case of cold shooting. Joliet West was getting open looks. They were just nailing their shots, and that's just really the turning point. Metamora will be fine, though. They'll be able to turn it around. Good early competition for them, and we'll see them come back out tomorrow along with Joliet West.
Great early competition for Metamora, and you're 100% right. Metamora did a really great job of getting into their sets and working through their offense today. It just came down to execution of shots, and unfortunately, Redbirds just missed one too many shots in order to try and pull out a victory here today. You made a great point before we kind of came on air that Zach Schroeder, this would have been a much different game, I think, if Metamora had Zach Schroeder. He's another dynamic piece that this offense is missing, and it's another key piece that the defense has to kind of zone in on. Rippers are going to be okay. They fall to 0-3 on the year. They've got one more crack at it tomorrow to get in the scoring column, but they open things back up on the conference side next Friday at Canton. But again, Metamora is going to be okay. Tough competition. And it's a long season. It's too early.
Absolutely. One of the guys that I look at, though, is you mentioned Schroeder. Schroeder's a guy that can facilitate the ball really well. He can score the ball, but facilitating-wise, the Redbirds pass the ball really well, and I think that shouldn't take away from anything. But Schroeder has the ability. He's a point guard. He can find those guys cutting to the hoop. He can find Ethan Kizer getting inside, for a dunk, for an alley-oop. They were, I think, missing that today, but it did open up the opportunity for Solomon Shores to come to the game. I know we talked about that a little bit, and Solomon obviously didn't necessarily wow on the court, but he's a tough defensive player. He kept the ball moving around. He was moving around the floor, so maybe you get some other guys introduced with Schroeder's absence. And again, you're right. They're going to be just fine. Joliet West, though, I think they've got a lot of confidence, and they might be more than just fine. They might be really good this season.
They have the potential to be really good, and when they get Fear's brother back as well, they will be really dangerous, in my opinion. That's our first of 9 games today in the books. Joliet West, the winner, 52-44 over the Metamora Redbirds. Metamora falls to 0-3 on the season. Joliet West moves to 1-2. Our next game, second game of the day, marquee matchup here, St. John Bosco in at 1-2 against Tinley Park, 2-0. Christian Estrada is going to be the face of this game.
That's so true. We look at Christian Estrada. He was on with the show with us. I believe it was 2 days ago on Wednesday. He was one of the many guests that we've had come through here. And, he just is a really reserved player. He doesn't play with a whole lot of aggressiveness, but great body control, really skilled player. He's not going to be necessarily the flashiest guy on the court, but he does his thing really well. And his thing is just to get out there, make his shots. He's kind of all over the floor. He's going to be a tough one to guard, standing at 6'9". When you got a guy that tall, that's something that's really hard to guard. So Christian Estrada definitely going to be the face for St. John Bosco. They're 1-1, got some momentum coming into this game. Tinley Park's played really tough too, so really good one. I mean, all the games have been good, but this is yet another really special matchup we got.
Tinley Park, a big name in the Chicago area. St. John Bosco, just a big name nationally, not only for their football team, but for their basketball program as well. But Christian Estrada, I mean, you mentioned his size inside, but he's also able to dial it back a little bit outside. He's a perennial three-point shooter as well. He's got a little bit of everything in his game, doesn't he?
Well, absolutely. He comes in as a multi-dimensional scorer. I mean, guys that are multi-dimensional scorers are impossible to guard because they can do everything. I mean, some guys, their expertise is three-point range. Some guys, their expertise is getting in the paint. When you've got that height, obviously you're going to be scoring inside. You're 6'9". You're going to be around the rim a lot. You're going to be cleaning up the boards. But the fact that you can also step out and nail down a 3-2 is really lethal, and that's why Estrada is so good. He's didn't really mention anything necessarily on the college front, but he'll definitely be a college basketball player. Whoever he ends up with is going to be really special, and right now he's really special for St. John Bosco. I
tell you what, Christian Estrada, I was talking about this earlier, Christian Estrada would be a very good football player, but unfortunately St. John Bosco is so good that they probably wouldn't look for Christian Estrada.
Yeah, I mean, Christian Estrada, though, excellent on basketball court. And speaking of those two teams, I got to get back up for the color commentary, let you finish things up here. But, yeah, great games coming up. Stay with us here on Clutch Sports Media. Me and Larry Larson back on the call. So got another good one coming up right now.
Gavin, I appreciate it. We'll stay here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Again, our next game coming up is St. John Bosco versus Tinley Park. We'll have you coverage here all day. I'll be with you in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Again, Christian Estrada and the Braves of Bosco from California. They lost their first game on Wednesday. They had a little bit of travel issues coming in. They left at 9 a.m. their time, and they were in here at midnight, and they had to play an early game that next morning. But again, our next game, St. John Bosco, Tinley Park. We'll send it back up to the studio with Larry Larson and Gavin.
Thanks, Colton. Back here inside Torrey Gymnasium in the broadcast booth. Gotta say, that's the studio. This is the broadcast booth. Gavin doing double duty, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. We do it all here at Clutch Sports Media, and everybody pitches in their own way and doing a great job, our entire staff. Colton Kaler doing a really nice job there in the studio, so everybody's got to pitch in a little bit, but we're having a lot of fun here at Clutch Sports Media, Day 4.
St. John Bosco and Tinley Park getting all warmed up, set for game number 2 of 9 today on Black Friday. Thanks for spending it with us on CSM. St. John Bosco and Tinley Park both 1-1. Bosco losing to Springfield Lanphier, defeating Metamora. Tinley Park defeating Joliet West, and then losing yesterday to Vashon. So Gavin, I know you've taken in a little bit of both those games, or some of those games for both sides. What are your takeaways?
St. John Bosco is a really impressive team to me. I mean, they have some good size. And looking down their roster, a lot of guys over 6 feet. We came off a game where size wasn't a huge factor with Metamora and Joliet West. I think size is going to play a much bigger factor into this game. Yeah, I think St. John Bosco has that advantage, but Tinley Park is one of those teams that has a lot of dynamic players. They can score from the outside, and I think that's one of the big things. If they can score from the outside today, Tinley Park should be in good shape for Coach DJ Brown.
DJ Brown, the head coach for Tinley Park. Matt Dunn, the head coach for St. John Bosco. We had a chance to chat with both coaches last week. Both guys are high on their squad. St. John Bosco coming off a regional title in June. California extending their basketball season last spring all the way into the summer because of COVID-19, so things were a little different there last season. Bosco's lineup about to be introduced. And Gavin, one thing, we'd like to say good morning to those watching on the East Coast, bright and early Out there in California, it's 8:30.
Well, from the East Coast, it's
Or on the
early,
West
it's early.
Coast, rather.
Yes, the West Coast also very early too. So we hope we've got viewers and listeners from coast to coast as well as here in the Midwest. But yeah, no, an early game. I mean, St. John Bosco coming off the, bit of a jet lag. Coach Matt Dunn was telling me in our interview in the studio a couple of days ago. But you see Christian Estrada right there. He is their featured player, and he's a big force that makes this team run.
Starting five for the Braves, DJ Henry, a 6'2 senior. Elsie Harrington, a 6'4 freshman. We'll talk about him in a little bit. A dynamic freshman duo with Cade Bonham, number 5, as well as Brandon Blair and the aforementioned Christian Estrada. Starting five for Tinley Park, Keon Richardson, Malachi Haythorne, Nick Harrell, Marion Johnson, and Tony Webb. Gavin, I was talking about it with Joey Wright off the air earlier today or last night. Everything starts to blend together day 4 of the tournament. Tony Webb has been one of the most entertaining players to watch so far.
He really has. I mean, he's a 6'7" senior, coming off 14 points in his last game. Size, again, is going to be a factor, and he's one of their bigger guys on this team. Him and Marion Johnson are the 2 tallest guys for the Titans, so we'll see if they can come up big here. Not sure who he'll be guarding necessarily. Looks probably Christian Estrada, but yeah, Tony Webb has been excellent so far for the Titans. He'll be a big piece of this team if they can come out with a victory.
Tony Webb will go up for the tip against Christian Estrada. We're underway. And game 2 of Friday at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Keon Richardson across the timeline with it. Tinley Park, located south of Chicago. St. John Bosco, out of Los Angeles, California. Marion Johnson up top to Tony Webb. Big fella can shoot it around the perimeter. That's one thing that head coach DJ Brown told me. He said, don't be surprised if he pulls the 3. And he does. Halfway down and out. DJ Henry in transition. Kicks it to Elsie Harrington. Has it poked away by Tony Webb.
Tony Webb is a big physical player, but he can just do it all. I mean, you saw him shoot the 3 right there. You probably come in and look at the guy and say, first impression, not a three-point shooter, maybe a guy that just lives in the paint. He'll do everything, though, in this game.
Harrington's teardropper is off. Rebound into the hands of Marion Johnson. Richardson sets up the offense. Nick Harrell had a big game last night, 16 points. In Tinley Park's loss to Vashon. Thought about the 3 there. Goes inside to Webb. Spin cycle, in trouble, and a jump ball. Great defense by Bosco.
The game plan is certainly to swarm Tony Webb in this game. And again, they have some tall guys. Christian Estrada, 6'9", but the more guys you got in there getting hands on the ball, you're going to get those steals. You're going to get jump balls like that. And not allow guys like Tony Webb to get going, especially early on.
Scoreless early. Last game was defense-oriented. We'll see if this one is. Elsie Harrington kicks out. Cade Bonham. Back to Harrington. 2 freshmen up top. Christian Estrada to DJ Henry. Henry, Estrada from 15. Too much. Haythorne, the dribble drive. In and out of traffic. Lost the handle. Here comes DJ Henry over to Harrington for 2.
Defensive battle early on here. We saw a defensive battle in our last game. Breaking the seal, though, is St. John Bosco. A nice fast break for the score.
Last possession for St. John Bosco, I was frankly surprised they took so long. One interesting factor in this game, Bosco out of California, where there is a shot clock, and head coach Matt Dunn told me last week he's in his 21st season as a high school head coach, and he's never coached a game without a shot clock until this tournament. Malachi Haythorne buries the 3. Titans in front.
That's something that's certainly been discussed here in Illinois about the shot clock, potentially introducing it later on.
Harrington off, rebound to Tony Webb. Haythorne ahead, a try from Harrell. Rebound tipped around, still loose into the hands of Estrada, and he's fouled. Gavin, you mentioned the shot clock. Matt Dunn is a big proponent of the shot clock, as you might imagine. Once you get used to it, it's hard to go back, so to speak. But he said just for player development, in terms of quality of play, it just improves a lot. Both me and you, we're used to watching shot clockless basketball, but there's a big difference.
Absolutely there is. Christian Estrada can't get that one to go, but no doubt there is a big difference with that. And, you know, you can see that if you watch college or NBA, shot clock has a big factor.
An impressive finish from DJ Henry through contact. Malachi Haythorne.
Shots haven't been falling so far for St. John Bosco on the outside, but inside it's been working so far.
Off the hand of Marion Johnson, so it's going back the other way. Matt Dunn, an experienced head coach at the helm of a St. John Bosco program, very successful in the Trinity League out of Southern California. Estrada, another try from downtown, got it that time.
It was only a matter of time before they got it going. Christian Estrada, 13 points in their last game. Multi-dimensional scorer. Me and Colton Kaler just talked about that. Christian Estrada, a really special force for this team.
Tony Webb directing traffic, hounded a little bit from the rear by Harrington, and it's tipped away by DJ Henry, the steal and score. Timeout taken by DJ Brown in Tinley Park.
Good timeout from DJ Brown. His Tinley Park Titans look a little unsure of themselves to start things out. Obviously, Tony Webb, we've seen throughout this tournament, just doesn't look quite right. You know, he's not really getting into his action, getting into his flow, so want to settle things down. St. John Bosco, a very good team, and you know, when they get going, they can be dangerous. They can get on a big roll, start nailing down the threes, getting those fast breaks. It's all working so far for the Braves.
Bosco out to a 6-point lead early. 4:19 to play in the opening quarter of action. Both these squads 1-1 in Washington Invitational play presented by the City of Washington. Miles Haythorne inbounds, and Malachi Haythorne walks it up. The brother duo there. Nick Harrell weaves in and out of traffic. Marion Johnson, Malachi Haythorne now. Pulls up for three, too strong. Rebound volleyballed into the hands of LZ Harrington. Harrington turns on the Jets, finds the open Henry in the corner. Great ball movement, and Cade Bonham knocks it down.
Yeah, if you're Tinley Park, can't allow them to get those open shots, because when they start falling, they're going.
Deep three from Haythorne doesn't fall. Bonham, now Henry into the corner. Three ball from Blair, comes up short. Long board to Haythorne, Miles Haythorne. Left wing Nick Harrell got the three. Tinley Park needed that one.
Great response right there. A three really gets them back into this, gets them feeling good, and they've had some open looks. Malachi Haythorne, a couple of shots, nothing yet.
Estrada from deep, he's 1 for 3 now. From deep, make it 2 for 4.
You know, he's not going to make all of those, and, you know, that's natural. You're probably not going to make every single shot that you take, but he's going to make a large percentage of those, and 50% early on has been a big difference for the Braves.
Malachi Haythorne dancing on the dribble. Doesn't get the finish. Rebound for Estrada. LZ Harrington to the inside. Dish down low to Bonham. Waved off. It's a charge.
Talking about Tinley Park a little bit, the Haythorne brothers, particularly Malachi, you know, they're looking to get the three ball going. Malachi coming off a game with 21 points over Joliet West, and we just saw how defensively tough Joliet West can be, so no doubt an impressive game there from Tinley Park's Malachi Haythorne. See if he picks it up here as we head near the end of the first quarter.
Johnson. Keon Richardson here. Richardson over to Haythorne. Keon Richardson comes up short. Rebound will go back to Bosco. Ian Cook, 6'6" senior, checked in now. Getting some action early off the bench. And Coach Matt Dunn told me he's a key bench piece. Tony Webb soars for the block. Haythorne in transition, up, under, and in.
I was just talking about the three-point ball from Malachi Haythorne, but he can do that too. He is a shifty point guard who can score just about everywhere on the floor, including right there in the paint.
Scored 21 points against Joliet West. Johnson fouls Estrada. Had him held up. Estrada had position. He's probably getting ready for a slam.
Maybe a smart foul there. Obviously, you don't want to give up any points, or a slam too, you know. Give them a little extra confidence.
Open three for Williams. Stays here.
Tinley Park is awfully fortunate that St. John Bosco has not nailed down a few more of these shots, because they've gotten some wide open looks. Tinley Park definitely is going to need to find their man and guard up a little bit more.
Brandon Blair to Williams. Now Estrada. And he's fouled again. Estrada has given Tinley Park some fits early on.
We expected it fully. I mean, he had 13 points in his last game, which, you know, by all means is kind of slow for him. So far, you know, he's up to, I believe it's 6 points so far. So he can do a lot in just a little time.
Dele Williams cashes in from the corner. And the lead is up to 9 for St. John Bosco in the final minute of the first quarter. Richardson trying to get some room on Harrington. In trouble. Harlan Evans up top to Haythorne. Deep three from Richardson, blocked. He traveled.
The defense has just been unmatched so far to start this one out for the Braves. And we haven't called Tony Webb's name a whole lot lately. Ian Cook doing a great job for St. John Bosco.
Elsie Harrington, the dribble drive. Ian Cook, deep ball. Rebound nearly corralled by Estrada, knocked out of his hand. Harrington will inbound. Estrada. DJ Henry now. And Braves can hold for the final shot. Looks like they want to. Under 10. Harrington. Estrada. Rhythm three. Nothing but nylon.
3 for 5 now for Christian Estrada, and he's up to 9 points. He's feeling it apparently here on Black Friday, taking it to the bank.
Big lead for Bosco after 1 quarter of action. We'll take this pause to remind you of our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off-Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure at offdrinkautogroup.com. And by Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you. All it takes is one phone call, and Country Financial will be there to help protect what matters most in financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC. Also the KB Strong Foundation, the cause behind the tournament, here all week long. leading the fight against glioblastoma, aggressive form of brain cancer. Hence the name Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Tinley Park possession out of the quarter break. Miscommunication results in a turnover. Not the start you need.
Certainly not. I mean, you're down 12 to start things out. St. John Bosco stealing it. Christian Estrada, everything going right. Tinley Park needed a better start than that.
Harrington, head fake from Cook. Hands off to Williams. Now Estrada. Left wing DJ Henry. Dribble drive, slings it to Cook. Teardropper short. Henry weaving around. Long possession for Bosco. Nearly tipped away from Harrington. Slows it down. Cook. Estrada in the post, gets it to go. His first points inside the arc.
Double figures for Christian Estrada, and we're 9 minutes into this game.
He's got half of Bosco's points. Timeout taken by Keon Richardson, and St. John Bosco's bench is fired up.
Keon Richardson, one of the senior leaders here for Tinley Park, and obviously a little bit frustrated for good reason, but being a senior leader, a guy that will talk things over in the huddle with Coach DJ Brown, and again, they're not totally out of this. There's plenty of time left to go in this game. They've got a long way to go, and certainly they've got time to turn this one around.
Plenty of basketball left, but what a hot start for St. John Bosco. It seems like, Gavin, they're playing to their full potential. Maybe we didn't see that in their first 2 games.
The jet lag definitely probably had an effect. Again, me and Matt Dunn, head coach for Bosco, talked about, maybe that having an effect a little bit, but they don't like to make excuses. He said they're really a family. They're a bunch of guys that once they get going, once they're all on the same page, they can really turn it on, be a special group, and I think we're starting to see that fully right now.
A special group that's missing a big piece. Ray King, 5'9" junior, a 2-year starter, is out with a broken leg this tournament. That's a big piece that has not been able to play, but the Braves still managing pretty well. Halsey Harrington, a big part of that. Part of a great freshman duo with Cade Bonham. Harrington regarded as perhaps the best freshman in the state of California. Estrada in the post, fighting for room. What a find outside. Williams off the assist from Estrada.
17-point lead now for the Braves. The shots are falling. They're getting the open looks and really starting to put this one out of range, but Tinley Park needs to make a quick response. St. John Bosco just really dominating this one early on.
The drive-in kick, 3 from Harrell. No shooter's touch. Harrington. Bounce pass to DJ Henry. Cook looking for Estrada, instead finds Harrington. Pull up mid-range, he's fouled.
Once again, Tony Webb, we have not really talked about him a whole lot today, and I think Ian Cook has done a fantastic job guarding him. They're roughly the same size, and I think the big thing that makes a difference for Tony Webb is, he's really strong. He's a bigger guy, not just the height, but also just the overall size to get in there, kind of bully his way in. Ian Cook has been able to match that really well. He's going to check out, so maybe a chance for Tony Webb to exploit a matchup now on a different player.
Free throw comes up short. Haythorne trying to push in transition a little bit. Now dances back outside. Tinley Park still trying to crack double figures. Harrell fighting inside, tied up. He'll shoot 2.
Tough drive from Nick Harrell, and we see some of these senior leaders for Tinley Park trying to push the pace a little bit, trying to take over and get their team back in this game, and Harrell doing it right there, getting the free throw line, nailing down the first one.
Harrell is a guy that can fill up the bucket. Scored 16 points last game. And here, he nearly got Tinley Park to double figures. Goes 1 for 2. LZ Harrington, pull-up jumper from Cade Bonham. Short. Rebound tipped around. Here comes Harrell. Haythorne. Open jumper. A little bit of an awkward release. Estrada nearly went flying into the bench for the board.
The two seniors, it's going to be Malachi Haythorne, and it's going to be, so it's 5. Can't get my numbers straight here, but Nick Harrell combining for all 9 so far for the Titans. Still going to got some other people involved.
Haythorne on the drive there. It'll stay here. Good defense by LZ Harrington.
The ball seems like it hasn't been moving around a ton for Tinley Park. Really only touching a couple of guys' hands per possession. Maybe something they need to switch up a little bit and maybe find a couple of open looks here.
Haythorne. Slowing it down. Richardson bounces inside, lost the basketball. And it's out off of St. John Bosco. Long possession here, Gavin, for Tinley Park. You gotta figure they gotta capitalize eventually. Too much momentum for the Braves. And they turn it over.
They're not gonna capitalize on this possession. It just looked like they were trying to just take it inside and draw a foul about 3 different times, and just straight up defense, not doing anything too special for St. John Bosco.
LZ Harrington's pull-up short. Tony Webb soars for the board. He's been quiet early on with 2 fouls. And he lost the handle, Haythorne did. Here comes Harrington in transition. Shifty moves, can't finish. Put back is there for Williams.
A lot of frustration coming from Tinley Park right now. Just trying to do too much, I think. Just not everybody's on the same page, and can get off that way. Can't really claw back into this lead.
Here you see 2 different paces of play. 3 ball from Johnson comes up short. Gavin, it's really apparent. Bosco plays with the shot clock normally. They've pushed the pace, had a little bit more sense of urgency on offense. As a result, they've been able to grow their lead faster and faster. Tinley Park, more patient on their offensive possessions. Usually not a bad thing, but they haven't been able to make their shots early, hence they're down by double figures. Webb, high arcing floater off.
Took 2 guys down right there. It looked like they were trying to draw a foul. No call right there. And Christian Estrada and Tony Webb tangled up at the other end, but
Estrada kind of laughing about it. Looks like Webb was keeping his legs over Estrada's to keep him down a little bit. Not entirely sure if that was intentional or not. Hard to say. Foul on the other end. That's the 6th team foul against Tinley Park here in the first half. Henry triggers it in. Jumper from Bonham is pure.
I think a big thing is we talk about the shot clock factor for St. John Bosco. So 3 right
Deep
there.
3 from Richardson is off.
But as we talk about the shot clock factor, they're not afraid to take those open shots right away. And they're nailing them too. So going really well for St. John Bosco and fighting around the rim.
3rd attempt, no good. DJ Henry into the corner, Estrada. Bonham on the inside, what a find. Williams, the finish. Dial Williams, 10 points.
You've got 2 guys in double figures with just under 3 minutes to go in the half. That means you're having a good game, and you've held your opponent to under double digits to start things out.
LZ Harrington checks back in. Brandon Blair to the bench. Cade Bonham as well. Ian Cook back in. Keon Richardson to Johnson. Webb. Lobs to the corner for Harrell. And he has it knocked away. And a foul called against Harrell. Frustration mounting for Tinley Park, still not to 10 points.
The faithful from St. John Bosco making the trip all the way from California, loving it. They're loving the hot start for the Braves, and Tinley Park a little bit quiet right now, but just try to make that momentum swing. Me and Cody Roskins, who you've heard on the call yesterday and again today, at some point, big momentum, and the momentum right now is in favor big time for St. John Bosco. Ian Cook makes the first free throw. He'll get a second opportunity here.
Cook cashes in. His first 2 points. Titans looking for something, anything before the half. Malachi Haythorne over the wing to Richardson. Scoop shot, no way, says Elsie Harrington. Estrada alongside the baseline, the dish to Henry. Good ball movement. Open three for Williams. He's the hot hand in the first half for Bosco with 13 points.
All I can say is wow, they are just absolutely firing right now. All the shots are falling for St. John Bosco.
Haythorne, the runner, off balance, no good. A battle for the board. Williams comes out with it. DJ Henry to Cook. Swim move and the finish.
There's a lot of players we can talk about in this first half. Ian Cook may not necessarily be the one that we talk about the most, but he's been a big factor in this big lead right now.
Bosco as a team just so good on the defensive end, Gavin. That's something that we haven't talked about much in this half. There's something to be said for the fact that Tinley Park hasn't scored 10 points yet. Goodness gracious.
So true. I mean, what I look at with Tinley Park, if you just stop and kind of watch their game, there's not a lot of movement. I mean, they're kind of just playing through one guy, trying to get a shot like that right there, and it's no good, but they're really guarding them really well straight up, and that's a big compliment to their game plan.
Haythorne too strong. Harrington jets ahead in transition. From the corner, cashes in.
That gives them a 31-point lead with just about 30 seconds left to go. St. John Bosco just firing on all cylinders. I mean, there's a whole lot to break down with it, but all you can say is dominance.
Haythorne, the pull up. Board goes to Ian Cook. Looks like St. John Bosco is going to hold Tinley Park to single digits through 2 quarters. Remarkable. Harrington, DJ Henry with 6. The lob to Harrington. What a way to finish the first half. Bosco 42, Tinley Park 9. A football score.
Wow. Incredible job by St. John Bosco, and you see them taking off to the locker room there. All smiles from the Braves, and boy, did they play a heck of a first half. Really well executed. Both sides of the floor. I mean, you know, there's adjustments you can always make, always be a little bit better than you were, but man, they played nearly perfect in that first half.
Nearly perfect, almost 50 points, one of the highest outputs in one half that we've seen. We'll take this time out to thank our great sponsors here this week at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington, proud sponsor of the Washington Invitational. City of Washington welcomes you to the KBM Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? That's a lot of used cars. You pay more and you pay fast. The Off Drink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Oftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial, proud supporters of their community. Give Country Financial a call and talk about what's most important to you and how Country Financial can help protect it. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation, of course. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Getting set to send it down to Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler standing by. Colton, take it away.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler here at halftime of this second game here between St. John Bosco and Tinley Park. It is all St. John Bosco in the first half, but I'm pleased to be joined by Coach McNair of Joliet West. The big win this morning over Metamora in the first game. Coach, we'll start there. Big win over Metamora, a local talent team. What were your thoughts on the Redbirds there in the first game?
Very talented team. They moved the ball well. Obviously, we went into the game knowing of Ethan's athleticism and how he could positively affect the game for them, and then also how well they moved the ball side to side to space for each other to get open threes. So we were very impressed.
Now, you guys had a very complete performance. You had 4 players in double figures. Speak to me a little bit on your guys' performance here this morning.
We were proud of the guys. Given how early we had to wake up and travel here, we just wanted to focus on things we always talk about, which is attention to detail, to the little things, and then from there allow our defensive intensity to wear the other team out. And then, as you alluded to, we're very big on balanced scoring. So we want to share the ball and make sure multiple people can affect the game from the offensive side of the floor.
Offensively, you had 4 players in double figures, but what stood out to me was your defense. You did a great job of shutting down Metamora, not allowing a lot of open looks. And when they did, Metamora didn't connect, but I think a lot of that was due to your defense.
Thank you. Yes, that's what we try to focus on, is not allow a team to reverse the ball side, top side. Try to shut off at least 2 sides of the floor, so you think about the floor in thirds. So we don't want them to play in the middle or the right or the middle and the left. So once we were able to shut down one side of the floor and pick up our defensive intensity from a full court standpoint, that changed the complexion of the game.
Now, Joshua Fear is a freshman. He is just razzled and dazzled, really, this tournament here. Tell me a little bit about him and what fans at home may not know about him.
So just politely, just to correct you, so it's Jeremiah
Fears.
Oh,
Jeremiah, excuse me.
So
My apologies.
No problem at all. Yeah, he's a fantastic freshman. His poise, his control, the pace at which he plays at such a young age, being 14 and a half years old, being a starting point guard for the type of team we want to be, it speaks volumes. I mean, he's signed autographs, he's taken pictures, but I think his play and the way he carries himself is what speaks volumes.
Now, it's your first time here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. How special is this for you guys to be here?
Very special. We always want to start our season with a challenging tournament against multifaceted teams that kind of represent what we would see when it comes sectional championship time, super sectional, and state. So for us to travel down south is just an awesome opportunity. So we always want to extend gratitude to the organizers of the tournament and how welcoming they've been, the hospitality they've extended, the crowd. It's all been very good. And then also just the things we've heard about you guys. So we want to extend just an awesome job by you, the way you guys carry yourselves, the production that you put into it, and the streaming service has been amazing for the parents that couldn't make it. So we want to thank you as well.
We appreciate that. Coach, we'll let you go. You got to get back. But first off, great win today, and good luck tomorrow in your final game here.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We'll stay right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Right now, it is all St. John Bosco. They have lit it up from 3-point. Just a complete performance. Christian Estrada really getting it done. He's got 11 points at the halftime break for the Braves. Multiple games coming up this afternoon. Hansel Emmanuel of Life Academy, they play at 4:45. Jaden Shute of Yorkville Christian. It's going to be a great day here at Clutch Sports, and we'll get ready here for the second half. So we'll get ready for the second half here on Clutch Sports Media, a full day of coverage from us. And we're getting ready, I believe, for the second half. still got 2 minutes here before we let you go. As mentioned, the Duke commit Jaden Shute and the Yorkville Christian team, they will be in here the late cap tonight against Chicago St. Rita. The 2 Illinois kids, 1 commit of Merez Johnson. He has been, there's been a lot of Illinois fans here this week. He's been the focus of that Chicago St. Rita team. A lot of great Chicago teams here, one playing right now, Tinley Park. A very quiet first half from them. And it was a quiet first half in this, quiet first quarter in this game between Tinley Park and St. John Bosco, but Bosco really got out there in the second quarter and lit it up offensively. But as I mentioned, a lot of very talented teams. Tinley Park, they are very big inside. They're not quite able to get it to going this morning against St. John Bosco. Too many teams to keep track of here, but halftime, St. John Bosco is up big on Tinley Park. As mentioned, we will have Hansel Emmanuel, the one-arm star. I might still be signing autographs from Wednesday night. Had a lot of young kids before the game hoping to get an autograph. A lot of fans after the game hoping to get an autograph. And I believe that team was out there for at least a good hour or so after the game signing autographs. And it just speaks to the volumes of the sensation around that team of Life Academy coming in from Florida. And it speaks to what this tournament is able to bring. And this tournament's very special. It's been around for many of years, and it has grown immensely, not only in quality of the product that it brings, but the amount of teams that it brings. And it's a very special tournament, obviously, in memory of Coach Kevin Brown, the legendary coach here at Washington High School. And we're able to, I believe, send it back up to the studio. Larry Larson and Gavin will have the second half for you, and we'll be back here after the conclusion of this game.
Thanks, Colton. Colton chatting it up with Jeremy Krieger, head coach for Joliet West, as well as breaking down the first half. And Gavin, I'm all crossed up too. Let me tell you, not much to break down from that first half. St. John Bosco, just a dominant performance.
Well, if you want to see how dominant they were, just go back and rewatch that first half. Just everybody was scoring. I mean, I don't think they missed a whole lot of shots. Christian Estrada was making just about every shot that he took. They were getting the offensive boards. They were getting open shots. Really just completely shutting Tinley Park down, as they only have 9 points after 2 quarters. So sheer dominance from the Braves, and I think they're getting over that jet lag a little bit from coming from California. They're looking like they're firing on all cylinders to start things out.
Gavin, what makes this performance so impressive to me is we have seen Tinley Park play very well this tournament. We know they're far from a bad team, but I think this score speaks more to Bosco than it does to Tinley Park.
Well, you know, St. John Bosco is probably playing their best game they have so far in this tournament. I mean, that's certainly a no-doubter right there. But Tinley Park is also not playing their best either. So I think it's just coming at a bad time. You know, they didn't have their best half. They just got jumped all over by the Braves. And, you know, again, bad timing for them, but definitely a good learning experience for Tinley Park. They have senior leaders, but they are a young team. And they've got a lot of young guys that played minutes in the first half. So see if they can learn, even if they can't really claw too much into this, see if they can just get some stuff to take away, some positives, maybe see a little growth in the second half from the Titans.
Christian Estrada inbounds the basketball, and we're underway half number 2. Estrada, no-look pass, a find to Blair. A little too strong on the 3. Here come the Titans. And Nick Harrell will head to the stripe.
Looking at St. John Bosco, I mean, they're managing to get an open shot just about every time down the floor. I mean, I'm not sure what the breakdown is on defense. Maybe they're getting overly aggressive, maybe with a double team or something, but Tinley Park's going to need to clean that up if they, want to try to hold them to a much lower score in the second half.
14 seconds into the second half. The Titans are in double figures. Harrell now up to 6 points. Touches every point on the rim there pretty much. Goes 2 for 2.
2 players combining for all 11 points, so Tony Webb not getting in on the action so far. Certainly unusual for them. See if they can pick it up here in half number 2.
Brandon Blair. Now Harrington over to Estrada. Into the corner for LZ Harrington. Skips over the rim.
Looks like a 3-2 zone there from the Titans, trying to guard that perimeter, but still a decent look there for LZ Harrington.
Nick Harrell finds Webb. Finishes through contact. There's his first bucket.
The big fella down low for the Titans, that's what he does best right there. He obviously can get on the 3 ball, but he loves to score inside.
Back to the basket. Bonham can't finish. The ball's stripped away, and a travel called. A valiant effort from Brandon Blair.
St. John Bosco obviously holds a commanding lead if you're just tuning in with us, but I like the way the Titans have come out in the second half. Again, you got to look for the positives. It's young in the season. Got to find ways to move forward, and so far I think they've responded pretty well. Already 4 early points. Tony Webb's getting involved. Look for a few more points here early on in the third quarter.
Webb from deep. That's pure. Webb with all 5 points of his in the opening minutes of the third quarter. Christian Estrada drives, tries to dish, and he walked.
If you're Matt Dunn's team, you know, again, you played an excellent first frame, but you certainly don't want to, you know, let them claw too far back into this. You really want to put your foot down. You know, you don't want to play a bad second half yourself, so maybe try to clean up the sloppiness here.
Ball tipped around. Here comes Bosco in transition. DJ Henry showing off the bunnies.
Thought he was going to go up for maybe an alley-oop there, but he just settled it down and put in for a nice 2.
Haythorne putting the offense in motion. Malachi Haythorne lobs up top, nearly poked away by Bonham. Nick Harrell, cross-court pass picked off. Henry out in front of the pack again. Slows it down. A wise move.
Certainly was.
Calls for Estrada, who pulls up from 15. A high arcing jumper is down, and a timeout taken. Full timeout. So we will take this break to thank our advertisers, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also buy off-drink. It's time to roll in and cash out at every off-drink Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the off-drink Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 off-drink Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. When it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC and the cause behind the tournament, the Kevin Brown Strong, KB Strong Foundation, fighting to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Learn more about Coach Brown's story at the address on your screen just a few moments ago. In case you're just joining us, I'm afraid you've joined us perhaps at an inopportune time, especially if you're a Tinley Park Titans fan. This one's all St. John Bosco, the Braves out of California. Well on their way to improving to 2-1 here at the TOC. Haythorne hands off to Keon Richardson. Hounded on defense by DJ Henry. Nick Harrell. Harrell, shifty. Inside the arc, pull up mid-range, short. Cleans up his own mess, second chance, no. Estrada, the outlet pass to Henry. Estrada, the foul.
On that last sequence there for Tinley Park, I think Nick Harrell would have been smarter to kick that out to Tony Webb. Looked like he kicked out for the 3 there. Decided to try to take it himself. It was a tough shot. Once again, I think moving the ball around, trying to find some open looks is going to be the best bet for Tinley Park. Just a bit selfish so far. Maybe some guys trying to do a little too much on their own to start out this second half.
First free throw in for Estrada. Second one is down as well. That's a clean stroke. Estrada now has 15 points. Haythorne, drive and kick. Richardson trying to find Webb, couldn't get a handle on a foul call. There's Tony Webb. He can fill it up. Started to heat up here in the second half. Richardson, Webb, back to Richardson. Dangerous pass, picked up by Estrada, lobs ahead, a lob up top to Bonham, outside for an open 3 to Williams. Richardson up against the baseline. Great defensive play by Henry, and it's going back the other way.
If I'm DJ Brown, I'm going to talk to Malachi Haythorne, Keon Richardson, a couple of the guys with handling point guard duties. And on those fast breaks, look up the court. It looked like they had Nick Harrell in position to maybe take that a one-on-one matchup, a fast break, but playing a little reserved here. Could be for the game plan, but definitely try to move the ball a little bit more. Could be a good key.
There's something to be said for the score as well. I mean, I wouldn't blame the Titans if they're shell-shocked a little bit. Just getting boat raced by St. John Bosco. Henry, no-look pass into the corner. Williams lost it.
I think Tony Webb has played pretty good, actually. You know, he's only got 5 points, but hasn't touched the ball a whole lot on offense. He's not been a liability necessarily on defense. They just got to get him more touches with the ball.
Rolls off a screen. Picked up on defense by Estrada. That's always tough. Very physical player on defense. Webb trying to pass down low. Can't. Battling for the basketball. Great hustle. Here's Johnson, the finger roll. He'll get 2 shots.
Tony Webb making the difference right now. All 5 so far for Tinley Park coming from, or not all 5, rather. It would be 7 points, but 5 of the 7 coming from Tony Webb so far in this second half. Obviously getting the second chance opportunity, leading to the foul.
Johnson's first free throw is down. Tinley Park trying to put more points on the board, gain a little more confidence coming down the stretch.
There's that matchup, Ian Cook. He did a good job keeping the ball out of Tony Webb's hands in the first half. Solid matchup, see if he can continue that here.
Williams traveled. Gavin, looking at some first half stats, obviously we're well into the first half. How about the disparity in field goal percentage in this game? St. John Bosco shot 51% at the half. Tinley Park shot 15%. Not ideal.
Flipped the numbers around the wrong way for Tinley Park. Nice shot there, though, as we've seen them, they're getting more of those open looks, and once you start getting those open looks, they're not going to fall every time, but you just got a matter of getting that confidence, knowing that you've got a good chance to make the bucket, and we've seen more of that this half from Tinley Park.
Great job by Cook to keep this one in play. No look pass, corner 3, short. Another second chance, off the window and in for Williams.
Definitely a little more reserved so far, but Matt Dunn probably telling his team, hey, keep up the pressure. Let's see what we got out here. And
Step back short.
Yeah, but here's a fast break, and that's what they're doing right here.
Henry was looking for the foul, didn't get it, so he's going back the other way. It's going to be a running clock here soon, Gavin. Once we enter the fourth quarter, I think that goes into effect. Well, at the very least, you hate to see a blowout like this, but one positive, keeps things going. The schedule on time so far. It's always hard when you've got a full day of 9 basketball games to keep things on track.
The other day, missed part of a game Landphier was supposed to play. They about 30 minutes late to do some bus issues, so good to keep everything on schedule, even give us a little extra time to work with. The games do start on time, even if this one were to end early.
Estrada in the post, kicks out. Teardropper, nothing but nylon for Brandon Blair. Malachi Haythorne weaves his way up the court. Harrell, air ball. Great play by Harrington. Pass ahead, Williams, blocked by Webb. Good defense, whistles blow. It's out of bounds off of Bosco. Got to credit Tinley Park, Gavin. They've been playing hard all game long. No lack of hustle.
No, certainly not. Tony Webb has played incredibly well. Once again, I think it's just been, he hasn't had the touches that he would normally see, in large part due to excellent defense. I mean, Ian Cook's done a good job, but switching with Christian Estrada, and they've just been able to overmatch him so far.
Deep three from Haythorne, Drano.
And it's been unusual. I mean, again, Tinley Park just getting overmatched really as a team, but Malachi Haythorne coming off a 21-point performance, and that's his first bucket of the game.
Christian Estrada, no-look pass, caught Blair off guard. Great ball movement for Bosco. Estrada drops it in.
17 for Christian Estrada. Most of that coming in the first half, but still making his presence felt, and he's obviously been a monster on the glass too.
Three from Miles Haythorne comes up short. Cook chases after the rebound. Great hustle play from Miles Haythorne and a tip in from Tony Webb.
There's that hustle you're talking about as we're going to end the third quarter here. They're still scrambling for those loose balls. They're not giving up the fight. Definitely a much more promising third quarter for Tinley Park.
Got to credit the Titans playing hard from start to finish despite the score. All Bosco here today after 3. We'll take this pause to remind you of the City of Washington. The City of Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all the Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off-Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off-Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. And by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com today. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 KBM TOC and the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown, the former Washington Community High School basketball coach. Foundation named in his honor, researching glioblastoma, aggressive form of brain cancer. St. John Bosco and Christian Estrada lead Tinley Park by 30 in the Washington Invitational portion of the tournament. Thanks for joining us on Black Friday on ClutchSportsIL.com. Malachi Haythorne bouncing around, and it's tipped away. Great play by Cade Bonham, passes ahead to LZ Harrington, his classmate, and it's tipped away. 7.5 minutes to go in this one. Immediately following this contest on CSM today. is Denmark-Olar and Kankakee. Scheduled to get going at high noon. I think we're going to have a long delay in between this game and the next to keep it on schedule as Cade Bonham finishes.
Yeah, we've got
That's a first.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been kind of in crunch time a little bit between some of these games, and big play here.
Bonham, showtime for the freshman.
Bonham coming over with the bigger plays we've seen all day, and boy, taking flight right there. What a dunk, what a steal. Man, the Bosco Braves have really been getting out, just cutting into those passes, and they've had a number of steals here in the second half.
High floater misses from Miles Haythorne. Tony Webb takes a hard fall. 3 ball from Lizarraga, misses. Tony Webb spins, and a foul call.
Still thinking about that dunk we just saw a couple of minutes ago from, not even minutes, a couple sequences ago from Cade Bonham. Certainly one of the highlight plays we're going to see throughout this game. And our own Josh Schwam working on getting that one up on social media. So if you missed it, go check that one out on the CSM social media pages.
Tony Webb misses the first. And speaking on St. John Bosco's freshmen, I talked to head coach Matt Dunn about those guys last week, and he said Elsie Harrington and Cade Bonham are the 2 most ready-to-play freshmen he's ever had at the varsity level. He said, you look at Elsie Harrington, you look at Cade Bonham, they're both physically gifted. They don't look like 15-year-olds when you see them on the court, and you can attest to that now that we've seen them here at the TOC. Malachi Haythorne, the finish on the other end. Elsie Harrington, the hezzy, comes up short on the layup. Lizarraga the board, and a jump ball called, rather a timeout taken by St. John Bosco.
And to your point about those freshmen, you know, you look at like Jeremiah Fears, freshman for Joliet West. You know, he's incredible talent, but, you know, still a long way to go in his development, you know, size and everything like that. St. John Bosco has 2 guys that just look like, if you didn't know any better, you could think they're juniors or seniors out there. I mean, you would have no idea that they are just freshmen. So that's really scary for opponents of St. John Bosco, knowing that they've got 2 guys particularly that will be back for this season, as well as 3 more that are really going to do some damage on the basketball court. And so far they've really showed up in a big way here today.
All smiles for the Braves faithful, made the trip out from California. Elsie Harrington off the inbounds. Lobs across to DJ Henry. Lobs back across to Harrington. Corner 3 short. Here come the Titans in transition. Harrell jets ahead. Left block through contact. He'll go to the stripe.
You just joined us recently. You know, Tinley Park had 9 points at the end of the first half. So 27, having 27 now is a large improvement off of a slow start. Obviously, it's all St. John Bosco. Misses the first free throw there, but certainly Tinley Park playing back a little bit. But, yeah, St. John Bosco just fully in control.
Harrell's second is down. He's got 9. He'll check out. Bonham gets it to Henry. Cook into the corner. Harrington hit hard.
He was ready for him to pull up with a 3 and went with the old pump fake. He'd been shooting over there for a while, so reasonable to see why he thought he was going to try that 3.
A 3 from Cade Bonham off the mark. Good job by Lizarraga on the hustle. Christian Lizarraga, part of a big senior class for Coach Dunn. He said it's the biggest senior class he's ever had at St. John Bosco. Keon Richardson dancing on the dribble. Guarded by Harrington. Senior against freshman. Outside Johnson. Back to Richardson. Gets a screen. Passes it up. You got to credit St. John Bosco. They've just made Tinley Park look uncomfortable on almost every possession. Evans, 3, off. Second chance effort, and a foul.
They just look so locked in. I mean, they're not, you know, they really just look like they know what's going to happen every time. I mean, they're expecting every play that comes the way from Tinley Park, and they're really not allowing them any good opportunities. I mean, several of the last points for Tinley Park have come from the stripe, and they've just been on tough fouls. But really, St. John Bosco, probably one of the best teams that can just lock, when they're locked in fully, they're going to be one of the toughest defensive teams in this entire tournament.
Second one goes in and out. Kendrick Berry chases down the board. Good hustle. Malachi Haythorne gets by DJ Henry. Inside, up, can't finish. An impressive effort. Bodies hitting the deck like dominoes. And a foul. That will go against Ian Cook.
Just as a fan, Larry, you know, it's down 30 points, Tinley Park, or up 30 points, however you want to look at it. Both teams still making the effort for the loose balls. You know, both teams coming out, playing really fast and physical. The score is not necessarily dictating how both these teams are playing. They're going to play the same exact way no matter the score, whether it's a close game or not. You got to love that. We're seeing great action here despite a big lead for St. John Bosco.
Kendrick Berry off. DJ Henry. 3 on the way, short from Jack Turner, the sophomore. Put back attempt from Anderson. Zarian Anderson, no good. Miles Haythorne. Bounce pass to Harlan Evans. Good ball movement. Anthony Payton getting his first action today. And a turnover. Lizarraga passes backwards. Floater off out of the hand of Anderson. And a foul. We'll send this one back to the other end of the floor. Titans in the bonus. 18 fouls against Bosco, 2 team fouls against Tinley Park. Both coaches going into their deep benches. Robert Powell in for Bosco. Braden Carroll in for Tinley Park.
Great opportunity for both teams to just get everybody on the floor. Obviously, you're not going to see every guy each game, but give everybody an opportunity to play. Give everybody an opportunity to make their mark, so to speak, and you never know, maybe you find a bit of a breakout player who could make a difference later on in this tournament.
Berry, second one, Jack in the box is out. Here's TK Felix. Into the corner, Lizarraga dials it up from deep. Miles Haythorne jets ahead, high off the glass, and a foul.
Boy, if you have a St. John Bosco jersey on right now, you're just feeling it. I mean, everybody getting on the score sheet so far. I mean, we really haven't seen a lot of bad possessions and a lot of bad shots. St. John Bosco doing a great job right now.
Looks like Christian Estrada is sitting at the close end of the bench. He probably wants to get back into this one, tack on a few more points, but we probably won't see him again. Second free throw up for Miles Haythorne. Gets the friendly roll off the back of the iron. TK Felix. Now to Mateo Duran. Duran to Anderson. Hands off to TK Felix. Drives baseline. Dish down low. Finish short from Powell. And a tie-up. Gavin, before we get too deep into the rest of the game, I do want to say a word for Christian Estrada. We talked about him so much today. Head coach Matt Dunn crediting Estrada for improving over the course of his career. I mean, you see the build on the guy, 6'8". He's got offers from almost every D2 school in California. Anderson finishes there, Zarian Anderson. But he said that Estrada's always been physical. He's always been an imposing figure, good player. But over the last few years, he's really developed the skill. Last week, St. John Bosco hosted an officials clinic where they had a bunch of officials come in and practice officiating or whatever an officials clinic features. As a foul against Bosco will send Cooper Bullard to the line. But one of the officials saw Estrada playing, and he was talking to head coach Matt Dunn and said, Estrada's really improved. Back when he was a freshman, when he was younger, I remember watching him play, and all he was good for was 5 fouls.
Well,
now, far from the case.
Absolutely. I mean, Christian Estrada has really developed into, as we've talked about, a multi-dimensional player. I mean, he can do it just all over the floor. I mean, there's not a lot that he can't do. He can shoot the ball. We've seen that from 3 today, but he's great on the glass. I mean, he had 15 boards in their last game.
Lizarraga with the finish.
15 boards in the last game. I don't know his official stat right now, but well into double figures, had a great first half, and I'm sure cleaning up the boards well too today.
Steal from TK Felix and a hard foul. That's got to be an intentional foul. And still looking for the official signal on that one. No intentional foul.
Interesting, it looked like St. John Bosco had 3 guys up and nobody back for Tinley Park, but
got to keep this one moving, I suppose. Mateo Duran, top of the arc. 3 from Zarian Anderson is nothing but nylon. Bench loves it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're the bench, you got to be fired up on this one. I mean, you got to feel really good about how your team's playing.
3 ball off the mark from Evans. Board goes to the Braves. TK Felix to the rack, misses, put back, and a foul.
And the awesome thing is for St. John Bosco is, this is partly the second unit, but these are some of these guys out here right now are guys that, we probably would not have seen had this been a closer game, and they're looking like they're worthy of playing on, the second unit or maybe even contending for a starting spot at some point. So that's how deep St. John Bosco is. I mean, one guy might go down, next guy can step right up and make, the same impact, if not bigger. Really good showing here from everybody on St. John Bosco.
Zarian Anderson can't get the second one to go. Rebound and a 3 off from Duran. Another second chance effort for Powell, and he's fouled. St. John Bosco's deep bench guys playing real well.
Certainly, Zarian Anderson has probably been the most impressive out of the deep bench guys that have come off. Didn't really see him too much earlier in the game, so Zarian Anderson making a nice statement out here at the Washington Tournament of Champions.
Robert Powell tickles the twine on the second. Under 2 minutes to go. Harlan Evans across the timeline. Coming up next, Kankakee and Denmark-Olar. South Carolina versus Illinois. Big weekend for Kankakee, playing in the 5A state title football game tomorrow up in DeKalb, Illinois at Northern Illinois University. Aladarba inbounds, pass ahead to Duran. TK Felix and Anderson lost the handle. 70-31. In case you're just joining us, the score kind of tells the story in this one. St. John Bosco all over it. One of the most impressive performances we've seen all tournament long. Felix, high-low pass. Almost an impressive finish from Powell. Aladarba. Flip pass into the corner for Carroll. Aladarba lost it right into the hands of Bullard. Good recovery. Finish on the other end for Lizarraga. He's made the most of his time, 7 points.
We keep saying deep bench guys, but man, they are playing really well. I mean, granted it's second unit for Tinley Park as well, but man, they are really showcasing their skills. Got another fast break here.
2 points on the board for Mateo Duran.
Making it look easy, and we're going to wrap this one up. About 20 seconds left. Boy, big win for St. John Bosco.
Another steal, another pass ahead. Duran, another 2. Could be the last bucket of the contest, and it looks like it will be. St. John Bosco dominates from start to finish. They come out with a 76-33 win.
Yeah, really good game. St. John Bosco, total control from start to finish. I mean, if you want to follow all that action, you just got to go back and rewatch it. There's not a whole lot of other ways to describe it. Just sheer dominance from the Braves. Not great from Tinley Park, but definitely a chance to watch the film, get better, improve in the coming days and weeks and months of this young season.
We're going to take this break to remind you of our great sponsors this week at the TOC, starting with the City of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also by Country Financial. Give them a call and talk about what's important to you and how Country Financial can help protect them. CountryFinancial.com. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 KBM TOC. And last but not least, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading the efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com or the web address on your screen. It's time to send it down to Tournament Central before we get to Denmark-Olar and Kankakee. Colton Kaler's down there now. Word on the street is I'll be joining him here shortly. But for now, let's toss it down to Colton. Colton, how you doing?
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler here along with you after a dominant performance from St. John Bosco over Tinley Park. 76-33 final. It was all Braves from start to finish. Christian Estrada, dominant performance while he was in, 17 points for him. Dele Williams as well had a dominant day as well. He adds 15 points. Unfortunately, a quiet day. Malachi Haythorne, 10 points for the Titans of Tinley Park. You know, it's a tough performance for Tinley Park, but it's early, and that's what you're allowed to say. You know, in a tight, in a big tournament like this where you're going to play a lot of good teams, it's early. They've got a chance to learn from this performance against a very good team from California in Bosco. The Bosco has improved each and every performance for this week so far, and they looked the best they have all week here this morning. So a big win from them. Hopefully Larry Larson will be joining us here to recap this one. But the next game coming up, Denmark-Olar versus Denmark-Olar versus Kankakee. Denmark lost to Urbana last night, and they lost to Chicago St. Rita as well. So they come in 0-2. Kankakee comes in 0-2 as well. They had a tough game against Washington the other night. Very tough place to play, especially when the Panthers have this place packed. It was packed the other night for the Washington game, as always. Kankakee, a little shorthanded this week, but for very good reasons. They're missing 4 players, but they're playing the state championship tomorrow. Football. Kankakee Kankakee's 13-0 this year in football, taking on Oak Park, who is 11-2. Joined by Larry Larson, co-founder of Clutch Sports Media, broadcaster, does a little bit of everything. Larry, what were your thoughts on that just dominant performance from Bosco there?
You know, you said it, dominant, not much else to say, but that, start to finish, they came out and you could tell they were a little more comfortable than in past games, right? Took them a little bit maybe to catch up to the time zone, maybe a little bit of jet lag was a factor. It's always tough coming into a new weather environment. I know head coach Matt Dunn talked to me about that. It's different coming from Southern California all the way here. The weather is cold. It's freezing cold. I mean, the walk from our car inside the gym is tough. Can't imagine what it's like for the California boys.
I don't think they might know what coats are about this time of the year in Southern California, but you definitely need them here in Central Illinois. Christian Estrada, as advertised, dominant performance, 17 points, and Dele Williams looked good too. He had 15.
Yeah.
Those two were kind of the key factors in this game for the Braves.
Definitely. Dele Williams, maybe not a name that a lot of people were talking about, maybe not a name that me or Gavin were talking about coming into the matchup, but he provided a really nice spark. And Christian Estrada, you mentioned, as advertised, this is kind of a big tournament from him. I was talking to head coach Matt Dunn about his college prospects, and he said that he's got an offer from pretty much every D2 school in California, but not getting a ton of looks from D1s. This is a good tournament for him to maybe get some exposure, and he's been playing really well.
I tell you what, there are a few teams I know around here in the area, Division I, in the Illinois area, that could use a Christian Estrada.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. You look at Christian Estrada, well built, long and lanky at 6'8". He's a guy that can easily play mid-major D1. When you look at him, scoring, defense, rebounding, he checks all the boxes.
Now for Tinley Park, that's just a tough performance today, but you can't get too down on yourself because, one, it's early in the season, and also you still know that when it comes to playoff time, they're going to get better throughout the year, and Tinley Park's always a name that's going to be there towards the end of the year.
Yeah, definitely. They've got the pieces to be a competitive group. I like what they have. Tony Webb, a good player, had a little bit of an off game in terms of scoring. Nick Harrell, also a great piece. Tinley Park's going to be real good this year. This is a game that you learn from, maybe look back later in the season and think, wow, remember that game when we got blown out by St. John Bosco? That's when you rewind the tape, learn from, and you come back and get better from it.
Now, you have a unique role, obviously, as co-founder of Clutch Sports Media. You're doing broadcasting, a little bit of directing. You're joining me here in the Tournament Central. What does it mean for, when you and Joey built Clutch Sports and you started it, what does it mean for it to blossom into this role that you guys have here?
We never really expected it to get this big. Basically, we went out there our sophomore year of college at Bradley. We bought some soundboards and headsets, and we just wanted to call more games, man. We just wanted to be broadcasters. That's the bottom line. We wanted to get better. We never expected that it would turn into a large video production. We thought maybe we'd do video eventually, but we never expected to do all 35 games of a big tournament like this, and it means a lot that Washington trusted us with this task because we knew it was important to them. They wanted to upgrade the quality of their video stream from what they had in previous years, and we wanted to do the job, and we're happy that we were able to do it. It's been a lot of fun. It's definitely been a challenge, but it means a lot that the tournament board trusted us, Eric Schermerhorn trusted us, and everybody here at Washington trusted us to get the job done. Couldn't do it without the help of you, Paco Alonso, Josh Schwam, Gavin Russell, of course, Joey Wright as well. It's a team effort. It takes a lot of people behind the scenes, a lot of people.
It is a team effort. I appreciate you guys letting me help out this week. From always watching, behind the scenes, it's unbelievable the amount of work that you guys are able to do and to put on this big of a production for this big of a tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely an undertaking that we've never done before. All of this equipment, a lot of it isn't ours. We've rented it and really kind of pushed our comfort zone. But if you're not pushing your comfort zone, you're not getting better. And we've definitely pushed our comfort zone this week. Spending Thanksgiving away from the family. It's been fun. It's a little different. But again, we're getting better from it. And we hope our coverage is kind of improving throughout the week.
Now, next game, Denmark-Olar versus Kankakee. Kankakee's short-handed, as I mentioned, but it's for a good reason. Their football team's playing a state championship tomorrow, so, first, you got to take care of that first before you can get the basketball season. What are we looking for in this game?
Kankakee had a tough outing against Washington on Wednesday night. Look for them to bounce back and really push the pace. when Kankakee's at its best, they push the pace. They run the floor. They can get the job done on the outside and the inside. We've seen them play 5 out, 4 out, 1 in. And then Denmark-Olar as well. Tough loss last night to Urbana, a pretty good Urbana team. And I know Urbana kind of stretched Denmark-Olar a little bit. So I'll be interested to see how they bounce back. Zachary Davis had a big game. He struggled in his first game of the tournament. Had a better performance last night against Urbana. I'm looking for more big stuff out of him.
Zachary Davis, the South Carolina commit, he is the face of Denmark-Olar, so look out for him in this game. We're through 2 games of 9 here today. We've kind of thought about 15 hours here. We'll be here today, so we'll be here carrying you through it all. Metamora in the first game took a tough loss. They bounced to 0-3 on the year, and I said in the week, if Metamora goes 0-4 or 1-3, they're still going to be just fine because you play a lot of tough teams in this tournament.
Yeah, you definitely do. It's something you get better from. We mentioned that a few moments ago with Tinley Park, but I think Metamora is a really good team. Personally, I think they may be the favorites in the Middle Illini Conference, right up there with Washington, the defending champions. Washington lost a lot from last year. Metamora did not. They bring most of their guys back. So Metamora's got a little bit of an edge there. It's going to be really interesting to watch what they do the rest of the season. But, again, a great learning experience for them. And once Kizer gets going, once they get Zach Schroeder back healthy, they'll be good to go.
Now we have some marquee matchups here today. Life Academy, Hansel Emmanuel, 4:45. That is the first of 2 marquee matchups today. And then Yorkville Christian, Chicago St. Rita, arguably probably the game of the week here at 9:15 tonight.
A lot of people are saying that Yorkville Christian has had a really good week, 2 blowout wins, same for St. Rita. That's going to be an awesome game. Personally, I'm not going to make any predictions, but I'm going to say it's going to be a challenge for Yorkville Christian just because of the length of St. Rita. But I think Yorkville Christian has the edge in terms of shooting. So that's going to be a great matchup. I think it could come down to the wire. Late night matchup, 9:15. Stay up for it.
Late night, you'll want to be here, and if you can't, tune in on Clutch Sports at clutchsportsil.com. For me, knowing a little bit of past history on Yorkville Christian, and Metamora scheduled them a few years from where they've gone to where they've blossomed now, it is unbelievable the changes that they've made in that program, and much to do with the Duke commit, Jaden Shute. How special is he?
Oh, no kidding. I mean, he's been as advertised. That's a word that or a phrase that we've used a lot this week, but Jaden Shute fits the billing. His brothers played at Yorkville Christian. Aaron Sovereign, the head coach, talked to me last week. He said there were points early in the program's history, early in the school's history, they were finishing games with less than 5 players. And now they don't just have Jaden Shute. They got a lot of guys that can pour it in. KJ Vassar, another name to watch. They've got some dudes, and I'd be hard-pressed to find another team in 1A that's as stacked as they are.
They will be a name to watch in the 1A playoffs this year. Arguably probably the top favorites in 1A for that state championship. That'll be down in Champaign this year. It's moved out of Peoria. But it'll still be a great tournament, I'm sure, down in Champaign. And let's look at Life Academy. A big win over Rayburn Gap the other night. That was a very back-and-forth game against a very tall team in Rayburn Gap. They played yesterday, and they play tomorrow as well. But Hansel Emmanuel, he was very great. And they've got a lot of other key players on that Life Academy team as well.
Yeah. Angel Donato is the name that jumps out. Crowd was loving him. He had one heck of a game. Looked really good. Excited to see what he can do tonight. Another big crowd will come in to watch him and Hansel. So excited to see what happens. Hansel Emmanuel, just an athlete unlike anything I've ever seen in person. I mean, goodness gracious, what he brings to the table is just unique. And I think unique is a word that gets overused a lot. He is truly unique.
He's an internet sensation. He's a sensation to watch. Arguably one of the greatest things I think I've ever seen in the game of basketball in my life. Just the line for autographs before the game, the lines for autographs after the game. I mean, he might still be signing autographs at this point.
Yeah, the crowd that he posted on his Instagram story, he kind of got a selfie of all the kids waiting. They all went crazy. That was funny. You can tell he likes the experience, and that's the experience you get coming to a tournament like this. Community's going to come out. They're going to support. They're going to come out and watch. You mentioned he's a sensation, internet sensation. He's a sensation here in person as well.
He is. And the home team tonight, hometown team, the Washington Panthers, they play Urbana. It's going to be loud as always here at Torrey Gym. It's Washington, they bring an unbelievable crowd to every game. And the students, they are what my favorite student, even as a Metamora student, they are my favorite student section in the Mid-Illini because they are loud, they show up every game, and they support. And I think John and Cody can attest to how great the Washington students are.
Yeah, they got in there and they jumped around. They were going crazy during the Kankakee game. That was one heck of an experience. That's a great video on our social media feeds. You can take a look at that there. But Washington, Metamora, two great student sections. Always fan bases that are always going to come out.
It'll be an interesting night here tonight. Again, we've got multiple games left here today. We're only through 2. Metamora lost this morning to Joliet West, and Bosco, dominant performance. Our next game, Denmark-Olar versus Kankakee. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Almost threw a blank. Kankakee. We'll send it back up to the studio with Joey Wright and Gavin right now.
Well, either way.
All right, thank you for that in the studio, Colton and Larry, and welcome back to Torrey Gymnasium for Game 3 of the 4th day of the Tournament of Champions. Coming up, the Denmark-Olar Vikings from South Carolina and the Kankakee K's of Illinois. Ready to go at it. K's and Vikings both looking to bounce back in big ways. Denmark-Olar falling to Urbana in their most recent game of the tournament. Kankakee, don't want to say in a little bit of trouble this week, but definitely losing some of their key guys, although the reason behind it, a good one for the good of the Kankakee K's athletic program as a whole. A couple of football players gearing up to play for a state title tomorrow. So we'll see how that plays out for Kankakee. In the meantime, losing a couple of guys on the roster that mean a lot to the rotation. Battling through it at the TOC. It's a good Kankakee team coached by Chris Pickett. We'll see how they bounce back against a Denmark-Olar team that is led by Zachary Davis. Davis, the South Carolina commit, 30 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists versus Urbana. Davis is going to be a guy to focus on tonight. Vikings coached by Hercules Davis. And being introduced right now, the Vikings in blue. The first to be introduced as we welcome Gavin Russell back to the booth. Catch your breath, Gavin. I know you hustled up here to join us. Good to have you alongside me. I'm Joey Wright. Gavin, what are you looking for in this one? I mentioned before you came up here, Zachary Davis, of course, for Denmark-Olar. For Kankakee, the storyline, missing a couple of football players who mean a lot to the rotation, but still a team that we know has a lot of potential. We should turn your mic up. That might help.
Well, they're treating us really well here at Washington High School, enjoying the hospitality lounge a little too much. But no, this is going to be a really good game. I mean, Kankakee, kind of a bad or a good problem to have, actually, you know, having the football team in the state finals. So they've got some really good guys, but they're a little short-handed. Zachary Davis, definitely one to watch.
Davis last night, I mentioned a moment ago, 30 points against Urbana. Vikings fell short against a Tigers attack that was led by Jermontre Young, Kevin Cobb. Young going off, and Cobb right behind him in the scoring column. K's being introduced right now. We will get you the starting lineups. First for the K's, they'll line up like this. In the lineup, it's Jamari Watson alongside Javon Logan and Gerald Halbert as well. Rounded out in the lineup by Sam Yonka and Makai Brown. For the Denmark-Olar Vikings, starting lineup looks the same as it did last night. Christopher Sanders lines up alongside Zachary Davis. Also keeping our eye on Brouchard Young, number 4. Jaquari Williams is number 5. And number 11 in the lineup, Brandon Profit. Keep an eye on the Vikings coached by Hercules Davis. K's, you see there, middle of your screen, their head coach is Chris Pickett. We are going to be 1/3 of the way through with this day when this game concludes. The 3rd day of the Friday slate of games here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial. As well-run a tournament as there exists, not only in the state of Illinois, but nationally. Ready to go in the circle for the Vikings. is Williams. He's going to go against Mackay Brown for the K's. Brown stands at 6'5", Williams at 6'4". Ball's tipped to Davis. We're underway in Washington. Vikings with the first crack at it. It's Davis. Davis had 6 assists last night. Feeds down to Brouchard Young and back up top to Davis. Davis will play in the SEC, but he finds Brouchard Young, his 3. Off a little bit, didn't have the right aim on it. Back for a free throw that rims out. Rebound Young. Young fouled and one. Denmark-Olar that time, Gavin, able to finish that possession, but that was kind of their undoing last night. Was they'd get a lot of offensive rebounds. We'd have to look and see how the rebounding category finished up, but one possession yesterday, had 5 offensive rebounds, didn't cap it with a basket. Finishing down low, going to be big for the Vikings.
Definitely, that's got to be one of their keys to the game. They got to finish and get another off the board right there. A chance to put a couple more on the board. The shot is going to be no good. The K's will get it back, but yeah, definitely something they got to work on is being able to capitalize on those buckets, making those open shots. Saw him miss a couple of open layups yesterday too, so settle down, take an easy shot. Don't try to do anything too fancy.
50 seconds into the game, Janka turned away. Nice block from Young. And we'll see how this K's offense starts things out. Chance for a blob play early, baseline out of bounds. Watson will trigger this one. Watson looking for Brown, but the pass intercepted by Young. Young gets out, Davis in transition. Davis, nifty move. He'll have 2 free throws at the line.
Zachary Davis is incredibly fun to watch. I mean, you know, the score sheet shows it all. I mean, 30 points, 10 boards, 6 assists. That means he's doing everything. I mean, 4 assists shy of a triple-double. I mean, that is really impressive, and you can see very easily why he's going to South Carolina.
South Carolina, a program that's had a lot of success last couple of years in the SEC. Davis stands at 6'8", but not your conventional 6'8" player. Not a ton of mass, you know, kind of a lean build, well built. You know, he's very strong, but kind of can play like a guard, can move anywhere on the floor. Saw him have maybe the dunk of yesterday's slate of games. Dunked on Jermontre Young, sent Young to the ground. I mean, really slammed it home with authority, did Davis. So can finish in the low post, can do it from anywhere on the floor, though. Here's Kankakee. Don't want to discount the K's offense. It is a balanced attack. Watson to Janka. Janka's 3 off. Big offensive rebound down low, and a block from Davis. Still loose to the scorer's table. Jumping up was Sanders.
And you can see Zachary Davis right there on that block. And as you talk about him, you know, again, more of a wiry build. You know, I don't necessarily want to make this direct comparison, but the type of player that he is reminds me a lot of Kevin Durant, a guy that he can handle the ball really well. He's all over the floor. He brings the shooting aspect. He can be inside and, of course, get up for blocks and big plays like that.
Here's Watson, no, loose ball, running the floor is Young. Young looks to Davis, and Davis brings it back. Out of bounds, last touched by Kankakee. And Watson, pardon me, not Watson, but rather Williams will inbound for the Vikings.
Big thing to note here for the K's, the size, they don't really have the size because of how tall Zachary Davis is. It's not a big size team for Kankakee. It's more the athleticism, ability to work on the perimeter. So Davis so far taking advantage, see if he continues to go inside.
Davis loses it, big turnover, and running in transition is Watson, who lays it in. Finger roll for the senior. And just like that, K's looking good in transition. As are the Vikings, a football pass off the glass, tapped away. Kankakee, pause on that, make sure they don't turn it over here. If they can get out of this cleanly, it looks like they're starting to find a rhythm.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, a wild last couple of sets right there, going back and forth. But Denmark-Olar was well defended, but another opportunity for a layup and couldn't get to go. So those could come back to bite them later on in this game. We talked about that in the open.
Here's Watson. Watson's pass to Logan intercepted by Sanders. Sanders, nice move, can't finish. Loose ball, rebounded, brought in by Logan. Logan in trouble. Vikings bringing a press. Kankakee has broken it so far. Janka looking across the post, intercepted, tapped away, not intercepted, but rather deflected might be the proper vocabulary. Winds up back in the hands of Janka, who can't finish the 3. And Denmark-Olar back to the work here on the offensive end. Back to work was Profits.
They take it up to the glass, you know, they get in the paint. It seems like they do a great job getting there. You know, they do a great job to get in position to maybe get the layup. Then they get a little unsure of themselves, so maybe they need to just be more confident going up with it.
Got to go up strong once you make that decision. You've got to commit to it. Here's Davis, steps back, a three, falls in for Davis.
Huge shot right there from Zachary Davis. He's not necessarily labeled as a dynamite shooter, not a guy that's gonna, look like Steph Curry out there necessarily, but he's a guy that certainly has the ability to make it a well-rounded player heading to the SEC. Showing off right there, maybe again.
Short that time, but I was going to say you've got to be well-rounded to play basketball anywhere at the Division I level. You know, it's a certain type of player that plays at the highest level of collegiate ball. 3 short from Whitaker, but especially to play in one of those what we would call high major conferences, your SECs, Big Tens, Pac-12s, what have you. Even if you're going to play, deep rotation minutes, you've got to be a little bit stronger than the average player, shall we say. Here's Logan. Logan to Yanka. Yanka crosses over to Whitaker. Whitaker, his pass, tipped away by Williams. There's a look at Hercules Davis. Head man for the Denmark-Olar Vikings, who have traveled here all the way from South Carolina. I believe they drove over here, Gavin, was heading back to the hotel last night, got caught behind a bus that said Denmark, South Carolina on it. Can't imagine they would have brought the charter bus all the way over here had they flown. Unless they had it sent over to them, perhaps. Or
I'd believe that they would have probably driven, if they have the charter bus here. I haven't got a chance to talk with anybody from Denmark-Olar yet. Hopefully we get them in the studio sooner than later, but nice block there.
Would love the chance to talk with Zachary Davis, although I've got to tell you, looking at Hercules Davis, he's had good energy on the sidelines all tournament long.
They're a high-energy team, Denmark-Olar. Sometimes that might work a little bit against them. You know, they get a little over-eager, but keeping the pace up, keeping the energy up is never a bad thing, and Denmark-Olar has a lot of it.
Davis, see if they can get the energy on the three. They can from Young. Right on cue, the junior splashes home the 3-ball.
And having watched Denmark-Olar play their first 2 games, this is the best start that they've had by far. Again, they're playing a team that's a little bit shorthanded. Denmark-Olar not super deep, but they need to find a good start, and I think that's exactly what they're getting here tonight, or today rather.
In the corner, pass gets out to Whitaker, and an easy 2 for Halbert, who gets up and extends the arm, drops it in. Just what Kankakee needed. You know, as much as we've talked about Denmark-Olar, an interesting team, as interesting a team as we've seen. Davis on the 2 there. Kankakee not out of this one yet by any means. Offensively, maybe not quite as strong as the Vikings early on, but what do you think they need to do to get things going?
They need to control the ball. Turnover right there. Denmark-Olar is going to push the pace and drop it in for 2 more. It's been kind of sloppy ball handling lately. You know, they're getting passes deflected. They're getting shots blocked. They just need to be able to find some open shots just like that. Shots like that will eventually begin to fall if you get enough of them. So a good look there from Whitaker, but more of that definitely need for Kankakee.
Driving all the way to the basket and finishing Brouchard Young. And offensively, the Vikings have been able to find the open spots on the floor. Kankakee defensively has not been able to contain the Vikings so far. Kicked ball there, I believe, and we'll flip it over back to the Vikings, unless that was a foul perhaps. There's Chris Pickett for the Kankakee K's. He's the head coach. Calling on some adjustments. Kankakee has had a lot of success in recent years. No IHSA postseason last year, owing to the COVID-19 pandemic, but Kankakee, a team that knows how to win, a program that is going to be a force to be reckoned with this season out of the Southland Conference. Both these teams still figuring it out in the early stages. Here's Davis. Davis turns it over. Javon Logan. ahead. Looks, finds Watson. Watson back down in the corner. There's that defensive attack from Denmark-Olar, but Kankakee breaks it, and they find Sam Janka for 2.
Janka has had some looks from 3, but gets his first points right there.
There's Brandon Profit jogging back. Janka, a starter for the K's throughout this tournament. Here's Profit at the line for 2. Clean game so far, just 3 total fouls, all against Kankakee, but Kankakee needs not panic. 2 of those fouls on Logan, the junior. And that last one against Watson. So 11 and 12 have the 3 fouls for the K's, none for the Vikings yet. Down low, pass tipped. Turnover. Denmark-Olar going the other way. Here's Davis. Do the Vikings hold for the last shot here, or will they attack?
Looks like they're going to attack, and I don't blame them. Just try to put some more points up.
Trying to keep momentum going. Still loose, still loose. Kankakee comes out of it. Running all the way. Davis, good defense down low, and the friendly roll not to be for Halbert. Vikings get one more chance to pass it to the corner as time expires, and that's how the first quarter will end. Bit of a miscue there for Denmark-Olar, but a 10-point lead entering the second quarter. They'll take it. More on the start of this one after a quick break from our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure and raise awareness for the disease, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Gavin, your takeaways from quarter number 1.
Denmark-Olar came out and set the tone early on. Zachary Davis has done a nice job, but they're getting more open looks. They're finishing better around the rim. Obviously some improvement there still. They're going to start out in a 2-3 zone. They're playing fast. They're getting steals. Get one right there.
In transition, Profit fouled. Number 11 fouls number 11. Profit fouled by Watson.
But but going on, Denmark-Olar played a really solid game. As for Kankakee, once again, they're shorthanded in a big way. And obviously it's, I think, starting to show a little bit. You start to wear down with a thinner roster at the moment, but they need to just limit the turnovers, find themselves some open shots, and obviously they're in enough striking distance so they could get right back into this game.
Profit's first free throw falls, 11-point game. Still up for grabs, early stages. Glad you're with us. ClutchSportsIL.com, the place to be for the TOC. Second free throw in for Profit, and the Vikings continue a strong start, up by 12. And Kankakee drawing a foul there is Whitaker. Whitaker fouled by Profit. And that's going to be the Vikings' first foul of the game so far. Neither side really in foul trouble. Whitaker goes to work. Doesn't connect with anything. Out of bounds. Last touched by Gerald Halbert. 5 on the floor for Denmark-Olar. It's Sanders, Davis, Brouchard Young, along with Jaquari Williams and Brandon Profit. For the K's, they're lining up with Logan, Watson, Halbert, Janka, and Whitaker. Here's Davis. Davis, top of the key, 3, count it, for Young. And Brouchard Young continues a strong start, now up to 10 to lead all scorers.
Yeah, Zachary Davis was making things happen early on, getting in the way of a lot of passing lanes and whatnot, but Brouchard Young setting the tone here for Denmark-Olar.
Gerald Halbert responds on the other end, flashes the mid-range. Does Halbert? Halbert off to a nice start. Has been in on a lot of plays for the K's thus far. Here's Young. Slows it down a little bit, looks for Davis. Davis calls out the play. He's guarded by Halbert, and Halbert's going to force the turnover. Easy steal for Halbert. Janka in transition, no. Cleaned up, no. Vikings get out ahead. It's Williams. Stops. Nothing going from the line that time. Loose ball. Kankakee had it, not John, but rather Gavin, and the way they fell down, that left the door open for the jump ball.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of balls out on the ground, people trying to dive for those loose balls, and really it's just been sort of a sloppy game from Kankakee so far. I mean, they've gotten out in transition. They're making things happen, but as we said for Denmark-Olar, you got to finish around the rim, and Kankakee's left a few easy points out there.
Most effective team, or efficient team would probably be the better way to describe it so far, has been D.O. Down low, not quite anything that time for Kankakee. Back out ahead is Williams. Williams was looking for Profit, but it goes to the stands. Incomplete pass. Sets up a turnover. Kankakee set to take over. Janka will inbound. And there is Brandon Profit. Knows that pass probably not as crisp as it needed to be. See if he can clean it up on the defensive end. Here's Janka. Janka to the corner. Logan. Logan tries to create. Nothing cooking down there that time. Getting out is Sanders. Sanders breaks it down to Profit. Profit looks, finds Williams. Williams back to Davis. Davis has been efficient from three-point land today, 1 of 2. And that one conversion coming on a deep make. The second one kind of a heat check, didn't fall. Goes back to Davis. Davis looks nice find, had 6 assists last night, doesn't have another one there, and is blocked by Whitaker down low. Kamar Whitaker steps up. Strong play on the defensive end.
I like what Whitaker is doing out there. He's one of their bigger guys on the floor, and if you're Whitaker, you got to step up being a senior. Team's shorthanded. Maybe not the best offensive player on the floor for the K's, but making defensive plays just like that.
Sets up a big opportunity for the K's, who need a score soon. Vikings lead has blossomed. It's up to 13. They'll get another chance here. Davis in transition. Look out. You got to raise the voice when he goes to the rack. Comes up a little bit lame. Finished nicely at the basket, and it looks like he'll be okay. Kind of walks it off.
Nice job from Zach Davis getting out there. I was looking for the dunk maybe, but didn't have it in him that time. Maybe we'll see it later on. Nevertheless, a nice bucket.
Davis gets out again, 2-on-2. Tries to create some space. Nice move to get to the rim and draw the foul, Gavin. And Davis last night had the one dunk that might have been the play of the day. Just a strong slam, and in the context of the game, it felt big. Nothing quite like that so far, but I like that move to the rim. Did a good job of drawing a foul. Was a little bit flashy in that it was a nice play, but still nothing that he didn't need to do. He got to the basket and got the job done.
If you're somebody that watches the SEC, maybe a South Carolina fan, got to be excited on his skills to be able to get to the hoop and score. He's not going to be the most dynamite shooter. He can do it, but his big thing comes from the inside, making moves. He's got great body control, great ball handling, and we've seen it on display here tonight along with the rest of the tournament too.
Shot blocked to the corner, kept alive. No, should go to Denmark-Olar. Good hustle play from Halbert, but he couldn't get there in time. Bit of a lull here. Denmark-Olar will inbound. And it's going to be a game that we're going to continue to see that post play a role. We have not seen a lot of shooting. Seen a couple of threes from Denmark-Olar. Kankakee's offered a few up as well, but both teams kind of playing down in that that paint, that low post area right in front of the basket. Although Kankakee, too, to that point, they flashed the mid-range a little bit as well. I go back to Halbert on that basket a moment ago.
The three-point range game has not been to a friend so far of Kankakee. They've had some open looks, just not gone their way. They've been smart, though, to just get in the mid-range, take some easier shots to get them some points on the board. Needed a one just like that. Whitaker putting it in for two. And Whitaker is a player I watch. You know, we didn't really get a chance to talk too much about it in the open, but senior guy, one of their bigger guys on the floor. If he's scoring, that could mean good things for Kankakee, but he's going to need to do some more to get him back into this one.
Vikings going to work down low. Nothing going that time for Ross. Cleaned up and finished, though. Ross stays with it, makes the play. Vikings out ahead by 16 points, largest lead of the day. Kankakee just a couple of shots away from this one, and a foul on the three. To the line for three goes Jamari Watson, so he has a chance at the three-point play the unconventional way, but three free throws could be just what the doctor ordered for Chris Pickett's Kankakee Caves.
Well, that's so true. Haven't really been able to make any of those threes yet, but it works just the same. They all count the same if you can make all of them. So free throws are big, very crucial. You're down, you know, right now by a pretty good margin. Got to cut into this lead somehow, and if you can get it done at the stripe, that's always a good thing.
Free throw short from Watson. That's one he'd like to have back, I'm sure. Get a good look right side of your screen at the Denmark-Olar bench. Vikings in blue and yellow. K's in the white, powder blue and maroons. Three in the corner from Whitaker. Tried to flash the range. Whitaker, I've got to agree with what you've been saying, Gavin. Probably the player of the game so far for the K's. Would have been a big three if it had fallen.
Certainly would have. May have needed to look, though, on that offensive board. There was a man open inside. Maybe see if they can try to improve the court vision a little bit and hit some of those open teammates, grab a couple of buckets.
Three on the way. Would have been a deep three from Davis had it fallen. Rebound Kankakee. Yanka feeds it ahead. Nice find for Watson. Watson goes back to Yanka. Goes to Whitaker. Whitaker tries to cross it over to Logan. Logan creates space down low and a foul called. That'll go on Brandon Johnson.
Good take to the hoop there. It's got to be aware of when you're taking it inside. He saw the defender, really wasn't in position, so kind of an off-balance play there for the defender. Really his only options were to just kind of let him go up for an easy bucket or foul. Obviously he chose the latter and get an opportunity to make some free throws.
And the free throw line, when you're down by 14, you know, you've got to convert everything at the stripe. Two big free throws here for Logan. Doesn't get the second to go, and that segues into that point. Free throws kind of undoing Kankakee right now. Three on the way to get him back. Short off the mark from Logan. And Gavin, I get the sense that Kankakee's playing well. Defensively not looking all that bad. Offensively, they've gotten some looks. That's what you said a couple minutes ago. You just got to keep firing, and eventually it'll start to turn around.
Yeah, they're looking a little short on some of their shots, even from the free throw line. Maybe just getting settled in here early in the game. I mean, we're near the end of the first half, but there's always the second half and a big steal there.
Here's Watson. Easy finger roll, big basket for the K's. 12-point game. Kankakee trying to build momentum before this half expires. And a big turnover there. Chris Pickett's fired up. Vikings lost it out of bounds. An unforced error that could let the K's draw it to single digits with a three. Do you think they'll look to the perimeter, or do you think they go back down low?
Well, I think they're going to go down low as they keep it passing inside. I think it's a smart move, and it leads the score. I mean, that's where it's been working from. Got to get your points somehow.
Starting to pay off for the K's. Mekhi Brown, the senior, started for the K's today. Big two there. It was a tough finish. Profit doesn't get anything going for the Vikings. Yanka triggers the Kankakee offense. He's knocked down and a foul called. Kevonte Davis just maybe a bit too aggressive there trying to close out. And Yanka will inbound. It'll be the return of Brouchard Young at the dead ball. Off comes Kevonte Davis after the foul.
Yanka is one of those players that's got to look from three a number of times up to this point. Hasn't got anything. Has 2 points, but nothing from three. He could be one of the guys that, if he gets it going, could make a big difference.
Three on the way from Watson. Falls, and there it is. It's a 7-point game just like that. And an offensive foul away from the ball. Profit called, knocked down Yanka. And this game's starting to flip. Got a football score the day after Thanksgiving. See if Kankakee can continue to cut into it, but the momentum has shifted.
Big Mo, we talk about it. Big momentum coming in the way of Kankakee. 40 seconds left. See if they can add on to the lead, but Zach Davis is going to get the steal.
Look out with one hand. Zachary Davis says hello.
There's a way to flip it around real quick. Zach Davis, he's not really been the problem in these last few sequences. It's just been some unforced turnovers. Zach Davis letting him know he's still out there.
Steal kept in, knocked around, and Denmark-Olar is going to get one more chance. Up 9, 10 seconds left. Here's Young, swatted away by Brown. Rebound, second chance, no. Still loose to the corner, out of bounds. And Kankakee will have 3 seconds to try and create something. Could make it a 6-point game with a 3 here. Waiting, shoveling ahead, incomplete pass. A 1/10 of a second left. Denmark-Olar's not going to have enough time unless they can pull off some crazy alley-oop play, and they can't. And that's how the first half ends. Little excitement down the stretch. Kankakee made it a 7-point game. Big response from Davis on the offensive end for the Vikings, making it a 9-point game, but second half of this one's going to have some intrigue.
Denmark-Olar, to me, it still feels like they've got a lot of control over the way this is going. I think a lot of the success that Kankakee was having was just coming from some unforced error by Denmark-Olar, some turnovers, just some poor choices to shoot. I really think that Denmark-Olar kind of is going to dictate how this one goes in the second half, but Kankakee has the ability to step up, and if they can just start knocking down some of those open shots, it could be a totally different story in the second half.
Going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Quick word for our sponsors before we send it down to the studio, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Check out UfteringAutoGroup.com and get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. Since we're already neighbors, let's get together and chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today and visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central, where Colton Kaler has the latest. Colton will send it down to you. Take it away, buddy.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton Kaler here at the halftime break of Denmark-Olar and Kankakee. Kankakee made a late run, but Denmark-Olar has the lead at half. I'm pleased to be joined by Joe Delfonso, Washington fan, and helps out a lot around the tournament. Joe, it's a very special time of the year. Not only it's around Thanksgiving, but it's the time of the year that Washington gets to host the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. How special is this for the town of Washington?
It's one of the highlights of the year, actually. You know, you have your summer activities, you have your Christmas activities, but this activity here is really a bellwether for the community.
Now, you mentioned you do just a little bit of everything around here. They got you kind of running around. Now they got you in here with me. What does this tournament mean to you?
Well, it means a lot because I get to see a great basketball. I see a lot of friends who work the tournament, a lot of people who sponsor the tournament. They're involved. And it's one of those things where if I go outside the house and I come back and my wife says, who was there? I said, everyone in Washington was there. So it's a great place to see everyone in town. And it means a lot to me because I'm a basketball guy and I've been involved in, my whole life.
Now, for those watching at home, if you're a basketball fan, I mean, this is the place to be this time of the year because you have not only great local teams, but you have great national teams. I mean, you're seeing Denmark-Olar here. They're a national team. They've got Zachary Davis, who's going to South Carolina. You'll see Yorkville Christian tonight with the Duke commit. How is it that the tournament's just able to bring in that crowd?
Well, Sean Powell does a great job. And I was talking to Mike Adams just a little while ago, and we're talking about the players that come in here. And I said, well, you need a guy to find the players and find the teams, and you need the sponsors to bring them in here. And when I tell people, around the country about this tournament, they're like, oh, yeah, basketball tournament. When I tell them that I've seen Anthony Davis and Zion Williamson, they hesitate. They say, wait a minute. I said, oh, yeah, every year there's someone like that. So if you're a basketball junkie, this is the gym you want to be.
Powered by Clutch Sports. You can follow on clutchsportsil.com. This was a tournament that I came to as a young fan. It was one where, you're always looking at the Anthony Davis, I believe Yogi Ferrell played in this tournament. He went to Indiana. Obviously, Zion was here. It's a special tournament. And then after the game, for these high school kids, they're getting used to that publicity a little bit, but then they get a chance to sign autographs. You saw last night with Hansel Emanuel. Seemed like he was there for a long time signing autographs. And that's what it brings as well, is to the young fans and the young basketball athletes to see these guys before they're really famous. It's a very special moment for them as well.
Yeah, exactly, because you hear that all the time. You see kids who are playing in this tournament say that as a kid they dreamed about playing in this tournament, or they heard about this tournament, and now they're putting on the jersey and the shorts and participating. So everyone's in the same boat. We all have our stories about our youth, playing ball, whatever sport it was, and then you get to the highest level that you can get to. That's the thrill of it. The journey is the best part of playing.
I think Illinois is a special place for basketball, not only in the central Illinois area, but it's the original March Madness. The first postseason is where, they say it's happened here in Champaign this year is where the state finals will be. But to have a tournament like this, I mean, it speaks volumes to not only Washington, but to how much basketball means in Central Illinois.
Absolutely. I was at Bradley when the tournament shifted, the boys' state tournament shifted from Champaign to Peoria the first time. And it was like New Year's Eve. I mean, to get a spectacle like that in your hometown, in the arena that we had the volunteer base, we had the sponsors, we had everything you needed. The exhibition hall was, of course, packed with the experience. And they kept it 25, 27 years or something like that. So Peoria was the place to be. I was there when Washington played in the state finals in Carver Arena, and you have this every November. So if you like basketball, come to Central Illinois. I sound like someone from the Chamber of Commerce, but it's true.
Now, you spent, I believe, you said 23 years at Bradley as an SID.
Right.
How is that, it helped you a little bit here, and helping around this tournament?
Well, in a job like that, you're into almost everything that basketball has to offer, except for the coaching, of course. I was involved in everything. And I'm going on 32 years as the press conference moderator at Arch Madness, in St. Louis for the Valley Tournament. And so it opens a lot of doors, and you get to meet the wonderful people and a lot of great players and things like that. And so 23 years in that business is like a lifetime.
Now, Clutch Sports is, run by a bunch of Bradley guys, Bradley students. I myself am at Bradley right now. You spent a lot of time, obviously, at Bradley working there. You saw a lot of great basketball, the Hersey Hawkins days, who was just inducted into the National Basketball Hall of Fame. A special moment for him. But do you feel that the presence of Bradley in the Peoria area plays a role in this tournament?
It doesn't hurt, that's for sure. I mean, I come to these games sometimes, and I see Bradley coaches here. I used to see Lou Henson here all the time. I mean, Tim Sack, who just went by, icon for basketball, is here. I mean, if there are good games, if there's good talent, and there's good teams, you're going to find good basketball people. And Bradley brings that.
We've seen Brian Wardle here and his staff, throughout the week. They just got back from the Virgin Islands.
Right.
And it's being a head coach has got to be tough because not only are you worrying about coaching your guys, but you also got to worry about the recruiting standpoint. And this is about as good as it gets for recruiting.
Recruiting is everything. It's your lifeblood as a coach. And it gets tougher every year, I think, because the coaches get older and the players just remain the same age. And you're still recruiting 16 and 17-year-old kids. That's what makes it tough.
Well, Joe, we appreciate your time. We appreciate your help here at the tournament. And best of luck, and thanks for your time here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
It's about time to send it back up to the studio for the second half. We'll send it back up to Joey and Gavin.
Welcome back into the Washington Tournament of Champions. We're here on day number 4 in our third game today. Kankakee and Denmark-Olar going at it. Denmark-Olar with a 30-21 lead over the Kankakee K's at halftime. Just over a minute before we get going in the second half. So an entertaining first half. No doubt. Big plays coming from Zachary Davis, the South Carolina commit. Enjoyed watching him in the first half, but Kankakee making a late run, keeping this game within 9 points. Some unforced errors by Denmark-Olar, letting Kankakee slip back into this game a little bit more. The shorthanded Kankakee K's, obviously their football team, heading up to Northern Illinois University as they will participate in the Class 5A state final for football. So getting it done on the football field, a good problem to have, I guess, if you're a Kankakee fan. But we hope you're joining us for some basketball coverage for the Kankakee K's. As for Denmark-Olar, they're looking to get their first W of the season behind Zachary Davis. So far, Davis already coming up big with 12 points for the Vikings. 10 points so far for Brashard Young. He was kind of the leader early on in that game for the Vikings. Just about get underway here in the second half. Once again, Zachary Davis leading this Denmark-Olar program. A player that I've been watching for the Kankakee K's is Kamar Whitaker. He's definitely a player I've been interested in watching. He's a senior, one of the bigger guys on the floor for Kankakee. They're going to move the ball around the perimeter here. Feeds it inside. It's going to go off a hand, and it's going to be off Kankakee. Denmark-Olar will take over just 11 seconds into the second half.
And set to inbound is Davis.
Joey Wright back on with us.
Good job filling there. I appreciate that.
Get a little play-by-play experience. Doing some color, but doing a little play-by-play as well.
Take us through. Take us through the end of the play if you could.
Got Zachary Davis on the wing there. Passes back out. It looked like Daquez Dowling may have had a shot right there, but tries to pass it back out to Jakari Williams. Set to inbound. Back out to Davis.
Keep taking it. Keep taking it. Let's go until the next point. How about that?
And some contact up the middle. No call. It's going to be out of bounds on the Vikings.
I was going to say the next point couldn't come right there, right? That's too easy.
Absolutely, of course. Taking it up the floor is Watson. He's going to hand it off now back to Watson. A turnover. Brashard Young taking it up for the Vikings. Williams pulls up from the mid-range. No good. Young up. Can't get it to go. Davis on the steal, the three, and it's good.
And the second three we've seen from Davis. Gavin, you said it earlier, not a guy that's going to necessarily light it up from beyond the arc, but best player on this team, South Carolina commit, knows when his team needs a basket and can dial one up from anywhere. As some coaching on the Kankakee bench. Can't tell who that is in front of the bench. That's Watson. And now it's a Yanka, pardon me, coming over, getting adjusted. It's going to trigger this possession. Probably going to bounce it into Javon Logan as Makai Brown returns to the game. Gavin, and you hit on it a moment ago, turnovers, sloppy ball handling, kind of undoing Kankakee so far in this one. They did get back into it in the later stages of the second quarter, made it a 7-point game. Denmark-Olar has since pulled away, lead back up to 12. Pass to Yanka, now switched back and switched over to Javon Logan, who shoots up a three, no good. Shoots a three, no dice there. Rebound Denmark-Olar. Beautiful look at them bringing it ahead. And back, it's Young. Young back to Davis. Davis off the mark. Brown the rebound. Brown goes to Watson. Watson will slow it down. Guarded by number 11, Profit.
Look at the 2-3 zone here for the Vikings.
Vikings have been employing that double team. It's been effective so far. Feed down low, and Brown scores. Back to 10. Bouchard Young put it on the ground, brought it back. Now goes back to Young. He'll dial up a deep three short. A lot of threes missing short for both squads so far. Off the back iron, still loose. And last touched by Sanders.
Bouchard Young's been a little bit quiet since that first quarter. He started off the game really strong. Had some good looks at it, just missing just off. I mean, very close on a lot of his shots. Maybe needs to just get the feel for it again here in the second half.
Watson goes back over to Logan. Pass to Whitaker, back to Logan. His three in. Pardon me, Jamari Watson. But nevertheless, a big three for Kankakee. It's back to a 7-point game. It's as small as the deficit has been this half. See how Davis and the Vikings respond.
Whitaker, nice job on that feed for the three to Watson. Nice rhythm three-point shot right there, and they get him within 7.
Davis looks somehow able to connect down low with Williams, but turned over. Yanka catches up with it. Great hustle to keep it in. Unfortunately for the K's, it goes to Davis. Davis finds Williams. No. Second chance. No, but a foul and 2 free throws on the way for Williams.
We've talked about them finishing around the rim, and, that's something that it's important. You're obviously shooting close. Now, the defense has been good. I think Kankakee is definitely focusing on playing straight up, not allowing them to get too many easy points, but you're around there enough. You got a 3-on-1. You got to finish around the rim. Granted, they did get the foul, but 2 opportunities. You got to be able to finish at least one of those.
And that was their undoing last night against Urbana. If you're just joining us for your first game of the Tournament of Champions, these teams coming off tough losses in their opening contests. Makai Brown finishes for Kankakee. And the opening 2 games for both teams against maybe the 2 best teams in the city of Washington Invitational bracket. Kankakee losing to Yorkville Christian, 87-60 the other night. Denmark-Olar falling to St. Rita. Yorkville Christian and St. Rita will play tonight at 9:15. Could be a game of the tournament candidate. And then Kankakee losing to tournament host Washington. Denmark-Olar falling last night to Urbana. Urbana and Washington will play later tonight. Keeping our eye on that one. That will immediately precede St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. So that's how the onion unfolds. Denmark-Olar pushes back to Sanders, and Sanders finishes over Yanka.
A little unsure. I've seen a lot of hard contact, not even just in this game, and the officials really aren't calling a lot of that stuff underneath. Apparently it's not enough contact for a foul, so we play on. Nice job for Vikings, just play through right there.
Yanka steps back. No, Whitaker down low, can't get the rebound. Chance for the Vikings to continue to build the lead. Deep 2, no. Still loose, rebound corralled by Young. Young brings it back. Finds Davis. Davis tries to drive. Yanka says no. Kick to the corner, deep 2 off the mark. Whitaker the rebound. Kankakee will run it. In transition, Brown. And Brown, despite a good effort from Brandon Profit, able to find 2 points. Back to single digits.
Makai Brown has found himself open now on 2 plays in this half. just a breakdown by the defense, and he's just wide open standing there. Good job by the teammates finding him.
Good find down low. Second chance for Young. Count it. And the foul. Brouchard Young, tough guy to stop, is going to have a chance to finish a three-point play at the line. And Gavin, whenever Kankakee is able to build some momentum, claw back into it, Denmark-Olar's there with not an avalanche on the other end, but just enough to keep the yo-yo going. It'll go 7 points, 10 points, 12 points, 10.7 points kind of game.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's going. I mean, I think that just really talks to how Denmark-Olar is. They're a resilient team. They're a team that's able to make adjustments on the fly. And they're not a deep team. You know, they really only have 10 guys or so on their roster, so you can't really be that deep with a thin roster like that, but they're really been able to make adjustments and make some big plays.
Off the mark, Davis in transition. 1-on-2, tries to take it himself, and he's fouled. He'll go to the line for 2.
I've heard somebody say before, you know, drawing fouls is almost a skill, and, you know, him getting inside, obviously he can take it inside, put it in the hoop, but worst comes to worst, you get fouled and you get a chance to put in 2 at the free throw line.
First from Davis. After some suspense falls through, had us all on the edge of our seats. Back to 11. Davis with 16 points, leads all scorers. He has surpassed his teammate Brouchard Young, who has 12 points. Kays push it ahead. Logan goes over. Logan goes back, finds Yanka to Logan. Javon Logan, ball in hand, pass Profit, finds an open Yanka. Extra pass up top, and back to Yanka. Goes back over to Logan from Halbert. Good defense from Denmark-Olar. Up top, it's an open Watson. His 3 is in. Jamari Watson, go ahead.
Sorry, you know, Jamari Watson, he's really been the only player really making this team go right now. He's been their best shot maker as of late. 3 right there, no good, but he's going to get another chance up the floor potentially.
Logan in transition and a foul, and 2 free throws coming for Logan, and now Watson starting to key the rest of that Kankakee offense.
For sure, Jamari Watson, you know, trying to take a look at him on the scoreboard. He's got 14 points right now, so he's leading all Kankakee scorers and helping make those big plays, certainly the driving force of the K's.
First free throw from Watson, no dice, pardon me, Logan does not fall. And free throw is going to be big down the stretch of this one.
For sure. They've missed, to my count, about 4 or 5 of them, so could be looking at a much different game had they made their free throws.
Down low, nothing from Sanders. Still loose, rebound. Pumped around by Halbert. Up goes Yanka. Yanka back to Halbert. Halbert a free throw. Off the back iron, rim not kind to Kankakee right now. It's still an 8-point game. Davis, 2 more free throws. A lot of free throws lately.
Sure, yeah. You know, I'd like to see on that last play, Halbert pulled up from the mid-range. The only person in front of him was Zachary Davis. I'd like to just see him attack the rim a little bit more. Again, you give yourself a chance to maybe get some free throws as well. So maybe up the aggressiveness of your Kankakee a little bit. Certainly Zachary Davis is playing that way, getting himself to the free throw line often in this half, and he is leading all scorers at the moment.
Free throw on the way, falls from Davis, and so many of Davis's points, as you allude to, coming at the free throw line. Yanka, back to Logan. Yanka. Does Kankakee here start to, they answer my question that I was about to ask with Sam Yanka. You know, do you keep playing the perimeter, or do you just keep hammering it down low?
Well, I think the only person that really is in the best position to take a shot is the guy with the ball right now, but he's going to take it inside himself. Can't get it to go. It's a 3-on-1.
Here's Williams. Takes a little off the top and drops it in. Jaquari Williams.
Kind of an odd sequence there, but Watson's been the guy on the perimeter. Otherwise, I would say find yourself some stuff inside. Maybe try to work it in the post. They've got Whitaker down there.
Javon Javon Logan brings it back. Here's Halbert. Nice find down low. Whitaker can't finish. Halbert the rebound. 12 seconds left and a foul, and Halbert will go to the line.
Just as I mentioned, got to challenge him up there. You know, if you do it enough, maybe you get Zachary Davis in foul trouble. That's obviously been your kryptonite so far in this game. So Whitaker, a nice feed to him. Couldn't get the bucket to go, but Halbert going to the line for 2 and definitely needs these free throws.
First free throw falls in. Denmark-Olar is going to have, obviously, one more chance to tee something up offensively before the third quarter draws to a close. Make here from Halbert. It will almost certainly be either a 10 or a 7-point game, although I suppose Denmark-Olar could get a 2 out of this, and a nice find. They'll do just that. Brouchard Young, 9-point game. Time expiring, third quarter ending, and a deep 3 from half court from Javon Logan doesn't fall. That's how the third quarter ends. 47-38 our score. A good one down the stretch. Denmark-Olar controlling. Kankakee needing a couple of baskets to really get back into it. And we'll take a quick break to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial. You finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. CountryFinancial.com. About ready to get back underway, but Titan Industries first. Structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Kankakee a little slow to break huddle. Kind of them to allow us to thank Titan Industries. Terrific partner here at the TOC. Quick word as well as we get back underway for the KB Strong Foundation, named in honor of late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown was a rock in the Washington community, made an impact on everybody he came into contact with, his players, their families, his own family, everyone in the community. Sam Yonka finishing for Kankakee. Tournament named in his honor. Fought a terrific fight with glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. KB Strong, a foundation created in his honor to raise awareness for the condition and fight for treatments and a cure. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com to learn more. We're well underway, Gavin, here. I'll wait till the next dead ball to work a little more about Coach Brown in, but the bottom line is he impacted so many people during his time with us, and terrific to see the tournament played in his honor now in 2019, this year, and every year moving forward. As Brouchard Young on the offensive end, a big 2 there. Just like that, it's back to 11 points.
This game has been moving incredibly fast in the first, minute and a half of this final quarter. Boy, it's going back and forth. Kankakee, some opportunities, just good defense to kind of hold them to no points so far, or on some of those fast breaks, rather, and 3 right there. No good. Yonka with the cleanup, though.
Sam Yonka has been down in the post. He's taken a couple of threes. He's really a player that can fill it up from anywhere on the floor for Chris Pickett and these Kankakee K's. Travel down low. Brouchard Young called for the infraction. In comes Makai Brown. Gavin, going back to Coach Kevin Brown, you've been in our Country Financial Tournament Central most of the week. Colton Kaler getting some action down there as well. But you've talked with so many people who had relationships with Coach Brown in various capacities. You spoke to his wife, Jody Brown, his longtime assistant, current Washington head coach, Eric Schermerhorn. You've talked with people who knew him, from his childhood, people who coached. You've talked with so many people who've played for him. What's been the common refrain from all those different types of people?
Well, he really legendary. I mean, he is just a legendary human being, legendary coach. You know, he was a guy that expected a lot out of his players, but always wanted the best for them. Always a guy that, you know, expected hard work, and, you know, he wasn't overly demanding, though. You know, he wanted to play as a team, wanted to play as a family. Just a really good guy. Just everybody that he met, and really making an impact on so many different people's lives. He meant a lot to so many people.
And the Tournament of Champions now named in his honor, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, as is the KB Strong Foundation, which was started to raise awareness for glioblastoma, which Kevin Brown fought with until the very end. It's an aggressive form of brain cancer. If you're just hearing of the disease, glioblastoma, the KB Strong Foundation leading efforts to raise awareness is really the big thing they stress. They've raised a lot of money to research research treatments. You can learn more about the KB Strong Foundation, again, at kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. That's kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. And one more on their website, Gavin. Jody Brown has a terrific piece penned in honor of her husband, really details what Coach Brown meant to her and those around him. You can also learn more about the board members of the foundation. Foundation board comprised of people who knew Coach Brown personally. Eric Schermerhorn's on the board. Coach Brown's father is on the board as well. And you can just really kind of get a sense of what Kevin Brown meant to those folks. Terrific website. Check it out if you get a chance. Open up a new tab maybe as you watch along with us on ClutchSportsIL.com.
Yeah, I want to talk very highly of KB Strong. They've been great to us all week. I mean, you know, helping us fill content here, you know, get us a lot of these interviews. I got to give credit to Jody Brown. She's been incredible for us. I'm not sure if she'll be able to hear this or not, but Jody, if you're out there listening, we appreciate all your help this week and all the things you do for KB Strong. It's incredible foundation. You guys are doing a great job. We appreciate your support, and we hope that our viewers can support you guys as well in the fight against just such a deadly disease. It's terrible, but they're doing a great job.
1,000%. On the offensive end, Sam Yonka, as we get back to the action, it is a 6-point game. Gavin, as we were talking there, Kankakee with a technical set of free throws. Denmark-Olar back to respond. It's Zachary Davis for three. And again, it's what we talked about earlier. Every time Kankakee nibbles into this lead, Denmark-Olar's there to put it right back to where it was. Davis gets out. Nice find to Sanders. Goes back up and slams it down. Two hands.
Zachary Davis is just putting on an absolute show with the TOC. Did it yesterday. The dunk against Urbana. He's doing it today. He's showing the range. He's got 23 points. He's for real, people. He is for real. Keep your eye on Zachary Davis. He is going to be big in the coming years for South Carolina.
All smiles as he heads towards the bench. Timeout called by Kankakee. And a lot of smiles in that huddle overall. The Vikings up 11 points every time. Kankakee has pressured them. They've been there to answer the call. They break huddle, and you can tell Davis knows. He's feeling it right now.
For sure. You know, we've got a great crowd here, but, you know, a lot of the crowds come out for some of the later games. We have St. Rita, Yorkville Christian, but I think people should be giving Zachary Davis the same type of attention. The way he's played, the amount of highlight plays that he's had, really unmatched, and not a whole lot of players that can go up against that in this tournament.
Kankakee forces a turnover. Kay's not out of this yet. They need to respond, though, especially as Davis is heating up. Davis has 23 points. And you know they'll be looking to him in the offense. Blocked away, but Kay's there to recover. And setting up the offense is Logan. Logan now over. It's Yonka, intercepted by Profit. Profit gets out. Finger roll, no. Still loose. Vikings get it back. Down to Davis. Nice move and one.
He is all over the place, man. You just keep your eye on Zachary Davis in these next few sequences. He just finds himself, makes himself available. What a player. He's just absolutely terrific to watch.
25 points. His 26th would make it a 14-point game, and it falls on free throws. That's an area where Kankakee has struggled tonight. Down the stretch of this one, that might be the difference maker. Needing something going on the offensive end. Down to the corner, and Mackay Brown. Brown loses it, knocked away, loose ball, and running is Williams. Williams gets past Watson and lays it in.
Everybody's getting involved for Denmark-Olar. I mean, Zachary Davis obviously leading the pack, but everybody's getting involved. Everybody's on the score sheet. Really well played team game.
Deep three doesn't fall for Kankakee. Rebound, Williams. Williams there to grab it and bring it in. Down low, Sanders. Sanders looking back to Williams. Williams gets it back. Second chance. There won't be a second chance as Kankakee able to root it away. Here's Logan. Now down to the corner and Yanka. Yanka's three in the corner short. And, you know, you live by the three, you die by the three. Kankakee just not really able to flip that switch from the field today. A team that, make no mistake, will be okay as the tournament moves along. But in this one, just they didn't seem to quite have it from the field.
There's been a couple of teams today it's been like that. I mean, kind of unusual, a slow shooting day. You know, I look at Kankakee. I know Yanka's gotten several open looks. Really, their main three-point shooter today has been Jamari Watson. And, again, just a slow day. Sometimes it just doesn't fall your way, and you just got to rebound, kind of put it behind you and get better.
Brouchard Young, free throw in. 17-point game, 19 points for Young. Second on the Vikings, behind Davis's 26. Down low, over the outstretched hand of Whitaker.
I think you can see that, you know, Kankakee's starting to get a little bit wore down here. I think all these big plays from Davis as it goes off his shoulder, but all these big plays and commanding lead is really kind of, you know, just wore down Kankakee throughout this game, you know, to add on top of the fact that they have a very thin bench anyway.
Kankakee depleted if you're joining us by a successful run through the IHSA football playoffs. Gays will play for a state title tomorrow in DeKalb, Illinois, on the campus of Northern Illinois University. So missing a little bit too, for as thin as that roster has become all of a sudden at the start of this season. They've looked good, and a team that's going to be okay as the season moves along. A good test for some players a little deeper in the rotation here against some really good competition. Get them a little seasoned for when the full roster comes back.
Very true. You know, they're going to be so much better, I think, going forward now. They're going to have a lot more guys that have game experience. These guys obviously getting a chance to look at some of the best players in the nation, really, and high-level tournament play. And really, I mean, it's just a good test. They'll be able to grow on a lot going forward. And make no mistake, Kankakee will be winning plenty of games this year.
To the corner, and Williams. Williams back, lost, kept alive by Profit. Kankakee able to come out of it with it. The other number 11, Watson, in transition. A layup with 1:20 left, back to 13.
Jamari Watson, I am pretty sure he's their leading scorer, but he's played excellent today. I think he continues to play a strong game like he has. You know, he's a very athletic player, but make a few threes in a game and find himself in a good spot on maybe some fast breaks. He's going to be one of Kankakee's better players this year. Jamari Watson, 5'10" senior. Definitely a player to watch for the K's moving forward, and I think we're going to get the bench unit for Denmark-Olar to check in now.
Davis at the line. Free throw falls. 63-49 our score. You saw a moment ago Hercules Davis. He's got a lot to smile about right now. His Vikings looking good. Vikings have traveled all the way from South Carolina. Rims out, falls down, and Davis looking good. Davis up to 28 points.
28 for Davis, and a much deserved rest. Still get to sit the final minute or so of this game, and give the B squad a little action.
Sanders the rebound in the corner, and Denmark-Olar rolls on. Dowling, ball in hand for the Vikings. To Davis. Davis, corner, 3 on the way from Johnson. Short, rebound, up, no good from Ross. Out of bounds. Kankakee will inbound, and 35 seconds left. Probably won't be overly aggressive. You're not going to try to force the issue.
Might as well just maybe take a look at a shot or maybe run a set or something. Try to find an open look and, again, take some positives away with you. Stuff to maybe grow on going forward. No doubt they'll sit down and watch the film and get a little bit of action to work on in the coming days.
In the hands of Yanka, turnover. Sanders forces it loose, brings it across, finds Dowling down low, and a nice block from Logan. Just shy of 12 seconds left here. It's been a good one if you're just joining us late in the fourth quarter. Kankakee fighting to the very end here, and to the very end goes Jamari Watson and one, but in the end, Denmark-Olar able to turn it on late, and they will likely emerge around a 13-point winner here. See if the free throw falls from Watson.
Jamari Watson's been the bright spot for the K's today, but it's been all led by one man, Zachary Davis, and I guess Brashard Young as well. Both of them have had excellent games, and they'll get to take home their first win of the Washington Tournament of Champions.
2-1, final buzzer sounds. Denmark-Olar, a complete performance, and they take down Kankakee, 64-52 final from the third game of the fourth day of the Tournament of Champions, led by Zachary Davis. Man, that alley-oop might be a play of the day candidate when we look back at all 9 games when the Friday slate concludes. Your final thoughts?
Well, as one of my favorite color commentators would say, Stacey King, the Chicago Bulls color man, he'd say, give me the hot sauce, big fella. Making some big plays out there. Zachary Davis doing some really good things. We've seen him all tournament long make some big plays, but well-rounded team game. Brashard Young played well, too, and a lot of credit to Kankakee. They're fighting out there. They're shorthanded. They'll no doubt get better going forward. Just a solid game by both teams.
It was a fun one to the end, a 12-point win for the Vikings. There's Zachary Davis, takes the jersey off. He's earned a little break, as have both of these squads. How about a word for some of our sponsors as the Tournament of Champions continues? Terrific tournament. Glad to be out here, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. 64-52, Denmark-Olar over Kankakee. We'll keep it here for a minute before we go down to Country Financial Tournament Central. Gavin, how much fun has this tournament been this week?
This tournament has been absolutely awesome. I mean, I've been coming to this tournament for a few years. Got to see a lot of great players, but when you get to experience the whole tournament, just get to see all the games, you get to see several teams play multiple times throughout the week. You really get to know these teams. You get to know who these players really are, and there's a lot of special talent out here. Just been a lot of fun to watch, and to think some of our best games of the day are still several hours away. That is really crazy. It just goes to show how great this tournament really is, and we're in store for several more really good games here. Clutch Sports Media live from the TOC.
We've just passed the 1 o'clock hour. I want to thank our entire crew real quick. Behind our computer right now, Larry Larson and Jonathan Michael. Over to our left, social media team, Josh Schwam, Jacob Steinberg, Zach Larson helping us out this week as well. On our other camera for that last game, and this next game too, Francisco Alonso. Charlie Schermerhorn running around, helping coordinate things. You are Gavin Russell. I am Joey Wright. We are running, actually, how about this, a little bit ahead of schedule right now. Tournament's moving by at a pretty good clip right now. So a little extra time here between games. Vashon and Lanphier coming up. This one's going to be fun. Landfair, a good squad out of Springfield, and Vashon from the St. Louis area. And judging by what we can tell right now, how about this, a little color rush action. We're going to have a little orange uniform for Landfair, a little blue action for Vashon. A little blue uniform action that would be for Vashon. I think this is the first time we've seen it in the tournament, but I like it.
Absolutely. I really like these uniforms. You know, we love breaking down the uniforms, the shoes, all that good equipment stuff, and definitely really nice looking jerseys. Clean look. I'm a big fan of those bright orange shorts over there for Landfair. And to match those bright orange shorts, they've had some really good basketball on the court. Landfair 2-0 to start things out. You know, they've had bus troubles. They've had things go wrong outside of the basketball court, but they found ways to pull it together, and they've gotten some big wins. We talked to their head coach a couple of days ago, and, man, they've been really fun to watch so far.
They have. You see Landfair warming up on that side of the court there. You can see the shorts. And we will send it down to the studio, and Colton Kaler has the latest for us, Country Financial Tournament Central. Colton, excited to hear what you have for us. Take it away, my friend.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. We've got a final score from our third game of the day. Denmark-Olar is our winner, 64-52 over Kankakee. A very impressive performance from the Vikings of Denmark-Olar. Zachary Davis, Bouchard Young was just as impressive today, so a big win for them. Denmark's a very fun and interesting team to follow. They're active. Zachary Davis, the South Carolina commit, who we're hoping to be getting an interview here with shortly, but we'll stand by on that. He's got a lot of priorities after the game, signing autographs and being with his team, but hoping for an interview. And I got to admit, Hercules Davis, the coach of Denmark-Olar, very active on the sidelines, is up into it for the entire time. He is a fun coach to watch. And just a very good performance from the Vikings. And we're joined by Gavin Russell here, did the color for the call of this game. Gavin, I'll let you catch your breath a little bit. You're running around, doing a great job this week, helping me out here at the Country Financial Tournament Central. But, boy, what a game. Just two special performances in that game from Denmark-Olar, from Bouchard Young and Zachary Davis.
So true. I love watching Zachary Young play, and heard me on the color. Quote, Stacey King, one of my favorite Chicago Bulls players, does color commentary for him now. Always tell him, give him the hot sauce. And he's bringing that fire in this game. He's absolutely throwing out some monster dunks, lighting it up from, three-point range too. So, awesome job from Zachary Young. Couldn't say more about him. Zachary Davis. Get him and Bouchard Young mixed up. Bouchard Young did an excellent job as well. Kind of a piece that maybe gets overlooked at times, but certainly a big force behind that victory.
I mean, Zachary Davis had some highlight reel plays. Just so smooth of a player. I mean, there was a step back in the first half, nothing but net. Had another step back in the second half. Obviously, that alley-oop was unbelievable. A block. I mean, he does it all.
For sure. And, as I look over to my left here, just up from the stairs where the players will exit from the locker room, there's probably several dozen people waiting for Zachary Young, get some pictures, get some autographs. That means he's a high-level guy, and he's headed to play South Carolina. I mean, SEC is it's a Power 5 conference. A lot of really good basketball. I mean, you can think of, Kentucky, and he's obviously going to South Carolina. So a lot of great schools. He's going to play some high-level basketball, and today he's playing high-level basketball. I think the one thing that makes the difference with Zachary Young, he's incredibly long. I mean, he's got good size, 6'7", 6'8", but he's very wiry. He can get in and out. Obviously has the ability to shoot the 3-ball. So really special player. I said on the broadcast, I don't want to make this direct comparison necessarily, but the way that he plays, his style of play, just because of his, his skill set and his body shape and all that, Kevin Durant, that is somebody that I look at very similarly. Obviously, Kevin Durant, a tall guy, very wiry, a guy that can pull up from just around anywhere on the court. Just be able to do just about everything. So Zachary Davis, a really special guy and somebody everybody should keep their eye on going forward.
Very much. I'll tell you right now, South Carolina is getting a very good player in Zachary Davis. And your comparison, that's pretty good right there. I mean, Zachary Davis can play so many different positions, but I think today a shining star besides Zachary Davis was really Brashard Young. And he was when Zachary Davis wasn't able to be there, Brashard Young was. And a big reason as to why Denmark-Olar pulled out the victory today.
Brashard Young is going to be the driving force behind Denmark-Olar next year. He's only a junior, 6'5" guard or 6'5" guard forward. He's got the ability to hand the ball, and you kind of watch those two out there. They're really a dynamic duo. I mean, where Zachary Davis may not be able to do one thing, it seems like Brashard Young is right in there to clean it up. He's in the inside. He can shoot, from the mid-range, from the three-point range. See some of those players coming up. People got their phones out taking pictures, and again, that really just marks how good of a team Denmark-Olar is.
And I'll tell you what, that's such a special part of this tournament is just the fans and how much they take a liking to these high school players. And I'll be honest, a lot of the high school players aren't quite used to the publicity that they get here. I remember as a young fan always trying to get autographs. I remember Lumiere came over from Indiana one year. And there was a few autographs that I wanted from that team, and it's just a special moment for these fans.
For sure, and maybe we can see if we can work on getting Zachary Davis. I say Young, I'm thinking of Brashard Young all the time. Maybe we can see if we can get Zachary Davis in here for an interview. We'll see maybe our guy Charlie Schumacher can work on getting Zach Davis on for an interview. We'll see if he's up to maybe get him. He's getting mobbed by the crowd right now, but you never know. Maybe we'll bring him over here in a minute, but yeah, absolutely a great game. And, talk a little bit about, I grabbed the wrong note sheet, but talk about Kankakee a little bit.
Yep.
They're shorthanded. Their football team is in the 5A state finals. I mean, a good problem to have if you're a Kankakee fan. They look promising on the court, though. They had a couple of guys get into double figures. They had a couple of guys knocking down some shots. Just got to put it together for a team game. That's some of my takeaways on Kankakee.
But while it's not the most ideal situation, I think this actually might benefit Kankakee more down the road than many think, because a lot of their guys that may not be seeing this time or seeing this role, they're getting that experience. And not only are they getting that experience, but they're getting it against very good teams. I think this will actually benefit Kankakee once they get their core group back.
Some of those guys played nearly the entire game. I mean, to be able to do that, it's going to build your endurance. You're going to be battle-hardened coming, into the later months, January, March, February, around then. And they're going to be certainly a much better team coming out on the other side. Doesn't look pretty right now, but sometimes you got to roll through a little bit of adversity, come out better on the other side. And they're a really good team. I mean, they're a team towards central Illinois, a little more towards the Chicagoland area, but they're going to be a team that's certainly going to be one of the better ones from this tournament this year, especially right here in Illinois.
And, there's something to say about a team that plays their best basketball in February and not in November. So oftentimes, it's okay to, roll with the punches a little bit, take a few shots here early, especially when, reinforcements are coming, especially after tomorrow. But again, a good problem to have because, your football team's in the state championship. There's one more point that I want to make about the Vikings and Denmark-Olar. Coach Hercules Davis, he is so special. I don't know if you picked up on this. He is active on the sideline. I mean, he's darn near playing defense himself, it seems like at times.
Very active out there, and I think when you've got a coach like that is engaged with your team, obviously there's a level of seriousness that you have to have, coming out. You have to be able to coach up your team well, keep your guys locked in, but if you're out there keeping your guys animated, number one, that keeps it a whole lot of fun for your team. That makes your team want to go out there and play every game, want to go out there and win and have a good time. But at the same time, it keeps the energy up on your team. And I think something we saw a lot with Denmark-Olar was a lot of energy on this group. So Hercules Davis, a fun coach. No doubt he's doing great things for Denmark-Olar, and they're going to be a very successful team going down the road.
Now our next game on the docket, the fourth game of 9 today, St. Louis Vashon, Springfield Lanphier, the winner's side of the bracket for the Washington Invitational. This is going to be a very, very good game. Obviously, St. Louis Vashon brings in Kennard Davis, a 6'6 junior, and obviously we know all about Springfield Landfair with Ty Banks and Devonta Jackson.
Ty Banks, really special player. 38 points in their first game. That's the stat that I keep going back to. But 38 points, I mean, that's one of the top individual scoring performances of this tournament. I think that's good for second or third best, and that's really impressive. I mean, considering we've got Jaden Shute out here, Morez Johnson, James Brown, the list could go on and on. Zachary Davis as well. The fact that he put up 38 in their first game and no doubt been going off since then has been really fun to watch. Lanphier, a really good team.
He scored 19 in the first game against Metamora, and I thought, man, he 19 points. It seemed quiet, and I thought Metamora did a pretty good job of kind of slowing him down, and then he just exploded in that next game, as you mentioned, with 38. He is just a fun player to watch, and if you're at home watching on ClutchSportsIL.com, be sure to get on over here because we have a ton of good games left today. Hansel Emmanuel at 4:45 with Life Academy. He was a fan favorite the other night, Gavin.
Very, very much so. There's at least a couple hundred people lined up to get his autograph, if not more. And, we tried to get him in here for an interview. We did. Our own Francisco, got him in here for an interview. There's a big crowd standing around. I mean, can't necessarily see behind us from your vantage point, but big area out here in a little atrium here at Torrey Gymnasium. Totally full of people watching him. Obviously, you heard that broadcast in Spanish. Hansel is more comfortable in Spanish, something neat about him, but he's going to be a fun one to watch, 4:45, and make sure to keep it here. We're going to have 2 separate streams for this broadcast, so if you see the stream cut off, do not be alarmed. It is not because we are gone with our coverage. It's just because we got to switch coverage to make sure we can fit it all in one broadcast. So that's up to the production team when that all goes down, but keep it here. Make sure to come back 4:45, and then, of course, our late games tonight will also be very special.
9:15 tonight, Jaden Shute of Yorkville Christian taking on Chicago's St. Rita, a very, very special team with the 2 Illinois recruits, Morez Johnson Jr. He's thrown down some highlight dunks. He's had a lot of highlight blocks as well. And then, Yorkville Christian, they can just score in a heartbeat. They scored 92 against Washington, put up another great performance yesterday. We've got a lot of great games here at ClutchSportsIL.com for those tuning in. This is the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're going to send it back up to the booth with Larry Larson, I believe, is back on the call for this one. So we'll send it back up.
It's actually going to be Joey Wright and Cody Roskins for this one.
Okay. Joey Wright, Cody Roskins. He's Gavin Russell joining me. We'll send it back up to Joey and Cody, guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that from Gavin Russell and Colton Kaler. Joey Wright with Cody Roskins ready to go. Back in the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. It's the 4th game of the 4th day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. A game that could be one of the Game of the Day candidates when we take a look back at this one after it's all said and done. A lot of great matchups today, so we'll bite our tongue on that until we see it. But as we look at these 2 teams, St. Louis Vashon on the right side of your screen, Lanphier warming up left side of your screen. Cody, let's start with Vashon. Played maybe the best game we've seen so far on Wednesday, taking down Joliet West 61-59, game that came down to the last couple of seconds. And then yesterday defeating Tinley Park. It's a deep Vashon team, can do a lot. They can hold their own with the best in the state. What are we looking for from the Wolverines?
Well, Joe, I think it starts first. It's an outside-in attack coming in for the Wolverines. They really like to work the perimeter. It opens up things down low for them in a variety of different ways. I really take a look up and down this roster. And Mason Mosley, the 5'9 junior guard, had a lot of big shots in their victory over Tinley Park last time out. It was a great spot-up shooter for him. I look for him to continue a hot start to this tournament. But going to the other side for Lanphier, Joey, again, they're a team that likes to rebound, not overly sized. They're going to have to be very scrappy on defense today.
Lanphier has taken down some of the very best in this tournament, opening the tournament on Tuesday with a win over Metamora, headlined by Ethan Kizer, high-flying junior. And then Lanphier bouncing back, not bouncing back, keeping it rolling might be the better way to term it against St. John Bosco yesterday morning, or Wednesday morning. They all blend together, but they took down a Braves team that has proven themselves among the tournament's best. Lanphier, the home team on the scoreboard in this one, but Cody, that really makes no difference at this point who's home and who's away. They're both going to wear their colored uniform sets, orange for Lanphier, blue for Vashon. Excited to watch a little color-on-color matchup in this one. Gavin Russell and I talked about that a moment ago. Two teams that have traveled about equal distances here to Washington. Lanphier in Springfield, Illinois, a little bit closer than St. Louis, which Vashon calls home. Vashon, the defending Missouri state champions, 16-1 last season for the Wolverines. They're being introduced right now. We'll get you their starting lineup. It'll be Trey Williams lining up alongside Jaden Nicholson, who you see being introduced right now. Keep an eye on Ramirez Taylor, number 11, as he makes his way through the tunnel. Taylor, a senior, lining up alongside a junior in Anthony Sanford. Sanford, a junior, stands at 6'5", big part of the Wolverines' attack, as is Kennard Davis Jr., another junior. Number 30, the man in the middle, stands at 6'6". The Wolverines coached by Tony Irons. And we flip it over to the other side of the gym. Lanphier, again, technically the home team. That matters really, I guess, for scorekeeping purposes only in the scorebook. And the orange uniforms, coached by Blake Turner, making their first appearance. Devontae Jackson has been big for the Lions all week long. Ty Banks in the starting lineup, perennial threat for this Lanphier attack. Cam Kincaid, number 3, set to make his appearance. Kincaid, a senior, as is Banks. Jackson's a junior. Jaquan Holman, a freshman, has really made a big impact for the Lions in his first couple of high school games this season. And Austin Robinson, a junior, rounds out the starting lineup for the Lions, again coached by Blake Turner. Blake Turner's a fiery guy, Cody, but a coach that cares greatly for his players. One of the best coaches certainly in the area, if not the whole state of Illinois. Was gracious enough to take some time with us in the studio the other day. Tony Irons has led Vashon to a lot of success, so by all means, this should be a great basketball game.
Yeah, Joey, that's kind of been the theme of the tournament again. Both these teams playing close games. Lanphier, of course, though, overly talented themselves. And in this one, it could really come down to the ins and outs, the minute details of the game. Again, just two-handed rebounding. I've been harping on it for 3 straight days now, Joey. The free throw line has yet to be a friend to anybody at this tournament. And down the stretch, obviously could be the difference maker.
You're in the gym for your first game today, but that was absolutely the case in the first 3 games, especially last time out for Kankakee. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Fix a leftover turkey sandwich for lunch and sit back, relax, enjoy. We're underway. Vashon winning the tip and getting things going. Over to Nicholson. Nicholson settles it down to the corner, and Davis, Kennard Davis Jr., feeds back up to Sanford. And Sanford goes over, looks and finds Ramirez Taylor. Taylor ball in hand, picked up at the top by Kincaid, and a little bit deeper than a free throw for Sanford, doesn't fall.
Good job on the hard shell on the pick and roll, Joey. Takes away that immediate dive option by the point guard and forces the big to pop.
Devontae Jackson centers it up, now goes over to Banks. Banks picked up by Sanford. Lanphier unable to work the baseline. Still looking for our first score. Vashon taking its second crack at it. See if they can find the board here. It's Nicholson. Nicholson to Davis. Davis guarded by Robinson. Now it's Nicholson. Nicholson puts it on the ground. He'll drive. Steps back. Basket still closed. Let's see if Lanphier can find the scoring column. 3 on the way. Deep 3 doesn't fall for Kincaid. Rebound Jackson. Jackson goes over to Kincaid. First 3 was from Ty Banks. And now it's back to Jackson. Jackson going to try to take it himself. Nothing there. Luckily for him, Banks behind him. Banks spinning. And a foul called. Bit of a late call there Lanphear's probably lucky that wasn't a travel because it looked as though he came back down to the ground before the foul called. Whistle for the foul, and it'll go against Nicholson. And there was contact, not saying that was the wrong call by any means. Cody, your early impressions from this game. We now have a score, Lanphier ahead 1-0.
Yeah, both teams, I guess, still trying to feel each other out so far. Joey, again, we saw the hard show on the pick and roll, so maybe that's the go-to today for Lanphier. And for the Wolverines, again, they play that outside-in type game. They're looking to hunt the outside shot first and then drive and kick from there.
Vashon gets it in. Here's Sanford. Sanford goes over and connects with Taylor. Taylor picked up by Jackson. Now they work it to Nicholson, the junior, guarded by Kincaid. Sean wants the three there from Taylor, doesn't take it. Instead he goes down low, wise decision as Kennard Davis Jr. puts the Wolverines on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and that's going to be across the timeline and back again, Joey, so that inline, the cause of the first turnover of the game. But going back to that last bucket, great pass from Ramirez Taylor. Nice entry pass, leading him away from the defender, but away from harm.
Three on the way on the inbound pass. A little bit off was Williams. Vashon gets it back, getting it back to Davis. Kennard Davis Jr., guarded by Ty Banks. Brought back. Here's Nicholson. Nicholson shades over. Good defense from both teams early on, a defensive struggle. Two fundamentally sound squads. It's Williams. Williams to Davis. Davis now, Sanford tries to establish himself. Goes to work, can't get it, still loose, out of bounds. Last touched by Vashon off the hand of Jaden Nicholson. Kincaid gets it in. Talked earlier about uniforms, Cody, a unique set of digs for Landfair. Just a thin black outline on those numbers. Don't see that design often. Deep two, no good from Banks. Davis Jr. find the corner. Taylor for three.
Great one more pass to the corner. That's one of the highest points per possession shot in the game of basketball. That quick one more pass to the corner.
Pays off that time for Vashon. Their lead up to 4. Robinson. It's exactly a free throw, and it's as if he made 2 at the line. Pure shot from Robinson. Lions trying to close out. Instead, it's the second 3 in a row for the Wolverines. Ramirez Taylor says hello. The senior. 8-3 Wolverines. Lanphier tries to respond. Offensive end. Down low, and an offensive foul will go against the Lions. A good job taking that by Taylor. Jackson a little too aggressive. And instead of making it a 3-point game, it's a turnover, and Vashon has a chance to build early.
Yeah, Joey, great job of taking one right in the chops for his team. We've seen the referees call quite a few charges in this tournament, and a lot of them have been just like that, baiting them in to the over-the-top lane from outside the paint.
Here's Sanford, goes back to Kennard Davis Jr. Davis Jr. is going to attack. Kick to the corner, 3 on the way from Nicholson, falls. Jaden Nicholson, a loud 3 in the corner. Timeout called by Lanphier. The Lions want to make some adjustments. The Wolverines have opened this one up a little bit early. And it's a quick 30-second timeout from Blake Turner. Camera's on the Vashon huddle. Cody, what have the Wolverines done right?
Well, they've hunted out the shot they wanted. I commented on it coming into the start of the game, Joey, that they were going to hunt for that outside jump shot early on. And so far, we've seen them make 3 threes as a team. And that's why they have an 11-3 advantage. And it's really helped that their defense has had a lot of active hands and hustling early on.
Winner of this game goes to the championship round of the bracket tomorrow. As we come out of the timeout, a lot at stake. Third game for both teams at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions 2021 edition. Lanphier inbounds, they'll push it ahead. To the corner, now down low, knocked around. 3 on the way, no, Jackson's gonna take it himself. took a little off, got it to fall, hits the ground after some contact with Kennard Davis Jr. No call. We play on. Davis Jr. gets it over to Nicholson. Nicholson fine to the wing, Ramirez Taylor. Taylor throws a turnover. Up the way goes Jackson, and a foul. It's Banks, pardon me. A little tough to discern, but that is Banks, number 2, Jackson, number 1. You see at the top of your screen moving towards the wing. Washington Invitational, stacked bracket. Goes back, inbounded to Banks. Banks with 19 points against Metamora the other day. That game started the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I believe this is game 21 in total. Here's Banks. Steps back, 3. Had just a little too much on it. Rebound loose. Wolverines come out of it, and they get it to Kennard Davis. He sends it down. Deep 2, no. Off balance from Cameron Stovall, 6'6" junior, fresh into the game. Lanphier from the corner, attacking with Randy Rice Jr. No. Banks giving chase. Rice giving chase. Out of bounds, last touched by Rice.
Great hustle by both defenses so far, Joey. Just seems that kind of hustling into that first shot, and yeah, it may be open, but is that really the best shot you can get at the rim? Again, no shot clock in high school basketball in the state of Illinois, so you've got to try and probe inside a little bit. Obviously, that'll be different for Vashon as they like this three-point shot.
Trey Williams, deep 3 is in, and Vashon knocking him in from three-point range. Cody just on cue, or right on cue. Either way, Vashon making it rain from downtown. 6 points for Ramirez Taylor. 3 points on a 3 from Trey Williams, and a foul on Vashon. Pretty clean game so far. That's just the 3rd total foul of the afternoon. There's Blake Turner, head man for Lanphier. Surveys his options. Christian Williams in for Vashon. Out comes Trey Williams. A freshman replaces a freshman. Now it's Robinson. Robinson goes back, finds Kincaid. Gets a bit of a screen from Robinson. To the corner, 3 on the way from Rice. Randy Rice Jr. can't knock it in. A good job coming down with the rebound by Kennard Davis Jr. Draws contact. It'll be a foul against Landphier. Or travel, pardon me, as he came down with it. And there's Tony Irons. Has to like the hustle there from Davis. Kincaid inbounds. It's Banks. Banks moving wing. Now up top, Jackson. Jackson back to Robinson. Robinson to Banks. Guarded by Davis. Banks with space. Banks a lane, and he finishes for 2.
Great job rejecting the ball screen that time, attacking the weak side of the defense. Had him slanted over too far, and that's an easy take.
Lions maybe building some momentum. Good defense from Robinson, although they will call the foul. Robinson getting up, probably, Cody, a good foul to take. If he doesn't get up on Cameron Stovall, Stovall has an easy basket. See the Lanphier cheerleaders, back to your picture. They've made the trip from Springfield. It's about a 90-minute voyage, I know, from Springfield to Peoria, a little less than that. About an hour 10, hour 15 in traffic. Got to imagine it's maybe just a little bit of a longer voyage to Washington, but about 90 minutes, give or take some. Lions were running late the other morning before their game against St. John Bosco. Had a little bit of bus trouble. It didn't impact them much. They were able to come in and take down the Braves out of Bellflower, California. Kept rolling. Both teams, as we've talked about, 2-0. at this tournament. Here's Rice. Rice looks down low, nice find. Goes back out to Jackson. Jackson floater short, gets his own rebounds, and finds Jesse Bates. Bates the corner, and Banks. Banks didn't hit anything, and a foul against Lanphier on the rebound. I believe they called that against Randy Rice.
Yeah, Rice gets the call that time, Joey. Just going up, not necessarily over the back, but jostling for position a little too much that time, and we'll go the other way.
Irons calls out some adjustments. I always ask this, Cody. Seems like at the end of every quarter, but do you think Vashon maybe tries to stretch out these last 30 seconds? As I say that, I think we've got our answer. They will not. Landphier steps out. Stays with Vashon. Now with 25 seconds and a sideline out of bounds play here, do you think that maybe changes anything?
I'm a big proponent of taking that approach, Joey, but I know so far in the tournament we've seen almost every team outside of Urbana yesterday try and go the 2-for-1 route, but again, it's hard to go 2-for-1 with no shot clock.
You got to rely on your defense to come up with a big steal. Here's Williams, intercepted. Lanphier is going to get one more opportunity at least. Down low, a lot of contact. A foul on the defensive end, a block on Andre Aaron. Not Aaron, pardon me, but Ramirez Taylor. Aaron not in the game. I thought I saw a 10 there as Taylor hit the floor. In any case, 2 free throws coming up for Kincaid. Kincaid first free throw on the way. Nothing but net, but in the worst way possible. A little bit short on that attempt. And he knows that's one that he'd like to have back. You can see him. Comes over and has a quick word with Jackson.
Yeah, and you know that'll get the Vashon players chirping at him next trip down the floor.
He's able to convert on the second free throw. And Vashon pushes the pace. Double team there on the wing. Lanphier a turnover. 5 seconds left. Nice find to Jackson. No. Second chance. No. Buzzer's going to sound, and there won't be a basket to end the first quarter. Bit of excitement down there as the first quarter draws to a close. 15-8 our score. Vashon the stronger start, but Landphier starting to figure it out. We'll break it all down after a word for our sponsors. Throughout the Tournament of Champions, want to thank them all, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research treatments for glioblastoma, awareness for the condition, as well as a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Cody, I realize with the reads, didn't give you a ton of time to hop in for some analysis there of the first quarter, but what caught your eye from Q1?
Well, really, it was just Vashon hunting out and doing what they do best, and that's shoot the ball from behind the arc. That first quarter was riddled with a couple of threes for the Wolverines, and I look for them to do much of the same here in quarter two.
3 ball was fallen for the Wolverines. Got to imagine the mood in that huddle between quarters was probably pretty upbeat. Cam Kincaid starts things off for the Lions, and Cody, the Lions have started to figure it out. Weren't ever down by any insurmountable margin in this one. Vashon had the momentum through the balance of the first quarter, but defensively they did a great job of hanging in there, and now the offense starts to turn around. In transition, chance for Randy Rice. cleaned up, brought in by Cam Kincaid. And another shot on the offensive end. Quick steal and score from Jackson.
Yeah, the old 2-for-1 special. Joey scores, steal one right back and score again, and has them down by only one, and this defense has really turned it up.
And checking out those Reggie Miller highlights. And on the other end, strong is Davis. And a timeout called by Vashon. And just like that, even though the Wolverines get that last basket, a 30-second timeout, you know, they've got some things to discuss because Landfair out of the gates as fast as you can imagine. Tony Irons in the middle of that huddle looks rather stern after what we assumed to be an upbeat huddle between quarters.
Yeah, it just goes to show, Joe, you can't let up for a second, even on a simple play like an inbound. Got to have your ducks in a row, I guess. And I imagine Vashon going to come out a little more urgency here. They've been able to penetrate that zone a little bit, get to the high post, and dish and deal from there.
Cody, you and I have both been on teams. We've played on teams. We've both managed teams. You know, we know how quickly those huddles can shift. Tony Irons, terrific head coach for the Wolverines, is going to get things going. Blake Turner, though, has made some phenomenal adjustments, and he'll give credit to his team. His players have started to play with that little extra spark. It's a one-point game. Over we go. It's Kennard Davis Jr. feeds down low. Sanford finding Nicholson. No, still loose. Sanford loses it, and up we go with Banks. Banks down low to Jackson. Nothing cooking that time. Down low off the foot of Banks. And it will stay with Vashon. In comes Kincaid, out comes Banks.
Again, Joey, we're seeing that 2-2-1. But trust those top two defenders to keep the ball to one half of the floor.
Offense goes over to Williams, now to the free throw line, and an open Davis. Davis, no. Good offensive rebound from Nicholson, turns around and drops it down. Jaden Nicholson.
Yeah, makes amends for that bunny he had dusted off the rim just a few seconds ago and gets himself up to 5 in the scoring column.
5 points for Nicholson. Surpasses his number. 3-point game. Corner, 3 on the way would tie it. We're tied at 19. Big 3 from Jaquan Holman, the freshman.
And I really like the play set up that time, Joey. They screened away the far side defender on that top side of the ball and didn't allow anybody to get a closeout.
After some suspense, it falls in for Vashon. They retake the lead. You have the feeling that this is going to be a slugfest down to the very end. All the way across to Devion Holman, or rather Devion Brady, senior for these Lions. Key minutes here midway through the second quarter. It's Holman. Holman, the freshman, no fear there, although he loses it. Wolverines get out in transition, scoop, and score for Taylor.
Yeah, Ramirez Taylor already up to 8 of the 23 right now for the Wolverines. Hit 2 perimeter shots, and that one just a quick little hustle, scoop, and score.
Back up to 4, both teams trading buckets. You can feel the intensity in this one. You don't want to oversell it. A deep 3, how about this? And he knocks it in! Jaquan Holman for 3 from NBA range. And another 3 to answer. Deep 3 on the offensive end for Vashon. Trey Williams matches his name.
Didn't realize we were in the middle of a 3-point contest, Joey. Everybody letting it fly.
We're going to see one more in the hands of Tavante Jackson. Jackson splits the lane. No dice on the 2. Gets his own rebound. And a foul called as he tried to find Brady. My goodness. Oh, we got to catch our breath. Just as I was starting to say you could feel the intensity in the gym, I was going to say, well, it's only the second quarter. You know, it's certainly going to get more intense as we go along, but if we keep seeing offense like that, I don't know.
And both benches, Joey, jawing at each other a little bit after those threes.
Here's Holman again. Dials it up from long range. Holman for three again. Timeout Landfair. They're going to try to lock the heat in.
Yeah, Joey, a full timeout charge to the Lions. And in that first quarter, it was all Vashon trying to dial it up from deep. And now the Lions pulling the trigger from downtown.
Oh, my goodness. Holman with 2 deep threes. Absolutely would have been threes in the college game. Maybe the NBA three-point line would have kept him as threes too. My goodness. And you can't forget Trey Williams for Vashon, a deep three to answer. Still a 1-point game, and reset some scorers for you, starting with Lanphier. Actually, we'll start with Vashon because I have a rebellious side. We'll go with Trey Williams first, has 8. 11 points as well from Ramirez Taylor. Over on the offensive end for Lanphier. 9 points for Jaquan Holman on 3 3-pointers. 7 points from Ty Banks. And 3 for Cam Kincaid. The notables among the players on the floor for both teams there. Wolverines will inbound. Kennard Davis Jr. triggers it in.
Having to go against the 1-2-1. Got that solo defender on the back end. His job is to keep that ball in whatever half of the court it swung to.
Wolverines playing the baseline out of bounds off the foot of a Lion. Not sure if that was Banks or Robinson. In any case, it stays home with Vashon. Cameron Stovall sets a nice pick for Williams. Gets back, lets Williams set the offense up. Here's Kennard Davis Jr. Over to Andre Aaron. Aaron makes it happen with a little contact.
Yeah,
the sophomore.
Aaron flexing his muscles a little bit after that one, able to get the leaner to go. Not an easy shot.
Kincaid guarded by Taylor. It's like these two teams are playing horse, trying to come up with more difficult shots to match. Spinning his Banks. That's a difficult one, doesn't fall. Rims out. Stovall pushes ahead, intercepted by Jackson. Still loose. Wolverines come out of here with it. Here's Trey Williams. Hits the deck. Robinson ties him up for it. Jump ball arrow will favor Vashon.
Yeah, and Joey, that's just a case of too fast for your own good. Both teams just sped out of control, trying to one-up the other. And probably a good break in the action for both teams.
It's fun when we get these fast-paced games, a lot of scoring back-to-back, but if you're a coach, you would prefer a couple of these breaks for quality control, a foul on the inbound. Maybe a case in point there is Kennard Davis Jr. fouled. Should be the 2 free throws because neither team's in the bonus, so it will be 2 free throws for Davis. It's 4 points, does the junior, Kennard Davis Jr. Nothing cooking there on the first free throw. This is a game where it's going to hurt to leave those at the line.
Yeah, Joey, it's got the feel of, once again, for whatever reason, none of the teams here can dial it in from the free throw line all that consistently. And as he makes the second, this will be definitely something to keep track of as we head down into the latter stages of this first half.
Landfair up the way. Great look there and a great battle. And trying to cap it off is Jackson. Floater doesn't fall. He was going against Andre Aaron. Davis pushes it up. Yanks a 3. Short. Down low. Nearly a 3-point play for Stovall. Instead, he'll settle for 2 at the charity stripe.
Yeah, good rebound that time by Stovall. Immediately going right back up with it. Gets the foul that time. Can't get the bucket to fall, but he'll follow his teammate up to the line for 2 more.
Here's Stovall. Stovall off on the first. So in comes Randy Rice Jr. for the Lions. Lions led by Blake Turner. Head coach Tony Irons for Vashon. Both coaches have to like what they've seen so far. Second free throw falls in, and Vashon is up by 5. Nearing halftime, you're going to want to stay tuned for Country Financial Tournament Central. Zachary Davis joining Gavin Russell in the studio. Going to be a good interview from the South Carolina commit, Denmark-Olar star. Rim not kind to Lanphier the first time, tipped around. Still 2 free throws for the Lions. Cody, you weren't here for that last game, Denmark-Olar and whoever they played. I blank on the opponent, but Zachary Davis.
Kankakee.
Kankakee, that's right. Well, the Vikings won pretty easily. And Zachary Davis with the play of the game, an alley-oop slam. You and I had the call for their game against Urbana last night, but let me tell you, this one might have been better than his dunk against the Tigers last night that put Jermontre Young on a poster. And the second free throw converted. 4-point game. Ramirez-Taylor slowly walks it ahead. Over to Williams. Williams to Taylor. He's short on a 3. Tipped around, tipped back. Lions get out in transition. Nice move. Center of the post and a score.
Yeah, reels that deficit back into 2, and once again, this defense flying around in that 2-2-1.
Randy Rice Jr. heating up. Knocked around down low in the right place at the right time is Andre Aaron to make a big play.
I really like the way he plays, Joey. Goes to the tin with a little bit of impunity, also a great on-ball defender.
Foul, Cam Kincaid is going to have 2 free throws. Kincaid does a nice job of getting to the dish. So far in this one, Kincaid with 3 points. Needs these 2 here. The Lions need him to be specific, and he's off on the first. Could only make it a 1-score game with a make here. Free throws, Cody, you keep talking about it, and it keeps ringing true all tournament long. They've not been easy to make. Kincaid misses them both.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just pressure stacking up, right? Not necessarily that you're not nervous about going to the line, but you've seen your teammate miss a couple in a row, and now you're worried about putting yours in, but those things just kind of compound. Just got to take a breath, bend the knees, and keep the elbow in.
Andre Aaron getting hot at the right time for Vashon. 6 points for Aaron. Big minutes off the bench. Here's Cam Kincaid. They'll wave the basket off, foul on the floor. As Rice drove, and Rice will get free throws in the one-on-one bonus. That's the first foul on Andre Aaron. No one's in real foul trouble yet. 7 fouls for the Wolverines, 6 for the Lions. 2 fouls on Kennard Davis Jr., but I can't imagine that Tony Irons, who you see in the back of your picture, is too concerned about that yet. As it's a 4-point game, 2 makes at the line from Rice. Intercepted. Landphier gets out, and they'll run it. Off the mark, it's Ramirez-Taylor. Down low, it's Aaron in. Rolls down and through. Could be a big basket as halftime approaches. Lead back up to 6. Here's Cam Kincaid. Slows it down. Lions will hold for the last shot of the first half. In the hands of Cam Kincaid. Starts the offense, 10 seconds left. Pulls back a deep 2 and knocks it in. And Vashon will have one more chance if they hurry. Bobbled on the inbound, and Lanphier's going to get another opportunity. A costly error potentially for Vashon.
I'm telling you, Joey, for whatever reason, just the little things have been the kryptonite for a lot of teams in this tournament, inbounding and free throws.
Kincaid, Hail Mary, no. Vashon might have a chance at the horn. 3 wouldn't have beaten the buzzer. I think the buzzer sounded before Aaron got it off, and that's how the first half ends. Bit of drama at the end of the first quarter, bit of drama at the end of the second quarter. 36-32 entering halftime. Any final thoughts from that first half, Cody?
Just hard fought on both sides to this point.
Been a good one. We'll thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Down to Country Financial Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell has caught up with Denmark-Olar star Zachary Davis.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. With me, a very special guest. It's Zach Davis from Denmark-Olar. Thanks for joining us for a few minutes.
No problem.
You guys come off your first win of the tournament, so kind of take me through that. It's a hard-fought victory, but you guys got the job done. What did it take?
Just playing hard, playing together, communicating on the court was the key to winning the game. And we just played hard. We got to win.
Absolutely. And, you got your teammates in the background here, everybody watching. What do you want to say to your team? Shout them out.
Thank y'all for playing hard. We got the winning day, first win, and just ready to win tomorrow.
For sure, for sure. You were committed to go play at South Carolina.
Yes.
That's high-level basketball. So how do you think, tournament like this, you're playing high-level teams, how do you think that prepares you, going forward in the future?
Just playing against better competition, people just guarding me different type of ways, knowing where I'm going. It's just a good tournament, just fit in the game.
For sure. And, you guys make the trip up from South Carolina. Kind of how was that? Did you guys drive, fly? Kind of let me know on the trip a little bit.
Oh, we drove. It was like a 12, 13-hour drive, kind of long. Yeah. I feel like on a ride back, it's going to be even longer.
For sure, for sure. If you can get a couple of wins, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you guys going your season, down in South Carolina, maybe some expectations, you guys are hoping, some things you're hoping to accomplish down there.
Just win a region again and just make it to the state championship and win it for my last year.
Yeah, you guys have the makings to absolutely do that. Kind of your skill set, you kind of play all over the floor. We've seen you throw on some big time dunks. We got that up on social media. Kind of tell me about your skill set. How you evolved as a player. What do you kind of see yourself as a player?
I feel like I'm a big guard. I'm a pass-first guard. I like to get my teammates open. Then if that doesn't work, then straight to the rack, get buckets.
For sure. And last things last. This is a big tournament for KB Strong. It's for a good cause. What does it mean you guys be able to play in the tournament now with just so much history, but now playing for a big cause like this?
Just playing, just know what it means, having all the kids here, just supporting and just playing our hearts out for the big tournament.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us, Zach. Thank you for coming on for the show for a few minutes. Zachary Davis, Denmark-Olar, they picked up their first dub today. Thank you so much. He's going to slide out right there. We're going to bring in Colton Kaler. He'll join us back on the show here. Once again, we thank Zach and everybody from Denmark-Olar. Sticking around for a few minutes. Help us out with an interview. Zach Larson and Jacob Steinberg doing a great job getting some pictures. You'll see that on social media later. Appreciate them. But we bring Colton in here. Seen Colton a little bit today. Doing a good job following these games, giving us a nice breakdown. And obviously we just had Zach on there. Let's go back over Denmark-Olar's win again. And, that's something that we saw in our last game. Obviously we have a whole other half to go here for Lanphier's game. But really, for Denmark-Olar, they get their first victory. A lot of it on the heels of Zach Davis. Kind of your thoughts on that?
over that over that frustration.
Right.
So to get that off the back, you don't got to worry about it anymore. It's a big time for them. And just the way they did it, Zach Davis, his performance, Vashon, he was just phenomenal. He was good for that.
That's absolutely true. And, truthfully, I wasn't able to catch a whole lot of this first half. I was running around trying to get some things coordinated with the interview, but kind of take us through. I know you were following it pretty good. We got a good one on hand so far. It sounds like some big plays, some big action. Joey Wright and Cody Roskins on the call for that. What can you tell us about the first half?
Well, it's back and forth, and it's tight. It's going to be tight down the stretch. St. Louis Vashon actually got out to a pretty good-sized lead there early on, especially in that first quarter. They came out hot, and Springfield Landfair really several points. But down the stretch, it started to flip a little bit, and Landfair made a good comeback. Vashon was able to pull ahead just a little bit going into the halftime break, but Landfair had a chance there to tie it up, possibly take the lead with a turnover late. But Springfield Landfair, you haven't played your best game in the first half, but you finished very well. And I'm sure that's going to be something that they're taking on the halftime block.
For sure. And, looking at both of these teams, both are incredibly talented. I mean, that's something we've said so much. I mean, I feel like we might even overuse it, but there's just so much talent in this tournament, and that's no different with St. Louis Vashon or Landfair. Second half-wise, big players on both sides. I mean, first guy that comes to mind is Ty Banks for Landfair. For them to get it done, it'll be him, maybe some other key players for Vashon, for Landfair. What are the things that can help get it done for both sides?
Big part of the stretch as well for Landfair. From what I saw in the first half, both teams like it's up-tempo basketball. It's a lot of trapping. They're trying to get out in transition. So possibly the third St. Louis Vashon, maybe think about slowing it down a little bit. May not be in your comfort zone, but Landfair is also a team that likes to run. And if you continue to let them get out in transition, they've got to be able to get, if you're Vashon, you've got to get Landfair back over. That's exactly what they're doing.
We've talked about that. St. John Bosco is one of the particular teams we talked about. Certain states, high school, have shot clock. No shot clock here in Illinois. If you're unfamiliar with that, if you're watching from out of state, maybe you didn't know that up until now. Maybe that's obviously maybe not a factor for either of these teams, but they have plenty of, opportunity to slow the pace down, get a quality shot. So we got a second half coming up, really great. We had Zachary Davis on the show just now. He had a big win with Denmark-Olar over Kankakee just a little bit ago. We're going to send it back up for the second half. Lanphier and St. Louis Vashon, Cody Roskins, and led by Joey Wright on the call. I'm Gavin Russell. This is Colton Kaler live from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Thanks, guys. Enjoying hearing from South Carolina commit Zachary Davis in the front half of that portion of Country Financial Tournament Central. Gavin and Colton have been doing a terrific job down there all week long. Always look forward to the halftime break, the break between games as we get you back ready for the second half of this one. Vashon and Lanphier. Vashon out of St. Louis, Lanphier out of Springfield, Illinois. Going at it, blow for blow, first half. Cody, we saw a lot of offense, a lot of deep threes there during one particularly exciting stretch of the second quarter. What are we looking at in half number two?
Well, both teams, you're right, Joey, really found a rhythm from behind the arc in varying quarters. For Vashon, they really hit home there in the first quarter. And, of course, on the other side for the Lions, hitting it there in the second. I'm looking for both teams to try and shore up their interior defense as well. They've given up a lot of, tap around rebounds. You got to go with two hands and bring that in. It's resulted in a lot of unnecessary fouls. Not that there's been a ton in this game so far, but those could definitely pile up in a game where we expect to get very tight down the stretch.
It's going to be tight. Got to imagine it's going to be physical, Cody, in the second half. Not overly chippy in the first half, but, you can tell these are two very competitive teams that have come to Washington in search of wins. Both these teams 2-0 at this tournament with some signature victories, if you will. Lanphier starting off the tournament with a win against Metamora. Decisive win against the Redbirds. Not a blowout win by any means, but a good win. And they took down St. John Bosco out of Bellflower, California in the second game of the Wednesday slate of games for Vashon. A big win against Joliet West that came down to the final buzzer. Jeremiah Fears for Joliet West had a chance to win it. His 3 at the buzzer fell short. And then a big win for Vashon in their other game as well. And Cody, you had the call for both those games. What stands out to you about these Vashon Wolverines?
Well, I just think how consistent they are coming down the floor, Joey. There's not really a sway back and forth. They may have the occasional turnover here, but at the high school level, that's going to happen. But they're very defined in their roles, I guess is how I would put it. Everybody knows where they need to be, and they're very well coached on the offensive side, and that really translates over well to their defensive side of the court as well.
And that other win for Vashon, of course, against Tinley Park in the first game of yesterday's schedule, Thanksgiving Day. Good way to celebrate it for Vashon with a victory and some turkey. 3 on the way for Landfair falls short. And a foul on the rebound. Landfair celebrates. It's against Vashon. First foul of the second half comes 18 seconds into the second half. There's Blake Turner.
Yeah, and that foul on Ramirez Taylor, that's number 2 on him. He was big in that first half, 8 points, a couple of tray balls, and had a nice transition layup as well.
Lanphier gets us going. Looking for our first points of the second half. Robinson, ball in hand, dish up top, intercepted, and on the other end, nice move, nice finish, and 1. Count it for Ramirez Taylor.
Yeah, how about that? Also playing great zone defense on the other end. Beautiful stunt and toy with defense down low, forces it right back to Taylor. Able to pick that one off and go all the way to the rack.
Taylor will go to the charity stripe, the 5'9" senior. Not the tallest player on the floor, but proving a moment ago he knows how to get the job done. Down low. Plenty of skills in that frame, just under 6 feet. Across the court, ball on the ground, now going to the basket and finishing Jaquan Holman, who was arguably the most exciting player of the first half. 2 deep threes for Holman, now 11 points. And an open 3, short from Nicholson. Loose ball. Banks can't keep it in, and the Wolverines are going to get a blob play, baseline out of bounds.
Yeah, again, look for some attacking action towards the rim here. A secondary option to be a corner pass.
Kennard Davis Jr. rather. Takes a little bit off and drops it through. A big 2 for Davis Jr. And Vashon on a mini run now. They've boosted their lead to, I don't know what I'm talking about because they're trading baskets with Lanphier, but they have boosted their lead back to 6. A very mini run, 2-0, I guess. Although they do have a chance to keep going. Here's Trey Williams. While Kincaid was banging 2 deep threes in the second quarter, answered with a deep one of his own. And an errant pass to the baseline. Lanphier can't connect.
Yeah, that needs to be a bounce pass, Larry. I mean, it's right there. You have the drop in down low. Going to duck in for an easy lay-in, but again, Lanphier going a little too fast.
Here's Sanford on the inbound. Kennard Davis Jr. now plays a little catch with Taylor, and a lot of traffic middle of the court. Williams finds Davis Jr. for 3, would not be. Williams cleans it up. Seen a lot of mid-range action this week. I like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big mid-range guy myself, Joey. A lot of people like to say it's dead with the introduction of analytics to the game of basketball, but if you notice, almost every year in the NBA Finals, maybe with the exception of the Golden State Warriors, every team in there is excelling at the mid-range jump shot.
Hard contact with the wall there, Banks, but Banks is up. Good to see. You know, Cody, you and I, of course, we share a house. We've got a couple of roommates. They said vinyl was dead, and it seems like everyone in our house has a record player. Mid-range jumper, I guess, a little bit similar. Every good player's got one. Bit of a stretch maybe, but we'll go with it.
People keep saying that about the mullet, but Apparently a lot of people haven't been watching either Midwest sports in general or Coastal Carolina football. Let me tell you,
man.
the mullet is alive and thriving.
I tell you, I love a good mullet as well. Not everyone can pull it off, but if you can, you better rock it. Free throw falls for Landphier, 7-point game. So here's Ramirez Taylor. Taylor goes back to Kennard Davis Jr. Splits, floats, no. Rebound and a foul. Everyone's hitting the deck in the paint. Teammates rush to help Davis up. Trey Williams got there, gave him a boost. He's got to get ready for a couple of attempts at the charity stripe. Davis has 8 points. That's third among anyone on the floor right now for the Wolverines. 10 points for Williams, 10 points for Taylor. And Kennard Davis Jr.
That notches him 9, Joey. And let's take a look at that right hand of the scoreboard. Everybody on the court for the Wolverines, 2 fouls, with the exception of Trey Williams.
Davis free throw, pops it through. 9-point game, 44-35. See how Lanphier plays this. They have trailed by this margin before today, and they did a good job of not letting it get out of hand.
Yeah, it's flirting with double digits right now, and this would be a big couple-minute stretch here for the Lions. You'd hate to go into the fourth quarter with anything more than an 8 or 9 point deficit.
Blake Turner. Talked about him, showed him a lot today. A terrific coach, has led the Lions to a lot of success lately in the region, Central Illinois. Down low, nice find, nice finish for Rice. And Vashon can't respond on the other end. Andre Aaron gets fouled. 2 free throws coming up. If I'm not mistaken, no, it was offensive.
Yeah, they're just going to get it on the rebound going into the back. You can't do that. Change of possession there, Joey, and that's now 3 fouls on Nicholson.
So, Cody, if you're Landfair here, you find yourself trailing by 7. You know, what kind of style of basketball do you play? Do you see a little bit, you know, of a quick style there, a turnover? Do you kind of look for the 3? Do you look for the flashy play, or do you just go back to your fundamentals and get a little more conservative, just trying to get easy baskets?
As we see I believe that's going to be a tie-up, and it will be. But to answer your question, Joey, I'm a big proponent of you got to get back to whatever you do best. So if Lanphier thinks that's going to be probing out the three-point line where they were very hot in the second quarter, go back to that. If not, get down in the paint, go off of 2 feet. They've already feasted on a little bit of inside scoring opportunities, and free throw line's always there. You just got to be able to take advantage of it.
Can't abandon what's worked so far. Going to start on the defensive end for Lanphier. Taylor, picked up by Jackson, gets a good screen from Davis. Davis now finds Stovall. Stovall adjusts and scores.
Great score that time by Stovall. Had the kick out action to the corner. Saw he had the smaller man on him, and that's code for mouse in the house.
There's Jackson. Down low. Banks spins. No. Rebound, Davis. Davis goes up ahead to Stovall. Stovall in transition. Yes, and 1 for Stovall.
I'm telling you, man, the Wolverines, they know how to get it done on the break, Joey. That puts him up to 5 as well, and free throw line's kind of been the crutch for him so far. The lead's pushed to 11, but again, you just see the finesse down low. They're all kind of built, kind of bulky, especially at the high school level, but for the most part, they can really all handle the ball.
They absolutely can. And Stovall, especially to the rack that time, made it look easy. Big frame, stands at 6'6". But skilled with the ball is Stovall. So now Richards will inbound. Lions looking for an answer. 12 points, largest deficit today. The winner advances to the championship game in the City of Washington Invitational. Both teams 2-0 here. Big block off the glass. Lions are going to try to counter with a 3 that doesn't fall from DeJuan Jones. And Richards tries to adjust. 3-pointer blocked. And it's hard to block those shots, but Andre Aaron with a great job closing out, and he gets rewarded for his efforts.
Yeah, again, great hustle defense that time by Vashon, but also great hustle that time by Lanphier to keep the possession alive. That was one of the keys to the game I had for them in the open. You're going to have to hustle to a lot of those 50-50 balls, and right now it's not necessarily rewarded them, but it's keeping them in this game.
Richards top of the key. Good defense from Vashon here, right on the ball. It was Aaron, now it's Williams. Williams to the wing. Guarded by Taylor now. Jashawn Richards.
And if I'm Landfair, Joey, I've got to set my mind here. You have to win the next timeout, meaning you have to score more and give up less than the Wolverines here in this next set of timeout range.
Brady, nifty moves. Goes to Suggs. Suggs goes back. Oh, and a charge. Offensive foul. Not quite a charge, but an offensive foul. Top of the key, Jaquan Holman. A little bit too aggressive there, trying to shake off the defender, and Trey Williams did a great job taking it.
Yeah, going right into the chest. A little bit of an extension maybe with the shoulder or forearm. I thought it was a little loose, but officials saw it. They called it.
Costly foul. Just under 3 minutes left in the lead for Vashon building. There you see the bench. Good energy, but not a lot of flashy smiles, a lot of focus. They know there's still work left to be done. What's Vashon looking to do offensively here? Do they maybe start to change the tempo a little bit? Well, they won't here. 2 misses, rebound Lanphier.
Yeah, Joe, I think they're just looking to try and put the game out of reach. Up 12. There's not really much momentum difference between 3s and 2s at this point. Just got to add on to that lead and continue to play great half-court defense.
Trying to keep the foot on the gas pedal. Landfair needs something quick here. Vashon has all the momentum in the world. Floater, no. Cleaned up, no. First chance and second chance fall flat for the Lions. Spinning around is Christian Williams, freshman for the Wolverines. Now it's Stovall going to work. Stovall can't finish. This Wolverines team, Cody, they don't have that one star guy, but they play so well as a unit. Lanphier, turnover. In transition, watch out, Andre Aaron. Dunks it, no, but he's fouled. Draws contact, enough to get 2 free throws.
Yeah, and that's a tough take that time. Again, I had noted earlier, I really like how Andre Aaron plays the game, right? He's always a hustle player, always going to get out onto the break. And that time, trying to get up and throw it down, but probably a good foul. Avoiding the clear path foul in the and one, but still going to put him on the line for 2.
Makes Aaron earn him. Aaron did not start, came in second quarter and got to work. He's been big off the bench for the Wolverines today.
If he puts this next one in, Joey, that'll be 3 players on the court that'll have double figures scoring at 10 points for the Wolverines.
Would match the efforts of Williams and Ramirez Taylor, but he can't do it again. Rim's not kind. Here's Banks getting out. Banks stops, pops a 3, and life for Landfair.
Big time shot. Transition 3, typically not the best friend in the level of high school, but that time able to cash in.
Williams turnover. Lions run it. One-on-one opportunity, up and under. And a huge layup. Counted for Richards.
Yeah, the cross-country Euro step showing up. Cutting it down to 8.
Lions went on a run to close the second quarter and start the third quarter. Or no, the run I'm thinking of started the second quarter where they got the quick steal score and really cranked it up in a hurry. Now going on 1 here, and another foul will put Stovall at the strike.
And again, I think a successful stretch here for the Lions would be, Joe, you keep this around 6-7 points, try and get 1 more basket and surrender no more in this quarter. That sets you up in a position to still stick in your system in offense and not have to throw up the 3 ball for the remainder of the 4th.
Wolverines would prefer to put it out of reach. Landfair wants that chance to keep playing in their system. Irons calls something out to Naquayon Kern, who is into the game. First time we've called his name, the sophomore. Jackson goes to the rack strong, and Jackson stepping up to lead the team. There's Vashon. Davis shades over, goes to work, blocking foul called.
Yeah, and a good call that time, Joey. He slid in just a little late that time. Right at he had to take the charge, but if you're going to do it, that's a man's employment. You got to slide in a little earlier than that. No hesitation.
Sean Richards, the guilty party. Mentioned Vashon plays so well as a team. How about Springfield Lanphier? They do the same. Really a cohesive unit. Selfless decision from Richards there, although it doesn't pan out. Still an 8-point game. 50 seconds after the free throw. Obviously a little too much time for Landfair to hold the ball, Cody, but what kind of offense are you looking to run? Is there any kind of shot maybe you want before the fourth quarter starts?
Yeah, looking to get into the paint first and foremost. Try and drive it out the three-point line. Right now, Vashon's doing a good job of pressuring, so you want to try and crack that. And then again, if the layup's there, take it. If not, then that's where you have your driving kick three.
Up the sideline, Jackson swims, can't score. Rebound corralled by Naquayon Kern. Up goes Davis. Davis has a little space, can't finish with one hand, but a foul, and he'll go to the line for two. And I think the contact might have been a little bit of the reason why he wasn't able to slam that home. If he has a completely open lane, I'd like to see that one.
Yeah, never such thing as a sure thing, but you probably would have put some money on that one.
His first free throw good, so he can earn them just the same at the line. Lanphier, the team in foul trouble. If you could call it that, with 8. And 4 for the Wolverines.
Yeah, basket here would go a long way into helping the cause for the Lions, Joey. It's going to be tough.
Landfair in the corner, up top, it's Richards. Richards slices, dices, fine down low, not quite from Jamarion Suggs, but a foul. And a lot of fouls in this third quarter, 5th on the Wolverines.
Yeah, and that's one that he's going to want to have back, Joey. Suggs does a great job of ducking in for that slip pass, but can't convert, got the harm on him. Instead, they'll have to settle just for the 2 at the line.
First free throw rims out. I want to amend something. I want to thank someone in our live chat for calling this to our attention. Number 1 for Vashon, Mason Mosley. Or pardon me, number 11 for, thank you for correcting me there. Mason Mosley, number 11, not Ramirez Taylor. Want to thank our live chat again for stepping up this week, helping us out there. Bit of a roster mix-up, but we're good now. And a 3 from Trey Williams, short. Rebound Williams, gets it back. Now outside, Vashon turning it over to Monte Jackson at the horn. Can't quite finish. It was close. And that is how the third quarter will end. Vashon heads back to the huddle with an 11-point lead. And we'll take this time to thank some of our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Quick programming note for anyone watching live right now on Clutch Sports Media. After this game ends, we're going to switch to a new stream. So we'll go off the air briefly, switch it over to the Part 2 stream on our YouTube channel. Our website will update to reflect that. So we'll go off the air in between games just briefly. Stream 2 will be up just like that in a flash. Stay with us for that. And the reason we do that, folks, YouTube, where we stream, only lets you archive 12 hours of a live broadcast. Anything after the 12-hour mark, it'll cut off because we anticipate being on the air today for about 14 hours total. Want to make sure we can get the last game on demand to watch later, especially because it's a battle of maybe the two best teams in this bracket. Of course, the winner of this game advances to play in the Washington Invitational Championship game, so they'll get a say in that. But by and large, want to make sure we can watch the whole day of excitement back later. So we'll switch streams between games to make sure everything's visible on demand. And Cody, you'll have the call of our next game on that next stream. Excited to see Western Reserve Academy and Quality Education Academy go at it.
I had the pleasure of watching both those teams in separate games. Western Reserve played a tough one against Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. And of course, QEA had a tough one also against Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, of which me and Larry Larson were in discussion yesterday and thinking that might be the most complete team at this tournament.
And that's a tournament that includes so much depth, a lot of star players, so that's high praise. Ty Banks for Landfair keeps this one alive. 9 points the deficit for the Lions. If you're just joining us, Vashon has controlled much of this game, although Landfair has stepped up in flashes. They've gone on some runs. This game has been tied. They have led at 1 point, but Vashon, by and large, has probably been the aggressor for most of the contest. Off the mark, loose ball, the rebound, no. Tipped around, rebound Vashon.
I tell you what, Joey, for all the distant shots we've seen in this one, it's the short range that's been killer to both sides.
And a foul down low. Guilty party that time, I think, is going to be Jesse Bates, and it will be. So at the line is Davis. A few more exciting games later. Northville Christian, St. Rita, 9:15. Mentioned that one. That is the other semifinal game in the Washington Invitational bracket. I said those might be the two best teams in this tournament, and then realized, Lanphier and Vashon, those fans might not like that so much because they're in that same bracket as well. Winners of this game and that game advance to play each other for the bragging rights tomorrow, so we'll find our answer then. A timeout called and a full timeout on the floor. Immediately before that game, two teams I'm really excited to see, Urbana and Washington. Tell you about that after we thank our sponsors one more time. One of our sponsors is, of course, the City of Washington, proud sponsor of Tournament of Champions coverage on ClutchSportsIL.com. Buy Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We are more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help protect them. And by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court today. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com to learn more. Lanphier brings it up and under. Almost went through the rim the wrong way. Still loose as Davis grabs a hold of it. Wisely elects to slow it down. 6 minutes left in the ball game. Wolverines up 11. Another foul called, Cody. We've certainly seen a lot more fouls in the second half than we did in the first.
Yeah, and I think, again, Joe, we kind of thought that might be the case. That's now number 4 on Nicholson. And Again, we knew this game was going to get tight down the stretch. If nothing else, I guess it puts them in the bonus, but leading in this one, you'd really hope to keep them off the line and make them throw up shots from the field.
Devontae Jackson, charity stripe, first free throw up and good. 10-point game, still in doubt. 6 points for Jackson. No one's really in foul trouble with the exception of maybe Kennard Davis Jr., who has 3 for Vashon. He's the only player on the floor with more than 2. 3 fouls, 5:50 to play. Are you overly concerned?
I'm concerned they might not get this inbound in, Joey, but I guess to go back and answer your question, you're right, it's kind of tough, but again, 3 can easily turn into 4, and with the way they're playing right now with reckless abandon.
Oh, and nearly a reckless slam from Landphier. But Kincaid wasn't able to finish. Vashon has a chance, 2-on-1 offensive end, spinning around, and a charge on Stovall. And that might have been the most graceful charge I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, to take the charge and sell it to the referees, you got to fall back, but maybe somebody cracked a door open or something, because it didn't take much to knock him over.
No, I was going to say, and that was a testament to Stovall, who it was a graceful drive to the basket, just blew him over like a feather in the wind, but it was a charge. And it stands at 9. There's Jaquan Holman handling the inbound duties. Tell you what, Cody, if he can start firing from long range like he was earlier, Landfair could be right back in this one before anyone knows it. And tipped high into the gym. Surprised it didn't bounce off the ceiling as it falls out of bounds and an inbound play for Lanphier. See where they go. Pass nearly turned over. Banks gets there. Banks goes to work. Banks looks to Kincaid. Kincaid steps back, goes back to Banks. Banks down low, looks for Jackson, no. Banks gets it back up top, goes to work, looks down low. What a find to Kincaid, and he's fouled.
Big 2 free throws here, Joey, to cut it to 7. But again, you see the Lions really struggling to find a presence to go with the ball. And again, as Vashon's done a great job of taking them out of their sets, they've extended the defense out a little bit. And especially for the Lions, I know trading 2s and 2s here won't really get them back into the game.
Free throw on the way, no. And you can tell Kincaid disappointed. Still a 9-point game. Cheerleaders try to guide it in. They do just that. Or maybe maybe they didn't play the entire role in that, but certainly good for morale. Good that they've been able to travel over here to Washington with Landphier. Down low, not quite from Williams. Still loose, rebound Landphier. Landphier pushes ahead. Driving strong to the basket. No. Somehow that didn't go in, and Aaron there for Vashon. Vashon gets out with numbers. It's Davis. Davis goes to work.
Yeah, and again, it's just the short range, just going up strong off of 2 as he notches points as 16 and 17. He's had a great afternoon.
And a turnover. Davis there again for Vashon. Triggers the offense. Down low, yes, count it for Antoine Robinson. First time we've called his name tonight, comes in a big spot. There's Holman. Quick timeout called by Blake Turner. And what's the message like in Blake Turner's huddle right now?
Well, it's definitely not going to be a, sugar-coated message. He's going to say, guys, I want you to take a look at the scoreboard, currently trailing by double digits, and we've only got 4 minutes to do it. We're going to have to come up with some big-time steals, and you guys are finally going to have to clean off the doormats and finish these ones that are left on the front porch.
Need to get going soon for Vashon. What's the message there? We've talked about this a lot, Cody. You can't completely change the way you play, but now as time starts to wind down, I certainly think you maybe aren't as aggressive as you would be if maybe the game was a little closer or it was a little earlier in the game.
Yeah, I think your main concern is just running everybody off the three-point line because, at the end of the day, Vashon, up the way they are, they may be fouled by the Lions here to try and put them back on the free throw line since they're in the bonus, but it's all about just not losing ground. You have to try and maintain.
Down low, nice find up strong and one, and that's going to be a big play for Landfair. Cam Kincaid could match his number with a three-point play.
And again, that's a big if, because so far, Lanphier has struggled to say the least from the free throw line.
Second foul on Robinson. And he got it. So now it's back, just like that, it's back to single digits. 9 points, a lot more manageable to look at than 12.
Yeah, and a little bit of full court pressure here. They're going to try and force a quick shot or a turnover, and you see the quick doorstep lay-in.
Andre Aaron there, and to come back you need stops. Vashon just doing a good job of facilitating to the open man. In for the Wolverines comes Naquayon Kern, the sophomore, comes back in. Saw him a little bit earlier. Out comes Andre Aaron. Tony Irons runs through some adjustments with him. Aaron has played well. Deep three on the inbound, short. Antoine Robinson, the rebound, out of bounds. Tony Irons, for as well as Vashon has played, knows there's still work to be done here. These are two coaches. We've talked with the coaches a lot. They're going to hang in there and call out adjustments until it's all said and done. Passing up the three, Kern, probably wise. Here's Taylor. Taylor to Davis. Davis on Robinson. Robinson wins that battle, loose. And he'll win that battle, as that should be a foul against Davis. And it will be.
Yeah, and that's a tough one to take, Joey, again, because he's having a great game. That'll give him 4. So he's one more away from the disqualification foul, and sending the team to the line, and currently up 11. Not ideal, because they now can cut it back to single digits and still about 3 minutes left.
It's Robinson at the line. Robinson, 2 points to his name so far in this one. His first free throw, no dice. Still could make it a 10-point game. Couple subs in for Vashon here at the horn. Anthony Sanford comes back in. He got a starting nod for the Wolverines today, and it's also the return of Jaden Nicholson, another starter, both juniors. Free throw, no.
And that's a tough break, Joey.
You need those 2 free throws in the line. Robinson unable to find them. And Vashon with clean basketball. I was just going to say, could probably close it out. Landfair, though, they can get in the, that's where it's got to start right, is the passing lanes. It's getting to the point where you can't really foul if they keep making them. You're down so much, it's not going to work. You can't really go straight for the steal if you can just intercept a pass.
Yeah, and ultimately, I don't think it's their defense that's failed them in this game. It's just been the lack of offense, right? I mean, they had that great second quarter, but outside of that, I don't really remember them ever just going on either a scoring run or having many quality looks in consecutive trips at the rim.
Big offensive rebound and score from Sanford. This game started as a defensive struggle early in the first quarter. Points were really hard to come by. It took a little bit before the offenses got going. Final score may suggest this one to be a little bit more lopsided than it was, because it was a back and forth game at around 9 points, 10 points or so for much of the second half. Lanphier played well, just could not raise the deficit soon enough, it would appear. One more at the line, or 2 more at the line from Nicholson. Both teams in the double bonus moving forward. In comes Bates, out comes Robinson. Programming note, our next game between Quality Education and Western Reserve will come on a new stream, so If you're on clutchsportsil.com, refresh the browser after a couple minutes. If you're on YouTube, just head over to our Part 2 stream to continue watching live coverage of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Timeout called by Landfair. And Blake Turner in the middle of that huddle. Win, lose, or draw, Cody, his Lions are going to be okay. I was talking with Larry Larson when everything wrapped up last night, and I said, man, this Lanphier team, one of my favorite teams here at the tournament. They've been at the tournament a couple of years now. It's a tournament they like coming to. One of the best teams in the city of Springfield, in the Springfield area, Central Illinois region. Lanphier's a team you always got to watch out for. They're going to be okay.
Yeah, I definitely think that'll ring true. Again, this tournament is called the Tournament of Champions for a reason, Joey. There's not really a bye game out here, and you're going to get somebody's best shot every time down.
Vashon looking to put the finishing touches on what looks like it'll be a decisive win. 3 on the offensive end doesn't fall for Landfair. And it's Nicholson. Nicholson back to Williams. Williams to Nicholson. Taylor. Down low, spinning up and under. We've seen that move a couple times. Nicholson makes it look pretty there.
And a full timeout taken by Vashon, and I'm sure this is just to reiterate the message during their last dead ball timeout that they need to just keep everything in front of them. They don't need anybody getting hurt or unnecessary technical fouls to keep them out of their next game. So I'm sure they're just going to try and draw stuff up here. It'll be a little more conservative and try and choose some more clock.
70 seconds left to chew. I want to thank everyone for tuning in on ClutchSportsIL.com this afternoon. Nearing the halfway point of the penultimate day of the TOC. We will be officially halfway at halftime of our next game. Some good action in store for us later today, keeping an eye on a good one in the Titan Industries Shootout Series. Pewaukee and Pattonville will play later. Urbana and Washington going at it in the second to last game today. That's going to be a good one the way Urbana played last night. The way Washington has looked in this tournament should be a pretty even matchup. And then a high-powered showdown between St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. My mind nearly failed me there, but that's going to be a good one to watch. A lot of good college basketball on right now as well. I'm told Dayton just took down Kansas. Surprise there. I guess that was some crazy buzzer beater that we'll have to check out between games. It's just a good week for basketball. And you know, football yesterday on Thanksgiving, but high school college basketball Thanksgiving week has become just as strong a tradition as your Thanksgiving football, your NBA on Christmas.
Well, when you've got teams like the Bears and Lions having to play on Thanksgiving, it don't take much.
That's true.
That's true.
That's a tough noon game. The local favorite Bears squeaked it out, but man, I guess that was a pretty tough one to watch.
I know a lot of Bears fans actively rooting against the Bears for that game, Joey. They don't want to see much of Nagy anymore, I guess.
Dire straits for the Bears head man. Lanphier, a big turnover. Lanphier, a deep three. Errant, 30 seconds left. And the Lions just looking to run some offense. Some new names on the floor that we haven't called yet today. Cam Davis among them. We have called DeJuan Jones a little bit. Jaden Hunter's on the floor, as is Jamarion Suggs. And Jesse Bates. Lanphier gave it a good run, but they're going to fall short. And Vashon will play for the Washington Invitational title tomorrow. They'll have the winner of St. Rita and Yorkville Christian. And Vashon will have a lot to look forward to in that one. That's going to be a competitive game. Your final takeaways from this one?
Well, like we said, Joey, we thought it was going to be competitive coming down the stretch, but just the legs came out from underneath the Lions. They just didn't have necessarily not enough gas, but enough firepower down the stretch, and this Wolverines team continues to impress.
One more word for our sponsors as Vashon walks it off the floor. 70-55 win over Landfair, starting with Country Financial. Picture this. You finally have your dream home. I threw our computer off. I did this in the wrong order. We'll go with Country Financial first, though. Picture this scenario, Cody. You finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. By Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading. The Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We are going to sign off for part 1 of our Tournament of Champions coverage. Part 2 coming up. Refresh your browsers in just a moment. ClutchSportsIL.com will soon be updated with our new stream. We've got some good ones in what we could call our second session of the day. For now, I'm Joey Wright alongside Cody Roskins and our entire Clutch Sports Media team. Thanks for sticking with us for 4 exciting games to start day 4 of the TOC.